We have everybody all right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the September 23rd, 2025 Board of Supervisors meeting. As customary, first we'll call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. and then as customary, we'll start off with a moment of silence.
Yeah, last week, Sue Conley passed away. She was just a fixture in the Cobb community and Middletown community. I knew her most of my life. Her family had a trailer in Pine Grove Resort, and then they built a home near Anderson Springs. She opened the bunkhouse in Middletown and ran that for decades before moving over to Twin Pine. And she was just a delight, a wonderful person in our community. And her family is, appreciative that she's at peace now, but we will miss her. And I don't have details on her memorial yet, but they will be coming soon. So for Sue.
All right. Any other? If not, so. Supervisor Sabatier, could you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you. Next, we have item 4, consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. None? Okay. Then we have approval of the consent agenda. As you know, consent agenda items are usually considered non-controversial. However, anyone from the board or anyone from the public can pull them for a later discussion. Is there anyone that would like to pull anything from the board? I'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to pull a consent agenda item? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve consent agenda items 5.1 through 5.5.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, timed items. First, we have our public input. Public input is an opportunity for anyone to speak on something that's not on the current posted agenda. However, just know there can be no back and forth. We can't answer or give you any type of dialogue during this item. You will be given the opportunity to speak to somebody afterwards, or we'll connect you with that person to ensure that your issue is dealt with. So you have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record when you come up, and we'll go from there.
Good morning. My name is Kate Parankama. I live in the village of Nice, and I am a 6-year immigrant from Los Angeles County. As my life partner and I were basically costed out of Los Angeles. And so we were particularly appreciative of both the semi-rural environment and the very community focus that Lake County has offered. And as such, we both come from a community and a family background where participating in public activities and support in neighborhood and larger community issues is as natural as basically worrying about whether you have clean socks and that you need to be always in clean underwear. So we are very perturbed about the lack of perhaps enthusiasm for the proposed rent stabilization measure, as we find that close at hand friends and neighbors are imminently facing some difficult financial circuses based upon the activities and recent acquisition by Harmony Communities of the Upper Lake Mobile Home Park, known as Menlo Point. And these individuals, and as a group, particularly seniors, face just financial disarray. And we are asking that the board swiftly consider and pass the rent stabilization measure. We're talking about a financial entity that has over 36 pieces of litigation against them over the last 8 years. If you are an investor and you've been told repeatedly that past performance does not predict future behavior, that may be true in terms of investments. But in terms of business entity, we have someone in Harmony Communities that is not operating with very clean hands. And I think this measure is imperative. So I defer to my partner.
So, hi, my name is Lisa Wiley. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents of Meadow Point and Upper Lake.
One second. We'll do a pause real quick. Got it? All right. We're good.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. It's okay.
This is a beautiful thing that
ahead.
you hammered out but didn't ratify regarding mobile home park rent ordinance stabilization. However, our friends at Meadow Point recently received a letter that their space rent is going up to $950. So those that are in the park that make about $1,100 or possibly less on Social Security or SSI and who own their trailers there are now going to have most of their check going to a space rent. They've already had a space increase this year already, and now they're getting an increase of $350. So that's going to force them into homelessness. Their cats and dogs will probably go to the pound or just be loose on the street. And it's just unacceptable. It's unacceptable that Harmony, who's in litigation in San Jose, in San Joaquin, in Petaluma, in Windsor, in San Rafael, is going to come up here to Lake County where your constituents live, not where Harmony, the people that own Harmony live, but where the voters of Lake County who lived here their whole life are getting screwed. It's unethical, it's immoral. And it's crazy. So starting December 1st, these people, some of them who are behind me are going to have to pay something they can't afford. They can't then afford car insurance or food or pet food or medicine or any other of their needs or their pellets for their pellet stoves or anything. So I just urge you. So what's interesting, if I may speak a little more, when this was not ratified but posted, within days of this being hammered out, this letter goes out to the people saying your space rent's going up to $950. So it's like they slid under the radar knowing they're aware that like counties statewide are hammering out these mobile home park ordinances trying to protect seniors. And what you wrote here is beautiful. It's beautiful. It says seniors can't get raised more than 3%. I mean, what you put on page 1 and 2 is just beautiful stuff, but it doesn't mean a thing now. Thank you so much.
We have to talk because I can't answer you right now, but there's a lot of answers. All right. Come on up, sir.
My name is Nine Green. I live in Nice. I have 3 issues that I want to bring up. The first one is animal care and control. There are 4 basic plans or departments that there's the euthanasia, which is the end stage, something that we all don't want to see happen. To avoid that, if the spay and neuter programs can be increased, that would cut down on the euthanasia. Vaccination programs are very important, and adoption programs are very important also. My second issue is there is a burned out home at 7229 East Butte Street. It's been 6 years. It hasn't been demolished. I've gone around and around with code enforcement, and they still haven't dealt with it. Those are the facts. This has been going on for over 6 years. We shouldn't have to wait for things to go on for so long. My third issue is CAL FIRE, fire prevention, fire mitigation. I read in the newspaper, the Record B, 2 or 3 weeks ago, about the Spring Valley Bridge is only one lane. Does somebody have to die out there before there's a change? That fire in Spring Valley was over 7 years ago. I'm in touch with the auditor. I'm trying to find out about the numbers, the money that's being taken in by Lake. There's also federal funding. I've been given paperwork by Genevieve Harrington. The property tax is $32.5 million. The budget for the Lake County Sheriff's Office and the jail approximately 5 years ago was $33 million. So they must be getting some federal funding. I'm just really fed up. I've lived here for 39 years in Nice in the same home, the same issues. They just go on and on and on. They're never resolved.
All right, sir, your 3 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate your comments.
Hi, my name's Shanae Tebow. I've only been back in Lake County for about 1 year and 2 months. I wanted to speak about the Meadowbrook mobile homes because I wanted you guys to see it's not just the seniors being affected. It's young people like me that lives paycheck to paycheck. They've raised my rent 3 times in the last year that I've lived here. I'm going up to $1,040. I own my house, but I can't do much about it. And not only that, we have families that are talking to us about leaving California and they own their homes, they can't do it because they have to provide for their children. They do this, I have letters stating that they would only do this 10% for us young ones every March 1st. That's it. I have emails about it because I argued with them. And then we got a letter and it went up March 1st. I went from 6 or 5 something up to 690 now. And it just increases and increases. So I just wanted you to know it's not just affecting the seniors. You're going to have a lot of homeless people because I don't have anywhere to go.
Did you say Upper Lake?
Upper Lake,
Thank you.
Harmony.
All right. Come on up, sir. Yes, come on up.
I apologize.
State your name for the record, and then we'll start your 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Keith Luton. I also live in Meadow Point with the lovely people here. I just bought a home there cash. This is the only place left in California that I can actually come up and be in a beautiful area and afford a home and be able to live still close to family members and whatnot. I'm still quite young, I hope. I'm 50, but I'm still quite young, I think. And we work hard for all of our money, and every single one of us do. It's just difficult for me to come to a community that feels like a good community, that feels like lovely people, that feels like most of you are from this community and to know what it's about as well. And to be able to see that taken away. I literally just purchased the home here. And the reason was it was affordable to buy. I could own a home, have the American dream, and also still afford the space rent. With this coming up $350 right when I get here is going to really knock it to me and to everyone else that's there. So it's young, it's old, it's middle, it's America is what it is. So I just ask that, that you take it heed, as I think most people here, a lot of them are from Meadow Point, that we are in a crisis situation with this type of issue going on, and ask that our community leaders help us out in this situation and help us fight back against corporation that we can't afford to fight ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hello, I'm Catherine Bisaccio. I've been a member of this community 40 plus years. The people these faces that I see, I want everyone to know the community that I get to live in. I get to live in the community in crisis. We take care of each other. They go to food banks and share food. If they're allergic, they take care of each other. They drive each other to doctor's appointments. We are the people that make your coffee, that are first responders. We are the people that you go to when your children have fevers and you need someone. We are this community, and there are so many scared faces. So please, if you think it's not your problem, it is, because we are you. So please, hear it, please.
Thank you.
Good morning, Tom Lasik. I want to thank Chair Crandall for bringing that ordinance and to the board, and also thank the board for a willingness to put together a subcommittee. I was in the hearing when it was first introduced, and I was considerably dismayed by the trivialization of the developers that own those parks, and how they said, well, we just raised the rent only $25 or $30. And what's the problem? Well, as you can see, it's a misrepresentation of what's really going on. So that's one thing. And the other thing is that if you're a veteran on on a pension and you get your cost of living increase, statistically on average, that's about $40. So when they raise the rent, $40, even if that's what they did, that just wipes them out. And as you can see, for most of them, it's way, way more than that. If you're on Social Security and you're fortunate enough to actually even get a cost of living increase, again, the statistical average is about $40 a month.
Bless you.
Yeah, bless you. And again, it gets wiped out. So For those of us that have a career or can get a raise from employment, things like that, maybe it's not as significant. But now you're seeing that it's actually trickling down to more than just seniors. So I do encourage the board, and again, I want to thank Chair Crandall for stepping up and trying to make this right. And the sooner we do this, the better, because again, 30% of our community is the mobile home parks. And there are predatory park owners that is their business model. Intimidation, threatening letters for eviction, trying to silence people. That's one of the reasons you're seeing the litigation in all those communities. Discrimination, it's not a happy picture. There's a lot of bad actors that have been moving into our county to take advantage of the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Come on up, sir.
Morning. My name is Jeff Price. I live at Meadow Point. We got a rent increase up there, like $35 this year. And now we got this letter that says they're going to give us $350 credits because they're going to raise our rent, because they plan on fixing the roads and fixing the water. The water's been messed up since I've been there. It's been messed up since all these people for a long time. And a couple of years ago, they said they were going to see about hooking up the city water, and nothing came of that. And now this is their plan. My question is, how legal is this? They're going to give us $350 credits. Now, this credit can go on for 18 months or longer, according to their letter, right? But I researched this whole thing, and this is really a scandalous deal on the part of that company, Harmony Communities, to get more investors into their company to pay for these things that they want to do. Fix the roads. Roads pretty good. A couple of potholes here and there towards the end of the road, but basically pretty good. The water has always been a problem the last several years. So to me, it sounds like you're lying to the investors. You're telling them, well, this is how much money we're taking in because these people are paying $1,000 a month. And in fact, they're not. Right? Our rents are pretty good right now. But when that goes up, most of us are on fixed incomes. You know, that's the reason I moved up here. I was living in Santa Rosa. Couldn't afford to live there anymore. Moved up here, bought a mobile home in Meadow. And been comfortable. And then I get this letter, and I'm trying to figure out how the heck I'm going to get around this. And I'm 81 years old, never been homeless in my life, worked my ass off all my life. And here I am at a point where they might kick me. I'll be out on Highway 20 with my car. And that's it. And this community is going to kick out all of these people. They're not even going to get
Sure.
afforded.
We're going to have to wrap up. You have your 3 minutes is up.
I just wanted to finish up with, they're not even going to
Well,
be able to afford the rent, period, and the way to life. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
I also live in the Upper Lake Park. My name is Tina Fouch. I don't know if the board has a copy of the letter that we received, but it contradicts itself. I spoke to the on-site manager. I found this out from someone else who posted it on Facebook before I got the letter. And the on-site manager told me, I said, how much out of pocket? Because the letter is really deceiving. And it says 350, and then it says it's going to go into an account, which if you play your cards right, is what they're saying, you may get part of it back. Well, a lot of us are seniors, and we may not be around for 4 or 5 years to get $50 of the 350 back that they're going to put aside supposedly for us. And the on-site manager also told me last week there are more children going to school that live in there than have in the last 10 years. So you do have a lot of children. It's not just old people. There are children there that are going to lose their homes. So, and then the back of if you guys want a copy of the letter, I'd love to give it to you. The back of the letter, after it says there's not going to be any change, this distinctly says 950 is what we're paying. We're paying 600 now, and they just raised it in March. So even the on-site manager said, oh, it's just going to a credit account. I don't trust a credit account of money. I'm 63 years old. I don't know how long I'm going to be around, or my husband, or these other folks, or what those children might need that money, that $350 extra that's just sitting in somebody's account. So please, I pray that you will help us out with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
I live at Meadow Point 2. My name is Lindsay Silva, and I'm a stay-at-home mom. I have 2 kids, and my husband works, and it really will affect us a lot. Like, we live very frugally right now, but in a couple months, it's going to be even more stressful for us as a family. So, I mean, there's a lot of children there, not just my kids. There's other families. So, just want to put that out.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the chambers? Any on Zoom? iPad? If you can state your name for the record and unmute, we'll start your 3 minutes.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Richard Durham, and actually, I'm a cannabis license holder in Lake County, and I just had my yearly inspection. Everything went well. It was very pleasant. But realizing that this is my 6th year inspection, and I'm looking at a major use permit that is limited to 10 years. And I have a lot of money invested in my venture here, and realizing that I'm looking at a closed door. And I'm just saying that most major use permits run for the life of the property or the business, not to a 10-year period. And I'm asking the Board of Supervisors to ask the task force to change that and make it a permanent instead of a 10-year period. It should run with the business or the land. And that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other? Sterling, if you can unmute.
Good morning. Can you hear me, board?
Yes.
All right. So I am back again to talk about Spring Valley. I 100% agree with the gentleman earlier. I mean, what's it going to take? The death of over 1,000 people in Spring Valley to get that bridge put in over Old Long Valley. I understand that you guys think that it's passable during the summertime, but it is not passable. The gentleman that actually lives at that property has dug a trench through the center of that creek a couple years ago to prevent people to go through his property. So if there was a fire to break out, we literally only have New Long Valley. A few years ago, we had to put a Bailey Bridge in because of a mudslide during the wintertime took out New Long Valley. We were advised that we could stay in for 3 days as they put in that Bailey Bridge, or you could leave your home for 3 days. Another example of why we need another bridge out here. And then also with the water, I'm going to go back to that with you guys. I did send you an email after last week's public comment. I showed you guys that water leak that has been leaking for 5 weeks straight on Wolf Creek. Nothing has been done. I've stated this a million times before. The infrastructure out here needs to be fixed. We have asbestos pipes that are leaking for 5 weeks, not being told that what kind of contaminations in our water. With that kind of leak, I mean, there has to be contamination. And I am begging this board to kind of stand up, and with all the facts that I've given you guys, you see in 2012, we were granted a $1.82 million grant. We're putting in a new well out here. It's going to put more pressure on these pipes that constantly break. We need to start looking into federal grants that can pay into fixing the water mains themselves so they do not break and we don't have this kind of water loss. So I really hope you guys take it into consideration, and thank you.
Thank you. Any other public input? iPhone SE, if you could unmute, state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Skyla Lewa, and I am a licensed cannabis farmer in Lake County, and I am proud to contribute to our local economy, to grow responsible, and to follow the rules that are laid out by the state and the county. But today I speak not just for myself, but for every farmer and resident who has voices been silenced by fear. When the government speaks with a big stick, it is the people's duty to stand with water and life. These words remind us that the authority must be challenged when it threatens fairness in life. Over the past 3.5 years, my farm has faced unfair scrutiny, financial pressure, and public embarrassment. License threats, the inability to access to the cannabis equity grant, my business partner's social security number that has been disclosed has become part of our reality. And during public meetings, my voice was censored, my face was hidden from the camera while speaking, and in fact, I am now required to inform administration of the clothing that I wish to wear if I want to speak against the government itself. These actions do not occur in isolation. They span multiple departments, from community development to the tax collector. And it shows in emails that I've obtained through public records showing that the director herself apologizing to the tax collector for the delays in taking my license away. And yet no corrective action was taken against her. County Council has allowed this behavior to continue unchecked, leaving a clear appearance of coordination or inaction that harm farmers like me. We see the climate of fear that this has created. Local farms are hesitant to speak up because of what they've witnessed with me and my farm speaking out against the unfairness that we have been treated has resulted in the retaliation. And when legitimate complaints that, like being told to go to the sheriff to reverse a background disqualification, go unanswered, and when employees publicly disclose private information, the trust in our county erodes. This has been over 3.5 years. I have had police officers tell me to treat code enforcement staff like police officers, yet the county continues to tolerate misconduct, push out employees, and allow racial slurs in their county environment. When enforcement is unaccountable, the residents and the farmers can't trust the rules that are applied. And goes out to every cannabis farmer out there. If you have had any issues with Maria G. Turner, I urge you to file a civil grand jury complaint against her. Muleha.
All right. Are there any other public comments? All right. With that, I'll go ahead and close public input at this time. Thank you for staying on task, and we'll move on to 6.2, Pet of the Week. Do we have a Pet of the Week this week, or doesn't look like we do? All right, so we'll move on forward to 6.3. I'm going to cover 6.3 and 6.4. I'm going to read them both, and then we will allow public comment for both as well during the time frame. So 6.3, our 9 to 5 presentation of proclamation declaring September 26th, 2025 as Native American Day in Lake County. I'm also going to read 6.4, presentation of proclamation declaring the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day in Lake County. If you're here for this proclamation, I'm going to come read it, and come join me, please.
Blonde moment, forgot to.
Come on up. I also have a proclamation for each tribe in Lake County. So we'll do this one first.
Yeah, I was wondering what was going on. I wasn't sure if
All right. So we're going to start out with the September 26th, 2025 California Native American Day in Lake County. I'm going to give you a little, that is the actual Native American Day. A lot of the tribes already had their California Indian Day celebrations, their big times. This Friday at the Capitol, there's going to be another gathering at the state capitol for everyone to share on that day as well. And that's what this proclamation actually accentuates. So I'll go ahead and read this one first. Proclamation declaring September 26, 2025 as California Native American Day in Lake County. Whereas Lake County has been home to people for greater than 12,000 years and richly diverse cultures of the 7 tribal nations indigenous to Lake County. Middletown Rancheria of Pomo Indians, Koi Nation of Northern California, Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Habemetalel Pomo of Upper Lake, Robinson Rancheria of Pomo Indians of California, and Elam Indian Colony. They've all have enriched every aspect of our community's history. And whereas Native Americans have helped to make our community stronger and more prosperous, and whereas we celebrate the richness of the county's unique tribal history, traditions, achievements, and the impact Native American cultures have had upon every American. And whereas Lake County is committed to protecting the sovereign right of Native American tribal organizations and institutions to strengthen their own communities. And whereas, in observance of California Native American Day, the County of Lake encourages all citizens to join in recognizing the many enduring contributions Native Americans have made to our state and county, and commits to carrying forward the legacy of strength and sovereignty demonstrated by tribal leadership in our county's past, present, and future. Now therefore, be it proclaimed that the Lake County Board of Supervisors declares Friday, September 26, 2025, California Native American Day in Lake County, passed and adopted this 23rd day of September 2025, signed by myself, Chair of the Board of Supervisors. Oh. If there's anyone that would like to comment on this specific document, by all means, or you can allow the other one to be read and we can move forward from there. Is there anyone that would like to do that? All right, we'll go on to the next one. Thank you. You would like to talk about the
This is my birthday. That's always, hey, I love it. grew up in the Bay Area of all heritage. My wife is in fact Portuguese, so but hey, first one's here. I love the heritage. It's wonderful, and on my birthday to have this kind of thing happen for y'all, I appreciate it and I love it, and I love seeing America be this way with everybody. It's great to have all the nationalities and the ones who are originators and stuff like that. I just appreciate all y'all. Appreciate you.
We get to share that day with you. All right. This next proclamation is declaring the second Monday in October Indigenous Peoples Day in Lake County. As you know, I want to say in September 2019, myself and Moke Simon had brought this forward. It used to be called Columbus Day. As we know, that's basically a fallacy. We know that he never actually reached the United States, so us calling that day Columbus Day is kind of doesn't make sense. So we're honored that the federal government decided to declare it Indigenous Peoples Day. So I'll go ahead and read this. Whereas the area now known as Lake County has been home to people for greater than 12,000 years in richly diverse cultures of 7 tribal nations indigenous to Lake County: Middletown Rancheria Pomo Indians of California, Koi Nation of Northern California, Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Habematulel Pomo of Upper Lake, Robinson Rancheria of Pomo Indians of California, and Elam Indian Colony have informed every aspect of our community's history. And whereas policies and practices of the United States and earlier colonial governments deprived indigenous people in the state of California and Lake County, specifically of land holdings, liberty, even life itself. Whereas the County of Lake is committed to protecting rights of tribal organizations and institutions to strengthen their own communities, as well as recognizing and celebrating achievements in areas such as governance, environmental stewardship, agriculture, and the arts. And whereas Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed to the United Nations more than 40 years ago and is now celebrated in many states, counties, cities, and school systems across the United States. Whereas in January 2019, Lake County proudly became the first United States county with 2 concurrent seated American Indian supervisors, Moke Simon and E.J. Crandall. And whereas, because of our historic position, we have a responsibility to lead in honoring and celebrating the legacy of all America's indigenous peoples, their histories and cultures, and particularly those indigenous to Lake County. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Lake County Board of Supervisors declares the second Monday in October Indigenous Peoples Day in Lake County, passed and adopted this 23rd day of September 2025, signed by myself, Eddie Crandall, Chair of Board of Supervisors. All right. Thank you, everyone. And I just have to say this second one was conducted because a lot of the leaders during that week are going to be, the week before Indigenous Peoples Day, are going to be at different events that have to do with tribal governance. And so if we conducted that, we would probably have like two people probably here. So we decided to do this a little earlier and ensure that everyone was able to come forward and be part of this proclamation. Glad that all the leaders got to come today, and I'll go ahead and open it up for any tribal leader that would like to speak about these proclamations.
As always, thank you, Ron, as a tribal elder, for telling me to go. Happy birthday. Thank you very much for those words. So obviously, Lake County Board of Supervisors, admin staff, everybody, thank you very much for this honor today. Being here, I think, is just very important for all of us to show up and say thank you very much. So EJ, thank you for reading this and presenting both these, and proud to have these things continue. So once again, thank you very much. Lake County will be well represented at the Capitol on Friday. I myself will be there, and I know many other leaders will be carrying our flags to honor Lake County in this manner. So thank you very much for today. And I want to thank everybody who did come out to our big times and our celebrations throughout the county. I know it was very busy this weekend, but it's for us to share our culture and to show who we are with the community, but also to bring you out and just let you know that we really appreciate the camaraderie that we get, the patronage to our businesses, and we just want to say thank you. So from the Middletown Rancheria, thank you very much. Thank you to Lake County Board of Supervisors.
right, Patty.
Yeah, I just also want to echo that the thank you. I just appreciate it so much. And on behalf of Scotts Valley, it's really important to be acknowledged as a First Nations tribe, as First Nations people. And we're just so thankful that this is becoming the norm. It needs to be the norm that we are acknowledged in the place that we were here for since time immemorial. So I really want to thank you. And yeah, we just had our big time and it was beautiful. And a lot of people came out and we are always just welcoming people to come out to our celebration. So yes, and happy birthday.
Duenamik odi wakshi Ron Montez buchike habenapo. My name is Ron Montez. I'm an elder from Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. They call them Habenapo, means rock people, rock village. And it is an honor for me to be here as well as these other leaders. I look out and I see hope. There's been a struggle in this community for many, many years just to have a voice or sit near to a table that would make some difference for our people. Now we're at the table with suggestions and ideas, and it is inspiring to all of our Native people to see. But you also inspire us older ones, because we know that in good hands, the fight that our ancestors left for us and my time, I'm leaving for the rest of you to carry on and to take our culture, which is so rich. It is so full that there's so many discoveries that they're finding out now that our Native people have been doing for many, many years, which have benefited in health, in prosperity, our monetary systems, our educational systems, our community systems, our care for our youth and for our elders. All of those are remarkable in itself, but now people are starting to gather some of that ecological knowledge, EK they call it, that we have been practicing, not knowing it. I tell the story, I could go to my aunt's house and have dinner, and if I do something wrong, she'll whip me. If I go back to my house, my mom finds out, she'll whip me too. That's how it was on our res. That's our community. That's how we care for each other. We looked out for each other. We would, only one car on a reservation, we'd all hop in it and go to the store. Or we'd go to the doctor. We took care of each other. Those were our principles being raised. And respect, you do not talk back to your mom, dad, aunts, uncles, or anybody, because that was not respectful. So we taught us to respect our elders and have that respect for ours who watch over us. And so I thank the Lake County Board of Supervisors, and working with many of you from different times. I appreciate your welcoming me into your areas of sphere of influence and so on. And I appreciate this time, and I celebrate with all the rest of my sisters and brothers and aunties and uncles here. Oh.
All right. Any other comments from the public? Come on up.
Good morning, and thank you. Thank you, especially Elder Montez, for sharing the message of culture, hope, and we appreciate that. And this should be a celebration, not just for one day, 1 week, 1 month. The celebration last Friday at the gallery, the reopening of the Pomo Gallery was fabulous. The museum court, that Courthouse Museum. And I encourage everyone to go visit. It's a lovely exhibit, not only in terms of curatorship, but especially because of curatorship, because the explanations are by the words of the people who lived it. And we're talking about community, and thank you so much for teaching us about community.
Yes, I want to recognize and thank our Native American communities, our tribes in Lake County for their contributions here thousands of years ago, all the way up to today. I thank you for opening your big times to the public. I've been fortunate to go to some of those over the last few years, and it's amazing to see those events. So I really appreciate having the opportunity to go. Thank the Tribal Advisory Committee that's done all the work to make sure that Pomo Gallery was opened up this month and available to the public, and also recognize their work on the Pomo family statue that's going to be coming hopefully by the end of this year or the first of next year. So thank you very much for your contributions.
It really is an honor to have tribal leadership here with us today and to recognize the relationships that we have with each other and how we've really been investing in each other. And, one of the most significant things for me since sitting on this board is having a chance to work with so many of you and Chairman Simon and my colleague, the chair. And the amount of learning that has happened over the years because we are together and because we're sitting at the table and listening to each other. We have this region to co-manage together moving forward. And it's really going to take all of us working together to look out for all of the people that live here and the environment as it is changing around us. And so we really need to continue to lean on our relationships and invest in each other. So thank you so much for being here today and for showing up continually. I really appreciate it.
Anytime we get to celebrate diversity is a good day. I think there's so much more to learn than just what we see within our own lives and our own experiences. And having these moments, I cherish these moments. I think that unfortunately we have these moments because of the past, that we have to talk about these things, that we have to celebrate, we have to honor these things, because the future is all of us together. The past may have had some separations and some real bad history, and it's okay to talk about that as long as we're moving forward and making progress, and tomorrow is together and not going backwards. It is unfortunate that some of the rhetoric that we're hearing is trying to reverse some of those conversations, but I think all of us together are going to have much better opportunities to solve the problems that we all face together, rather than trying to think that any one of us has all the answers to solve the problems. And so increasing and opening our minds to everybody in our community and not trying to exclude folks like we have in the past, I think is just the opportunity we need to keep pushing forward, and appreciate these moments. So thank you all for being here, and thank you, Chair Crandall, for continuing to bring these.
You know, growing up here, we were all raised as one. I felt that I thought we were kind of protected here in Lake County from a lot of the, what would you call it, racisms and that type of stuff, stigmas, yes. We were just raised that we were all one. We all went to school together. I've learned a lot since I've been on the board. I'm still learning. I still have a lot to learn. I know that I tried to stop by the museum to see the culture over here at this museum. Actually, Mr. Bruno and I tried to stop by there last week, and I'm going to have to go by there. It was closed on the day I went by. I'm really excited about the statue coming forward, but it's always been something that I admired,
the native culture and the native lands, a lot of the stuff that's brought forward. You know, there was that old song back when I was a kid, when I was about a senior in high school, the cowboys dressing up like Indians and the Indians dressing up like cowboys. So there was just so much that we had in common, and I appreciated, and even now some of my favorite jewelry and stuff reflects that. So I want to thank you for your culture and what you're bringing forward.
I thought of something just real quick when we were talking. There was so they know us as Pomo Indians, and Elder Montez had mentioned Habenapo, and that's what the people called themselves. That was Habenapo Gauk. And so we had our own names that we called ourselves. In my tribe, it was the Noha Gauk or Shigum Gauk. And so Po is this shell right here, which is basically money. And so Mo is a cavern or it's a little like stove that you make in the ground that bakes that cavern. And so we had a monetary system here. And there's a lot of history that says, well, like my great-great-great-grandfather at Blue Lakes, they say he gave away that land for shells. Well, when I went to Iraq, they changed the dinar. The dinar had Saddam Hussein's face on it, and then when we got there, it changed to one without it, and that was no longer valuable. So our people thought this was still valued. And so when they traded it, they were like, oh, we're good. But little did they know the other form of currency changed. So that's another thing I want to help people realize, because when people think of it like, oh, they just traded it for shells. Well, think of that concept. And so I guess the people that when they came and realized who we were and said, you know, what are they? What do they call themselves? Said, well, they must be Pomo. Well, they must have heard everyone talking about making money. So they decided to call us that. So I figured I would tell that story to educate and give some insight to that. So thank you everybody for coming. Thank you for making comments. And I think if there's nothing else, we'll go ahead and let Sam take the picture.
Right there. No. Yeah. I won't be every. Ready? Whoa. Great, terrific. Thank you so much.
I got two.
All right, well, I'll have to do I want to take you
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Moke, who are we playing for homecoming?
Okay.
Willits, thank you.
Always planned that way.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
All right. Want to take a quick break? We'll take a quick break.
Okay.
We'll be back at 10. All right, we're ready.
Oh.
All right, welcome back from the break. We're going to start back here on our next item, which is 6.5, UC California Extension. Cooperative Extension, sorry. Water and Climate Advisor Program update. Dr. Laura Garza Diaz, Matt Barnes, go ahead and lead us off.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Crandall. Thank you, Board, for having us. Matthew Barnes, Area Director, UC Cooperative Extension. Here today to introduce Dr. Laura Garza Diaz, Area Water Resources Management Advisor for Mendocino and Lake County, specializing in water policy and management. Dr. Garza Diaz earned a BS degree in biotechnology engineering from Tec de Monterrey, Mexico, followed by a master's dual degree in applied ecology from Kiel University in Germany and Poitiers University in France, where she focused on environmental science and field research. She went on to work with at the Water Research Center for Latin America and the Caribbean before moving to the United States to pursue doctoral studies. At UC Davis, she completed a PhD in hydrologic sciences, specializing in water policy and management. Her professional career includes research and applied work across North and Latin America, from sustainable agriculture in Paro Valley, California, to social ecological resilience and in-stream flows in the Rio Grande and Rio Bravo Basin, to working with water rights and watershed restoration projects in Washington State. Fluent in both English and Spanish, she's committed to building science, policy, and community engagement, ensuring that water and climate solutions are both scientifically sound and socially equitable. In the 2+ years she's been with Cooperative Extension, her community outreach and research has far exceeded university standards. Her ongoing drought resilience assessment with Middletown Rancheria is a benchmark for the University of California as one of the first co-created projects weaving indigenous and Western science. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Laura Garza Diaz.
That was an introduction. Hello, everyone. Good morning, supervisors and community members. Again, my name is Laura Garza. I'm the Area Water Resources Management Advisor for UC Cooperative Extension. And today I would like to share an overview of the UCCE Lake Water and Climate Change Program. Just starting with the mission of this program, which is to provide research-based guidance, education, and technical support to community members, water users, and different stakeholders in Lake County. This program focuses on sustainable water management, in which I hope to help people to adapt to climate variability and fostering collaboration to protect water resources for the current and future generations. This program works at the intersection between three main pillars, which is water quantity, water quality, and climate change. This approach helps us to look at water challenges in a more holistic way, to make sure that management decisions are addressed not only for water supply, but also water demand, water quality, and long-term climate change resilience. This work spans through 4 different geographic scales efforts. At the local effort, I work directly with farmers, with tribes, and with smaller communities. I also work with the GSAs. At the county-wide level, I collaborate with Lake County departments, such as the Water Resources Department here in Lake County, and other groundwater sustainability agencies, including Big Valley GSA. For the regional scale, I look for, I support projects that are within watersheds that are shared between different counties. For instance, we have the Cache Creek watershed that is shared between Lake County and Yolo County, or everyone knows about, the Eel River watershed, which is shared between Lake County, Mendocino, and Humboldt. And at the same time, that watershed, because of the water management strategy of Potter Valley, it also affects some other counties, such as Sonoma County and Marin County as well. And then, if you can go back.
And the last geographic scale effort is a statewide level, in which this program aligns with broader California initiatives and programs in which we ensure that the local voices of Lake County and Mendocino County are represented in statewide efforts. Now I'll showcase some of the different activities at the specific geographic scales. So at the local level, I've engaged through educational events and farm visits. For educational events, some examples include small farmers conferences, on-farm irrigation, workshops, drought strategies events for agriculture, in which I aim to provide resources and connect directly with growers and farmers, as well as community members with science-based practices that support water efficiency and sustainable water resources management. For farm visits, I support farmers and ranchers on water resources challenges that they might have, including irrigation scheduling or on-farm water budgets, among other practices. For instance, the picture in the middle is one that I really like, because it's one of my a really great two farmers. They're Jill's Organic Farm, and they're wonderful farmers who rely a lot on UCCE support. Myself, along with other UCC advisors, we will normally send them grants and different resources that they can use to support their on-farm activities. Next. Also, a core priority of this program in the local level is working with tribal nations. Historically, UCC would focus mostly on farmers and ranchers, but now that we know the importance of working with tribal nations, this is one of the core priorities of this program. For example, and Matthew already said it, I collaborated with Middletown Rancheria to develop a water and climate change needs assessment to support their needs. We did this by working together with Middletown. We applied for this proposal to the Institute for Tribal Environmental Professionals in order to fund a tribal student for 10 weeks during the summer. The student came from the Pasquayaqui tribe from Arizona, and she was able to develop this needs assessment in collaboration with community members from Middletown. This was, of course, a wonderful experience for her and for me as well, because she was able to develop this needs assessment, but at the same time, she was allowed to work for a California tribe. She was able to meet other tribes as well, and she was able to go to different tribal events, for example, the Tule Boat Festival. Also, we supported Scotts Valley Tribe by hosting a tribal youth day, which was focused on bringing youth to the natural resources education within the University of California. So we developed this 2-day event. This took place in our UC Hopland Research and Education Center, where we aim to introduce all of the different university research and different professional programs within UC to the Scotts Valley youth. I must say that this was truly a two-way learning event. The youth were able to learn from different professionals paths through UC advisors, right? But also, I think UC advisors were able to learn about traditional ecological knowledge of California natural resources from tribal members, which are, the original scientists of the land. Next one. Then moving into a bigger scale, looking at county-wide activities, I support, again, agencies like the Lake County Water Resources Department. I work a lot with PAWAN, who is the director of the water department. And also, I've been attending to some of the Big Valley Groundwater Sustainable Agency meetings. I just started working with the Lake County Water Resources Department and Stantec to develop the Lake County Drought Resilience Plan. Here are just some examples of some educational material that I did for Mendocino County. And I aim to do all of this for Lake County as soon as we have the drought resilience plans ready. These resources are aimed for domestic well owners and state small water suppliers. And then, as I mentioned, I've been attending to the Big Valley GSA, or Groundwater Sustainability Agency, to look at, or first of all, to get familiarized with the area, but also to provide any technical support, technical expertise, and of course, educational outreach efforts in their projects related to SGMA or the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Next one. At the regional scale, I'm leading a research project focused on the hydrologic, environmental, and climatic and social resilience of the effects of removing Scott Dam. This project aims to develop sort of like an interface for community members for them to see in a really clear way what would happen or what are the effects and benefits of doing this. This project was funded by the California Institute of Water Resources and the USGS, and this will support also a graduate student from UC Davis to develop this project. And then at the statewide level, this program contributes to two major initiatives. The first one is that I'm co-developing this California Water course, which is a bilingual training program for early career water professionals and community advocates. We just started this in August. We were supposed to open this course for only 25 students, but people were really excited about this, so we have welcomed over 60 students. This is based in UC Davis, but hopefully in the future, we could have a chapter here in Northern California, in Lake County and Mendocino County. And then I've been also working with the WELL program, which is the water education for elected Latino leaders, which then it transformed into doing water education for BIPOC community leaders. This builds capacity among local elected officials to engage in anything related to water policy, from hydrology 101 to water rights to water policy aspects, so that they could have a more a better decision making when they're doing their efforts in their professional work. So those are some of the activities that we've done. Next one. As you were able to see, this program spans many different levels of work, from doing farm visits to educational events, to working directly with Lake County, to doing some state work. And so if you want to learn more about this UCC Water and Climate Change Program, feel free to go into this website. I'm still building it, so there's still a lot of work to do there, but if you are really interested in some material, you're probably going to find it there. And if not, you can also always reach out to me. That's it for today. I have my email there. And also you can just look at the program. And if you have any questions, happy to respond.
Questions from the board? I will open it up to the public briefly to see if there's anyone that would like to comment on this presentation.
Good morning, board. Dr. Garza Diaz, thank you so much for your presentation. Good morning, Dr. Barnes. Good to see you. It's absolutely inspiring, the work that you're doing. Thank you. Water is one of our most precious resources, and it's been undervalued and neglected for so long. So I look forward as a citizen to work with you and to preserve our groundwater management. And I am very excited to learn about the California Water course that you are working on and the Water Lab. It's fabulous. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. Any other? Sterling, if you'd like to unmute.
All right, thank you. I was listening to your presentation and I just have a few questions. If you're going to be working in Lake County and you stated that you'll be doing a statewide for small districts. I live in a small district of 409 active customers. I'm not sure if you'd be able to work with the special districts board with our water loss system and all that. I may have misunderstood your presentation, but also would like to know if that is something that you'll be moving into the county and helping with on major water losses, because 6 months straight, we lost around 63% of our treated water. We have numerous water breaks, asbestos water pipes. So these are some concerns, and seeing your presentation and wondering if that could help small communities in Lake County. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. I can definitely support the smaller special water districts in different projects. I'm trained to write grants as well, so if we can find some project related to, for instance, the asbestos in the water pipes, I can try to find some funding and then develop a project to support the water districts. I can leave out my email so that you can send me an email directly, and then we can just talk and figure out if we can develop a project together, or if you need any extra support that I can provide, I'll be happy to do so.
All right. Let me close this if there's no one else. Is there anyone else on Zoom? Ma'am, come on up, and then I'll open it up for us. Okay.
I just thought of one. Hello. Thank you very, very much. I only have two questions. I'm not sure if they're appropriate, but I live in Nice, and a large part of that community on that side of Highway 20 does not have water. And I was wondering, and also I met a student that just graduated, he's 16, and there's no programs for him, and you were talking about programs for the youth. And I'm wondering, are you going to have programs that the children here in this county, all children in schools can participate in learning about the water and the environment? One, is there a program for the children here? Two, is there a program where people on that side of the highway could get water, even if it was like, some program to help them get water? Or is that an appropriate question?
So can you finish so that there's not a back and forth? Once you're
Sorry.
finished, yes. Are you finished or do you have more?
Finished.
Okay, thank you. And then go ahead, you can go ahead and answer that briefly.
Yeah, so for the first part where you mentioned there's a community without water, I can definitely go and look at the area and see what are the main problems. I can't bring water, right?
I know.
Because that's a whole new level. But I can definitely go and make an assessment, and then we can, write something so that your community members can come and ask for that. I can definitely help you with that. And related to the program for the youth, if there's a need, outreach is one of the main things that we do at
great.
UC Advisors. And so if there's a need to develop a program for youth or for kids to learn more about water in general, water quality and all of that, that's something that I could definitely do.
Great.
Yeah.
Good. Then you guys can follow up after then. That sounds good. Thank you very
Okay.
much. Is there any other public comment? I'm going to close public comment, and I know that you had something, and I know Supervisor Spati had something.
Yes. I hadn't seen your classes before, what's in your material. Are you going to be offering something along those lines on a yearly basis? Will it be offered again, those classes? Because I know you've got one left, which is basically the graduation.
We just started this program this year. It was sort of like our pilot program. We are aiming to have this every single year. And as I was mentioning, this was for the whole state of California. So we see a lot of different, case studies in the Central Valley in South California and all of that. So my goal is that in the near future, maybe next year or the following year, is to have one chapter for Lake County and Mendocino County, so that we can just look specifically at water challenges that are happening in our region.
Okay. And so you will probably be having something, is it in this area where you hold it then, or would you be holding it in Sacramento?
No, it will be here. I mean, if we do a chapter in Lake County and Mendocino County, it would be in this area.
Thank you.
Supervisors Mtg? Nope. All right, well, thank you for this presentation. If there's no other questions or comments, we appreciate it, and we'll look forward to what the future holds. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Move on to our next item, our 6.6, hearing, consideration of request for hearing regarding code enforcement abatement activity at 6782 and 6792 Marin Street, Nice, APNs 031-17338 and 41, property owner and appellant Jessica Northcutt, Community Development Director Maria Turner, and Code Enforcement Manager Marcus Beltramo. And I think if there are people here, then we're going to have to swear people in and whatnot. So we'll go ahead and get started on that.
Sitting up here at the podium.
I think we're good. Usually they just stay down.
If you're here to speak and give testimony on this item, can you please stand up and raise your right hand? And if you're on Zoom, raise your hand in Zoom. And I don't see anybody in Zoom. So with your right hand raised, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Did those individuals need to stand up when they did that, or? Row right there, the lady and the gentleman with the glasses.
You
that
guys
had
raised your hand, right? Yes. Okay, you're good.
All right.
Thank you, Maria Turner, Community Development Director. Turning this over to Code Enforcement Manager. Was this?
And just so they're going to go through their presentation, and then we'll give you the opportunity to talk after they're finished.
For this one, there was discussion yesterday about requesting a continuance. We did not realize that the property owner was going to attend today, or from the communications, we thought she was going to be absent. However, since she's here today, given the urgency of this situation, as Marcus will describe, we'd like to move forward today. So we are not recommending a continuance.
Okay. And so, real quick, are you still recommending a continuance, or since you're here, we're good to go?
Good to go.
Okay, excellent. Continue.
My name is Marcus Beltramo. I'm the manager of the Code Enforcement Division for the County of Lake. I did discuss the extension or moving forward here today with Ms. Northcutt, and they chose to move forward here today. Normally, we'd have a PowerPoint for you, but I believe you have the documents, you have the photos, you have the memo, so you have the information pertinent or material to this situation. That being said, I'll move forward. So, Code Enforcement issued notices, an order to abate and a notice of violation. This hearing today is for the order to abate. The property is, initially they filed a request for a hearing for, I believe, 6782, but there are two properties involved here, and both properties have violations on them. So I discussed with Ms. Northcutt, and it was her intention to, for lack of a better term, appeal our notices for both properties. So we issued notices for both properties. One property, the main property, which is our most our main concern, or our priority concern, is the property that incurred fire damage, and I believe that's 6782. And on that property, they had the structure there incurred a fire. There was a fire. The structure was burned to the ground. I believe it burned the neighbor's property too. We talked to the property owner, Ms. Northcutt, told her that she had to get a demolition permit, and she had to remove all the fire debris and everything from that property. She did come in. She obtained a building permit, a demolition permit, to remove all the debris from the property. That was approximately more than a year ago. Demolition permits are good for 1 year. That permit was expiring. When it got to the point where it was about to expire, based on the progress they had made, which in my opinion was minimal, or not sufficient enough or adequate enough to address the fire debris. We issued a notice, an order to abate and a notice of violation so that when the building permit did expire, we were in a position to move forward. Ms. Northcutt then filed a request for a hearing, and that's why we're here today. Our real concern is with the fire debris on the property, that when we're getting into our winter seasons, our fall seasons, where there's a lot more rain. And our concern is that when the rain does rain on that property, that it will capture all that debris and then wash it down, eventually going into our tributaries and streams and then ultimately the lake. And that's our concern, and that's why code enforcement feels that an action is warranted to move forward and to clear the property of this debris and all remaining other issues on that property. The second property just has miscellaneous items that are on there. The property is zoned R1. It doesn't have a primary structure on there, so therefore no storage can occur. Storage is a secondary or accessory use. So all those items stored on that property are stored in violation or contrary to the Lake County zoning ordinance and the zoning designation for that property. We did work with the property owner. She did come in on several occasions to discuss building permits and how to build on that property. So we did work with them in that capacity. But ultimately, our main concern is the fact that that property that incurred the fire, that all that debris is removed. That debris is a safety and a health concern for that property and the surrounding community. Over the past year or so, we've also been dealing with a lot of issues occurring on that property. People were living in RVs and trailers on that property in violation of our ordinances. Blocking the roadway, blocking waste management services, a lot of calls for the sheriff's office. So it is also our hope through this abatement that not only will we solve the health and safety issues on that property, also enforce compliance with the Lake County zoning ordinance for the other property, that some of these ancillary issues that are also being caused will also be resolved. Environmental health was also incurring a lot of calls for service to deal with some of the issues occurring on this property. So code enforcement is requesting that the board uphold our notice and allow us to move forward with the abatement process and to clear all the violations from this property. That being said, that concludes my presentation, and I'll turn it back over to the board.
Director Turner, anything to add? No? All right. With that, I will go ahead and give you the opportunity to make your statement to the board.
Well, this is our...
Can you speak into the microphone and state your name?
My name's Dan Hanna, and I'm Jess Northcutt's partner, and I don't know, about a year ago, our house burnt down. It was 12 minutes, and we lost a friend in the fire, and it was a precious dog. And our precious dog. It was a devastating calamity and a misfortune. And I think that's where a lot of the confusion's coming into play. We've been busting our butt, she and I, to clean this place up. We got a permit, we got all of our stuff in order, and we started the process, and we're still in it, and we're still committed. But it kind of makes it's a little difficult to do anything when you're sitting in Hill Road facility for code enforcement violations, which she and I were both arrested twice on different matters, and some of those matters have been dismissed. We appeared on the other matters yesterday, and well, we have another court date, which is never no fun. So we're just all we want to do is rebuild our home, the exact home that was there. We don't want to change anything. It's the cheapest way for us to go about it. And that's all we're trying to do. And the things that are on the property are all we have left from this fire. There's, the vehicles don't look real good, but it's what we got to start over with, to get started with. And there was some free dump days. I took a truck and a trailer, 2 truck and trailers to 3 of those free dump days. But the stuff I have to get rid of, I have to have a soil sample done to make sure there's no toxic debris or anything before I can remove the material. So that's a $600 soil sample at Alpha Analytical in Ukiah, which we were down to 25 days, and we were trying to wrap all this up so we could move forward and get the demo signed off, start our building permit. So that's kind of where we kind of fell off the wagon there because we became homeless. We've been homeless for 150 days. We put in a request for hearing, and we thought it would be 15 days, and we were asked if we wanted expedited, and we said yes. So it's like, it's 150 days went by or more, and there was a stay away order placed on us, and there's no record of it. I don't understand that, but so we didn't want to go back to jail, so we stayed away. So we've been homeless, and the people here with us have been kind enough to put us up for a week or two at a time at their place, and we kind of just rotated, so we didn't wear our welcome. It's been really taxing on us and our dogs, and our place has been robbed and burglarized and vandalized on a daily basis. And there's been people in and out of there we don't even have control over, you know? And I can be accountable for our address where we live, but if somebody pulls a motorhome down the road and parks it on anybody's street, I mean, that doesn't make you, doesn't make it your responsibility or your fault. So I just wanted to, you know, make that clear. And of course, like my Native American brothers, they always try to help people, and I try to do the same. I've been here since 1980. I buried my folks a year ago, and we're just trying to rebuild our life and get going here. And we would like some support from our local code enforcement boys instead of just putting the hammer down on us.
All right. Thank you for that. Did you have anything else to add, or?
Hi, good morning. My name is Jessica.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Good morning. My name is Jessica Northcutt. Thank you for hearing me this morning. So basically what I'm requesting is help. You know, we don't have any resources. Apparently the city is broke, and I know we need to get this done, but if we can just get any help would be highly, you know, appreciated. And it's just been extremely hard. This hardship has made it almost difficult for me to feel like I belong anywhere at this point, you know. And when I moved here, I was hoping this would be my place of retirement, and it's a beautiful, beautiful county, beautiful city of Nice, and you know, we're good citizens. We don't rob and steal, or we just want to get back to our lives and clean up and, you know, be a part of the community and not feel like we're pushed away. I feel like we've been, you know, pushed up against a wall, and it's just been extremely difficult. And so if we could get any help, we'll take care of it. I mean,
all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to?
I don't think there's really anything further.
Is there anyone else? All right. I'm going to open it up for this. You'll have.
Hello, my name's Elizabeth Jeremias, and I'm a neighbor and friend of Jessica and Dan, and I've watched them go through this whole process. And it seems really unfortunate that they've been so victimized and criminalized, basically, by code enforcement and Lake County Sheriff's Department. Dan Hanna was arrested on the 11th day of the 30-day allowed by law on the nuisance complaint, the red tag that was placed on their property, and he was working on complying. But he's one man, he was trying to get help, and they came and arrested him, and Officer Lyons, who is an absolute problem for our community. He has, I don't know, but anyways, I saw all this going on, and then Jessica was later arrested, but it was the 11th day of the 30-day allowed by law that they had to comply with the nuisance complaint and to abate the property. He had already abated the first red tag, and he was in the process of abating the second when he was arrested. And then they were arrested again, and they were jailed for 5 days when all they have done is been victim of fires for a 5-day over the 4th of July weekend. They were in there for 5 days for what? For what? I mean, it's horrible, really. And they're just trying to, rebuild their lives, but they didn't have any resources. I've been helping them with their administrative work because, they didn't really know how to go about things. And had Lake County approached them, code enforcement, with, resources, hey, this is how you go about it, this is what needs to be done, but they never did that. They came and just completely, made, things, a really tragic situation worse, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so if there's no one else, I'm gonna close that portion of it and come back to the board. Go ahead, Supervisor, or Heiska was first, go ahead, and then.
Then him.
I have, were they arrested because of the red tag?
So this is something the sheriff's office would have to comment out, but I believe the violation was they were continuing a public nuisance. The people were staying in a recreational vehicle on the property for a red tag. Also, they were blocking the street with all these inoperable vehicles, broke down recreational vehicles, trash, miscellaneous things that were blocking the street for emergency services and also for waste management services. And I'd just like to also comment, we did try to provide them resources. We provided them with the dump day. We tried to work with them. We were very patient. Progress, in my opinion, was very slow. And but we did try to work with them. But my understanding is the courts did issue a stay away order at some point because their presence seemed to continue other issues that were affecting the community that could be classified as a nuisance under criminal law.
Okay. And the fire was in July of 2024?
That's my understanding.
June 9th.
June of 2024. I think this abatement is the help that you need. This abatement process is going to clean your property and give you that fresh start. It's been a really long time. I know how hard it is to lose your home and lose everything, but I think this is really going to be the way that will give you this fresh start, clean your land. You're going to have to pay it back over time. But as difficult as this is, I think this really is the best way forward. Your community is in a bad situation having this prolonged, and we can't allow this to be prolonged any longer. This is a public safety issue for the people around you. Okay. And this is really difficult. Cleaning up and moving on after losing your home is really, really hard. But I think that this really is the best way forward, and we have to look out for the rest of the community and any other potential environmental damages that can happen.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I appreciate that. I was going to ask about the stay order, and so thank you for clarifying that, at least to a certain degree. Just a brief question, just because there is something that I feel needs to be at least discussed and touched on. The letter of request for a hearing was on June 8th, 2025. We are September 23rd, 2025. Their home burned. We have to find a way to deal with the community issue as well as they need to deal with their personal situation. Not sure if it's, they're under oath, so they're homeless at this moment is what they're saying. Why the time frame between June 8th and September 23rd? What is required to bring to us? What more is needed in order to bring us a abatement hearing? I know there's a notification that has a 13 to 30 day window, whatever that actually is, but there's a certain time frame for that. But do you have to gather more evidence, or does your evidence already exist based on the case that's been built until there's a request for a hearing? I'm just kind of curious as to how can we help these individuals who there's a lot of burnouts that occur in people's homes. How can we help them get to their final destination so that they don't have to be homeless for as long as that's possible? And I have another question after that.
I think if I understand your question correctly, there was a fire. They had no other.
If I may, the timeline between June 8th and September 20th. That's my question.
Yeah. So we are a small office. We are a high volume office. We did our best to bring this to the board as as fast as we could. But there are daily operational issues and immediate issues and other issues that come into play that distract us from trying to get some of these things done in a more timely manner. Obviously, I would prefer to get it up to the board. Actually, the extension of time benefited them because they had more time to clean and clear the property and kind of work on their situation. But the code enforcement world in the county, at the county level, is a very busy world. We're doing a lot of different things. We're still trying to upgrade our systems. So there's a lot going on. And on top of that, there's weekly issues that require immediate attention. So we're kind of pulled in a lot of different directions and not having all the staffing we need. We've been doing better at that to be more organized and do these things in a timely manner. But I would just say daily distractions, weekly distractions were the cause of us not being able to bring this in a sooner or more timely manner.
Well, you may not like my response. I think we need to do better. I think for folks who get burned out, people who have trash in front of their yards and they've created a situation for themselves, like that's one thing. For people who unfortunately endured a fire, I think we need to try to expedite some of these processes, whether or not they're getting the job done as far as cleaning up. But I think we need to help expedite some of these things because there can be a trauma impact. There can be some other issue impacts that occurs from that. I don't know how that works, but to me that's a long period of waiting after submitting a letter saying I want a public hearing to wait another 3 months and then some, almost 4 months after the fact. I'd love to see that be reduced if possible. My other question is, are they not allowed to get a permit for a new home until the cleanup and demolition has been done? Or is it possible? Because I know that if you have a permit to build, you can also live temporarily on the property while you're building. Is there a possibility of get a temporary building while you're also doing the demolition and building from a fire burnout?
We encountered this during Valley Fire, and there were, because of the proclamation of community emergency, there was a relaxation in the zoning code. But we did encounter difficulties even with allowing temporary residential use during the cleanup, because you really have to avoid the area that has been contaminated. So we had to make sure that these temporary dwellings during the cleanup period were avoiding that. We have no such relaxation due to community emergency on a day-to-day basis. And so no, we do not issue temporary dwelling permits while the cleanup is taking place.
Well, just again, I know it's outside of the conversation here, but dealing with the fact that somebody's house burns, most people don't have two homes that they can go to. They're going from couch to couch. I'd be willing to have a discussion on, is there a way to relax for somebody who's been burned out and trying to figure out how to not increase our other problems outside of this. But again, that's a separate conversation.
Let's have that at a separate time so we have a really big agenda.
If I could add on that,
you could finish
we did explore their finances and their financial ability to get a temporary dwelling permit and to build a house, put a house on the property, and they could never provide any information that we could rely on or assurances that they had the financial means. I think finances at the end of the day would have been their hang up to get a temporary dwelling permit and a building permit as well. And we did explore the option of a tiny home. They did come in with friends and family and members of their family that claimed to have funds to go through that process to get them in a temporary dwelling situation.
Okay. Okay, I'm a little disturbed at the fact, and I think you guys are doing an amazing job, okay? But I am a little disturbed at the fact that they were arrested during the time that they had to clean up. So that the red tag and doesn't allow them on the property and stay away, issued to stay away from the property prohibits them from cleaning up, in all honesty. And I just don't think that we're really being fair if that be the case. However, in saying that, and I am one that lost my house in the Valley Fire. So I did have other people clean it up, and it was worth it. There's no way we could have financially done it as cheap as having somebody else do it and having the means to do it. And it sounds to me like finances are a big factor in here. So having a place to, I I kind of like what Mr. Bruno had brought up, and I'd had that in my notes as well, a temporary dwelling, even if it was something like a motorhome.
Yeah, we can do that.
We can do that later, but what I'm saying is to work with people in those situations, I think is something we do need to take a look at to make it easier. But not being allowed on the property to clean up makes it impossible to clean up. And I don't know if you have the means to do the work yourself. It may behoove you to go ahead and have it cleaned. I don't know what the price tag would be to have it cleaned, and I don't know that you have the means to do it. So being able to have it done for you and pay for it over time would be something I would also think might make it easier.
All right, so do you want to finish?
I do. I'm not clear that we have accurate information that they were arrested during the correction period. I think that's something that needs to be vetted out, obviously. Deputy Lyons, in my experience and working with him on the copter program, he's very experienced. He's very knowledgeable in public nuisances. I would imagine, in my experience, when we have a code enforcement order in place, they understand that they cannot take an action within that period unless it meets an exemption or exception that they may have or an egregious type of issue. So I'm not clear that actually occurred. I think we need to vet that out.
Okay, thank you for that, Marcus.
With that, at this time, if there's nothing else, we can either take action or, this is in my district, so if someone wants to, Lloyd, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a small correction just for as cleanup purposes, because the board memo itself makes reference to an address number of 6892, but I believe after Manager Beltramo's representation or statements to your board, I believe that was meant to be 6782. That's all.
Mr. Chair, I move that we uphold the notice of nuisance in order to abate and instruct staff to move forward in its abatement process to remove all existing violations from the property address as amended.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. With that, that'll conclude this hearing, and we're going to move on to our next hearing, which is our 6.7. Thank you for coming forward, and apologize that it didn't go where you wanted.
Thank you for your time.
We decide here that we're gonna.
So, we have to move on. You can talk with the staff after. 6.7, consideration of request for hearing regarding code enforcement activity at 7180 Dodge Road, Nice, APN 032-091-18, property owner Diana Anglero. Is there anyone here from this area, or from this? Okay. And so with that, we're going to have the folks swore in who are here on behalf of this item. Yeah, you can stand up here.
Yes.
If you're going to give testimony on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. If you're in Zoom, please raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, no hands in Zoom. All right, with your right hand raised, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, so again, here where an appeal request for a hearing in front of the board was made in regards to a notice of nuisance and an order to abate issued against this property. Property is 7180 Dodge Road in East California. I would also like to make the board aware that we have two expert witnesses, or one code enforcement officer witness and an expert witness. The expert witness is Jack Smalley, the chief building official for the county of Lake, and then Wes Nelson is the code enforcement officer. Wes specializes in substandard structures and unpermitted construction. He also is a licensed contractor as well. That being said, I'll begin with my presentation. Dodge property is located in the Nice. We made a map here. We always like to get context so you know where the property is located in proximity to densely populated areas and lake and environment or other sensitive areas. The property owner is Diana Anglero. I believe she's here today at the podium. The property is zoned SR, is improved with an unpermitted structure. So The structure that is existing there, I do want to reemphasize, it's an unpermitted structure. We deemed it to be an unsafe structure. Later, Wes Nelson, if the board requests, he can give you a description of the construction, how it was constructed, and what unsafe issues are present with the construction on the property. We issued 2 notices against the property. Posted those notices at the property, so she was served with all the proper notifications, letting her know what the violations are and the corrective method. The corrective method in this case would either be get a permit, bring it up to code, or to get a demolition permit and take it down. Here's her request. You've seen her request and her reasons for her request. Here's what the property looks like. And these are the photos taken, and these properties were taken on March 3rd. These photos are reflective of what the property and the condition of the property is today. As you see, a lot of uncompleted construction.
Yes.
Just a quick question I have to ask.
Please.
Is the camera at an angle or is the building at an angle? Because
I'm going to have...
I was looking at the pictures and I just was not sure. I'm thinking the building has an angle, but I'm unsure, so I thought I'd ask.
It is on a slope. There is a grading concern, and I believe our code enforcement officer, Wes Nelson, is the best person to describe that situation based on his observations, but it is on a slope. The property is on a slope. There is a grading issue that has concerns where the fence structure is starting to lean due to the grading issues. But I think our code officer who observed it is in the best position to describe that. And then also, he took this photo, so he can tell you whether he was standing on a slant or the property or the photos on a slant. As you can see, a lot of unfinished construction. My understanding is that this property, this is something we've been dealing with for a while, and we've been trying to work to get this issue corrected. It's, there's just a point where we just had to kind of dig in. We couldn't really work any further. There was really no avenues to compliance, so we just had to issue our notices and kind of move forward. But my understanding, it's half of a camper, and then someone just kind of built in around it. And this is the work that they did when they built around it. Also, I want to emphasize that there is no septic tank on the property. They kind of created their own septic, and it was leaking to the ground. So they built the house before putting a septic in. I think as we all know, you first have to have the septic, the leach lines, and then you determine where you locate your structure on the property so you don't compromise or build over those tanks or leach lines as well. Their power source was a battery connected to some solar panels. That is also a fire risk and an issue in itself, unpermitted electrical. You can see the headers were installed without proper framing support, propane fueled water heater installed with no exhaust system. I do also want to explain to the board, we did have extensive communication with Ms. Angelero. We did try to explore any pathways to compliance that may help her in her situation. It is a sad situation, and I do feel for the property owner in this situation. She bought a property thinking that she could have a house on there, only to come to find out that the house is unpermitted, not up to code, and requires a lot more than she thought. So I am sympathetic to the property in this situation, but at the same time, it is unpermitted. It is constructed poorly. If it stays up there, it would be a safety issue to the welfare of any occupants. Also, if that house is to fall and go down, it could cause potential property damage or a safety issue to an individual. If that house is to collapse or if there's any seismic activity that would destabilize it. And then you also have the health and safety issue of no septic, and waste has been leaking onto the ground or being discharged onto the ground, which is a environmental health issue as well. That being said, I conclude my portion of the presentation. I'm asking the board to uphold our notice and allow us to move forward with the demolition. The chief building official has reviewed the property. I think he just left for an emergency phone call, if I had to take a guess. So he can provide any, answer any questions that the board may have. And then our code officer, Wes Nelson, is also here to answer any questions, as he was on site, and he can describe his observations from a direct standpoint or first person standpoint.
Thank you for that. Diana, would you like to go ahead and speak to us about this hearing?
Yes. I bought the property, I think, in September of 22, and it was absolutely filthy, and it absolutely needs to be cleaned. I just want to say that. And I cleaned it I cleaned it with my sons, my family, friends, for 2 years. I cleaned everything. You have been very nice because they told me what to do and about the dumps, and I've done everything they said. In the process, my hip came out. I've been hospitalized 4 times this year, but I got the job done. The property is clean, and I moved. He asked me to move those solar panels. I moved them myself. I went out there and I got a drill and I moved it myself. I did the dumps by myself. I did everything. That property is built on rock. I challenge you, I'd like another person to go out there, because that house is built on rock. It's not gonna fall down the mountain, I guarantee you. And so I bought it. There was an old man. He died recently. The neighbors have confirmed that. This house has been in full use for, I don't know, 20 years or something. I saw chickens there, like 30. People were living there. I know they sold me my dream, but what I saw was real. You know, I saw a real dream. And they said I bought a vacant lot, but it wasn't vacant. I bought my home. I spent all my money on it when my mom died. And so I was taking it apart, and everything's out, and I'm living the way I guess you want me to live, and that's unsuitable for me. And I feel that the house has been there for 30 years. You know, somebody lived and died there. They sold it to me. You guys live right upstairs. Like, what? Red tag, court, police. You're right here. You have lunch together. I don't understand why the code enforcement, you don't have a little computer algorithm that if it was red tagged 1 week, you know, now the computer's 1 day. If it's red tagged in a week, then when that 30 days went by, it should have just been flagged and the sale stopped. You know, I feel the county is partly responsible. And then I lived there for 2 years, and I'm so graciously grateful for that. But also, I worked my butt every day, 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, cleaning it. And so I want to work out a way it's pre-existing, and I want to work out a way that you could come, and I'll do whatever you say to fix it.
All right. Any questions? Is there anyone else in the chambers that would like to speak on this? Yes. Yeah, if we have questions, we'll ask Jack to come up. Go ahead, Supervisor Tues.
I have a little more, sorry. It's okay.
If you could make it, yes, if you could.
I complied, like I said, I did the dumps, I did everything. And then I tried to do the demolition permit, but I'm old, and they just recently, a couple months ago, changed over to this weird thing, and you have to use it with the computer, and I don't know how to do that, and I'm trying. But I did manage to do some of it, and I managed to go to the air quality, because I'm trying to work with them. I did everything they asked, and it stopped at the air quality department. Cost me $1,000, and I don't even have food. I have canaries I raise, and the property, when I bought the house, it was surrounded with bales of hay. I kid you not. It was like a Adobe home. I took all the hay off, but what is still there is what I bought. And I have canaries there, and in the bale of hay was 3 cats, and I never had cats in my life, and now I have 5 kittens. But anyway, that's not the point. Point is, it's pre-existing, and I'd like to work with the county. And I paid $1,000 for this report, and that's where it stopped. They haven't finished it or contacted me or anything.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, outside of the electrical and the other hazardous stuff like the septic, just kind of right now would be for demolition. That would be the abatement that is proposed. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So we're proposing a demolition, but if she's willing to get the permits, get septic in there and get it permitted up to code, we wouldn't have an issue with that.
And my comment that I want to continue with is I don't want to destroy good bones if there's possibilities, and I'd like to hear from the building inspector of, is this a salvageable building, or does it really just need to go because there's no way to save it?
And just to be clear with the board, part of our processes is when we review these substandard structures, our code enforcement officer, Wells Nelson, he does work with the building official to see if the property does meet that criteria for demolition. So we just don't make this decision. We go to our expert, which in this county is our chief building official. We have him review photos. He's also been to the property, I believe. And so he's assessed this himself, and I think it's probably best that he come up here and speak. And relay his observations, concerns, and his assessment of the property so that the board has that information to possibly make a decision on.
So if you'd like to come up, please, and give us your input.
Good morning, afternoon, board. My name is Jack Smiley. I'm the chief building official for the county. So just a little history on this. I had a building inspector out there two and a half years ago, and there was a little travel trailer built inside this thing with a big garage. That looks like it's either been pulled out or modified to part of the house. There, in my opinion, there's parts of the roof that are built with TGIs laying flat, which has no structural support for a roof. One of the pictures on there, I think hillside stability can cause an issue with it, with the house. And there's just a number of things where I see, like I said, structural support, items like that, and again, like Marcus says, if she's willing to put the plans together, submit for a permit, get the septic up to par, I think that I don't see any problem why the building department couldn't move forward with that.
Has that been proposed to her during this process?
I believe
that
so.
That hasn't happened.
No, I believe it's been proposed.
How much time would that incur?
It all depends on whether she can get plans drawn up, how she can submit the application, pay for the building permit, and then you're going into the winter season, so construction's a little slower in the winter season due to weather. But Jack, you have any comments?
I mean, you have to keep in mind, the county reduced the minimum size of housing from 720 to 360. So 360 is a very feasible size house to build. We actually have free plans on our website now as well, that you don't have to pay money to have these plans drawn up and everything. We already have one. We have one. I'm sorry. We have one online for 432 square feet that's free to the public.
All right.
There's aspects of the plans that you have to complete, like the sprinklers and the Title 24, but for the most part, they're there.
And I also
I have a question because you mentioned that you were trying to get a demolition permit.
Well, because I was trying to
Come to the microphone.
Yes, come on.
Yes, because I wanted to comply, because I wanted to fix it. My dream home, that wasn't really my dream home, as you could tell. I wanted to fix it. And so I cleaned it all, and they never got back to me, and I thought it was okay. And then they came back 2 years later, and it's like, nope, this is... And then I did take the tank out, because you saw that I only have that little water heater, and he said, this is absolutely not okay, and he warned me I could die, and I didn't know that, and I took it out even before he left.
So is your intent to demo this house and
My intent
build,
is to do whatever I have to do to save it, because my canaries and animals, that's all we have.
But you want to save the structure? Or do you want to demo it and build something new?
I'd like to work with them and come up with a solution. I'd like to keep, you see, this is a recycled house. Everything here is free.
But this is not a safe place to live.
That's what, if you come in there, you will think differently. I invite you to come over.
Is it really slanted like this?
No.
Is this the picture?
It's a picture.
Jack?
It's on flat land. You should come see.
Let's let Jack speak.
Sorry.
Or actually, go ahead, Marcus, briefly.
Question regarding slope. I think Maria pulled up the slope on GIS.
I actually just passed Jack a note. Typically, this may be an even or a flat area, but it's very slim, surrounded by 30% slope. There are severe slopes out here, and I actually was checking to see if these were substandard older subdivisions due to the slope. They're not, but I was then passing a question to Jack to see, typically when we have these slopes, we're looking for a geotechnical report on the compaction of the soil. this may have a foundation on it already that hasn't been looked at. We're going to need that. So bringing this house, this particular house, into compliance is not going to be inexpensive.
Right. It's probably easier to have this house demoed and rebuild something new if you wanted to rebuild a tiny home or use one of these plans. But the fact is, there's no septic, there's no water, there's no power.
There's a redwood septic. You guys are telling me things that aren't
So
there,
ma-
but are there.
It is not compliant.
Well, that's true.
Right.
Go ahead, Jack.
And that, though, these are all of the issues.
But I bought it that way, and you knew it.
So, ma'am, let's go ahead, Jack.
So, along with any structure in Lake County, because the high seismic zone we live in has to have a foundation, a perimeter concrete foundation. I don't know if this has it, but there are the slopes that are a concern. Slope stability on the downhill side of that would be a concern. But again, there are designs for smaller houses that would be much more safer. So,
And the ability to get utilities to this property?
well, if it's so PG&E has a plan that if it's going to be a considerable hardship to get PG&E to somewhere, you can go off grid, and we allow that. Community development does allow that.
And water?
The septic, well, the water there has to be a way to get water there.
And there's no well. And
Is there a well?
And there's a tank, a 3,000-gallon tank, and the truck comes up and fills it up when it's empty. And I water that land, and I
don't
meet
know.
with everything. It's safe.
Yeah, I don't know how that works out with planning having a water tank. But the septic, water, power can be off grid. So
these all need to be in the plans
yes, ma'am.
before a permit.
And there's no
Yes.
plans as of now.
And yes.
Okay. All right, Helen, go ahead.
Yeah. Also, a less expensive way might be a smaller modular, single wide modular. I have a feeling that finances, again, are playing a role. And the last thing we want to do is to have somebody put another person out on the streets. So seeing what you can do, whatever's financially feasible, whether you can bring it up to legal, but we also have to look at the structure that's there and what the county code was at that time when it was put in, right? I mean, do we need to look at that? That's a question.
Very true, but the considerable amount of work that needs to be done to this would all of that would have to be current code. My suggestion would be to have a designer or engineer go up there, take a look at it, measure it out, and see what is actually salvageable.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, that was just my question. Because obviously there's a financial aspect to this, and like I said, the last thing we want to do is have somebody else under a bridge. So
Go ahead, Marcus, go ahead. Ma'am, you'll go out right after, and I'll
And
go
the
after
the
Marcus.
building, so the building codes that are applicable is not when the structure is built, it's when the application is submitted and reviewed by our plans examiner.
I see.
So if she submitted her application today for a building permit, the codes as they sit today would be the codes applicable, not at the time that was constructed. And if I had to guess, Jack is a better witness on this, or expert, can give better testimony on this. The codes have not changed that much in the last 2 or 3 years.
Okay.
Well, if it was a permitted structure and it was done 12 years ago, it would some of that would be based off of that code. But any new construction to it or repairs would have to be current code.
Right. Well, it sounds like what she had mentioned was that there was an elderly person that had lived there for, it sounds like, many years. So, if it was 30 years ago, or, I just didn't know if any of it would be still pertinent today to make it a little easier. If not, that was just a question.
Again, if it was a permitted structure then.
Okay.
And I'd like to add, we do our research before we go to these properties. Part of our built-in processes is to do research for building permits or zoning permits. We did not find any permits on record.
I see.
All right, so ma'am, you had one more thing to
And
say.
I'm sorry, I'd just like to add one other thing. Unfortunately, in this, I apologize, Board Chair. In the Nice area, you have a lot of unpermitted construction up there.
Right.
A lot.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Ma'am, if you can finish.
And I just wanted to add that you're mentioning about the financial part of it. My family, I have 4 sons in a Marine, and my ex-husband does construction, license, and that's how I got this done, was their help, and I have their help, even though I don't make a lot of money.
Okay.
Thank you. So my mind's thinking, what's more comparable, to help her with what's current, or like Supervisor Pyska said, going through this process and then rebuilding? How does that look for you all? Can you do either? How does it work for you?
We code enforcement, and I apologize, I don't mean to speak for the whole department, but I would say code enforcement, our position be whatever works out for everybody, for the county, the surrounding community, and for the property owner. I mean, obviously, we're always looking for those solutions, but in this case, I don't know that, this property is just sitting there. It's been sitting here for 2-3 years. The question is, do you want this property just sitting there in this state for another 2 or 3 years? I think finances is a real issue. If there was a plan
Ma'am.
if there was a plan in place where we could have, certain timetables set up, that's what we call a compliance plan. We would be all for that, but unfortunately, and with no disrespect, the property owner has not provided any assurances or anything that tangible that we can rely on.
Ma'am, let's finish. I will give you the opportunity to speak one more time.
She did get the asbestos report, and that's the first step, but then you have to come up with the money to demo it, and then also to remove the asbestos material by a properly certified or licensed hazmat person, and then to have a demo company. I would say this is probably in the range of $20,000 to $25,000. So the question is, I hope it does happen, and I hope you do get a home on this property that's in compliance and safe. And that's the major thing. It's not safe for anybody to be in there. And then also, if people want to go in and just live in there and do whatever in there, it's a safety issue for them as well. So,
all right, Supervisor Sabatier, you have your pen up.
Just reviewing these pictures some more, I think the second picture is what kind of sells me. Sorry, not the second picture, the fourth picture, where you can see what looks like maybe 2x12s that are falling apart, and there's the pipeline for the sewer right underneath it, which goes into a hole. Like the whole thing seems to be deteriorating. A good atmospheric river is going to have more erosion. The building is right there. I think eventually the inevitable is that this does need to be demolished, and hopefully we can get something new. Wondering if there can be a conditional where if in 30 days you don't get a permit and we go ahead and move forward, that way we don't have to come back. Wondering if that's possible, just to give her the benefit of the doubt that maybe in 30 days we can make things happen. If it doesn't, then we move forward with the demolition, and hopefully we can get a tiny home, something that's acceptable and appropriate to build there. If that's to your liking, Chair, since this is in your district.
I actually like that.
So we call that a compliance plan. If we had something in writing where she said that she would complete these goals at a set time, that would be something we're open to. Obviously, I'm not the director. That's something that a director would have to probably agree to as well, or have some say in. But at the end of the day, it's a difficult property to build on. And
Maria.
It may be helpful for the board if we just took a brief break, because I'm pretty sure she's going to need to have a well installed as well. I'm bouncing off staff if we've ever approved a single-family residence permit with only a water tank from outside water source. I don't think we have. I never have in 18 years. But we have staff checking to see if that's ever been done. But either way, there's extensive work. Digging a well, getting a new septic, excavation, and with that septic into whatever, I don't even know the construction, but to retrofit an existing home to current code is going to be significant with engineered plans and that kind of turnaround.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any evidence with all of these safety concerns on this construction that it's salvageable. But I mean, I haven't heard from a licensed contractor to know that. I mean, I'd be okay if that was checked, but where I'm leaning right now is that there's too many issues here and that I don't think we can allow this structure to continue with what we have in front of us today.
Helen, you had your pen up, and then ma'am,
I
I'll go
did.
back to you. Go ahead.
I would like to see, as I understood when you were speaking, that part of your problem is a lot of it being on the computer and you not really understanding or something. So what I would like to see is if somebody from code enforcement can sit down with you, realistic options as far as what your avenues look like with the county. And I don't know, Ms. Maria, if you have, if you can do that, or if you can assign somebody to
We
that.
have staff available during all business hours to assist people with our OpenGov.
And let her
e-permitting
know
system.
exactly what she needs to do to come in compliance, and what it would look like if she were to try to fix that, and what her options are as far as going forward with another structure, a small home or something.
We would be happy to share the zoning clearance checklist we perform on every dwelling permit, which does include a sustainable or a water source, a secure water source.
Yes.
So a well, a septic system.
Sure.
Redesign the plans, stay away from the existing septic, whatever it would take to treat that, which I defer to EH. Special Districts was also watching this. They're checking to see what options there are for a sewer connection. But they haven't gotten back. They're haven't finished that. But either way, basic health and safety standards
Yeah.
Sure.
would be a lot
I'm
for
glad you
this
mentioned that,
property.
'cause I did totally,
No
yeah.
matter what they do.
Yeah.
Whether it's a new home or
Yep.
existing home, they have to do all the.
But just letting her know what her avenues are. Kind of her,
Sewer is not an option for this location. It's too remote. So it would need a new septic.
yes, septic, yes.
Which my son could build.
And we have been through those. Miss Angelero has been down to our department. She has met with our planning and our building division. So we had these discussions.
And I only stopped because I put appeal and come here. Otherwise, I don't like living like that. I would, I'll do whatever they want.
And a well.
I'm gonna let this gentleman come up and,
Or get a trailer.
ma'am, he's coming up.
Good afternoon. I'm Wesley Nelson, Lake County Code Enforcement Code Officer. This was my case. It was one of the first cases I started working here. I felt really bad for this lady because when she did buy the property, at the same time period, a non-compliance was put on the property due to the structures from the Building and Safety Division. I went above and beyond trying to help her out. I went to the Solano Women in Medicine, and I spoke with a gentleman there named Leland Buckmaster, who met with her and was going over different options. He was looking at the property where he brought it to my attention about the septic systems on the property. There was concerns with that when he went down to environmental health, so I went down there and discussed it with him as well. There was never a permit for that property for septic. The previous owner applied for a percolation test but never followed through. However, each adjoining property around them have all failed their percolation tests. And due to the 30% grade, they said that a lot of the engineered septic systems would not work either. And if you look at some of my concerns with the hillside too, we're looking at the bottom side of the hill right here. If you see, those are fence posts in the ground. Those are probably 6-foot fence posts buried in the ground as a retaining wall. And I do not have the pictures to show it now, but they're actually leaning, so the whole thing is shifting down the hillside. The septic tank that you are seeing is the old abandoned one, just directly below here. That's the abandoned one. There is a dug hole in the ground with a pit that the new pipe goes into. So whatever system they had before had failed, and they had dug a pit. When asked her about it, she told me it had been there the whole time. I was questionable about that because everything had green grass, and where this pit was, there was zero grass. So it was definitely shown that something had been done there in that time frame that, in a short time frame, because there was no grass growing on it. We were able to move it to the side and find redwood lumber and water underneath it as like a holding septic tank.
What is the time frame? When did you get involved and when did these?
This was in about March, I believe, or May.
So well over 6 months.
Well over 6 months ago. So once the appeal happened, we kind of just wait to see what was happening. But
This issue's been going on for years. It's just now that we have staffing, we are now starting to address all these substandard issues, and we have a CDBG grant to start really addressing these, and I think the county has I'm sorry.
But you've been working with her for a couple of years.
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Again, I think it's inevitable what needs to happen, but I'm still willing to say, seriously, work with staff. You have 30 days. If you can't figure out in 30 days to get permits lined up, then I think we just need to move forward and start doing the abatement ourselves. But I don't want to see this come back because I think there's inevitability that it probably needs to be demolished. But I also want to make sure that we don't take out homes that can be fixed if we don't have to. And so I'm still looking at the conditional just to have that opportunity.
I feel like staff has shown that they've worked with her for a long time. This is inevitable. This is a public safety hazard to the community. We're still in fire season. We will be in fire season for the next 30 days. This puts everybody at risk, and this is an unsafe place to live. And I really feel, I understand that this is a really difficult situation, but again, my comments are the same as the last one. An abatement will give you a fresh start, and that's what you need on this property, to figure out a safe place to live. And there are a lot of different programs that can help once you have a blank canvas to work with.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, I mean, where I'm at is upholding the request. I think, there could have been, if that was a possibility, that there was a contractor that could say it could be fixed, that could have been presented today. I'm not seeing any of that evidence, and because of the multitude of safety concerns with the building, I have to support this request.
Is there, someone wants to make?
I'll make the motion.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I move that we uphold the notice of nuisance in order to abate and instruct staff to move forward with its abatement process to remove the structure by demolition.
Second.
Before we vote, I'd like to hear from the chair, since this is your district, and I will support your position for this.
We're just ready to take the vote.
You're ready to move on?
Yes, I'm ready to move forward.
And
So I
so
have
am
a
I.
motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. All right, so follow up with code enforcement, and we'll go from there. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break briefly, and we'll come back at 11:28. All right, welcome back. We're going to move on to our next item, 6.7B, addendum, consideration of support in the amount of $26,000 for the Lake County Economic Development Corporation and $34,000 for the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. Ben Rickelman, we'll go ahead and give the floor to you.
Good morning, Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. I'm here with a funding request for two different organizations, the Lake County Economic Development Corporation and the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. There was an appearance before the board a few weeks ago regarding the chamber. Since then, there's been a few developments, which I believe are important for consideration. First, the board and the chamber have decided to do, I guess, what we called a soft merger. So they would remain separate organizations, but they would share an executive director, who will be Nicole Flora, who's currently the executive director for the EDC. Nicole has a large amount of economic development experience in Lake County, has worked and set up several different programs. I think this will be good for both organizations. Both of their boards have explored how this will impact their operations and what Nicole can bring. It also provides the chamber some cost savings, which is important with having a part-time director. So they are on their own working for more efficiencies. There's also planning regarding kind of the chamber's programming and what direction that might go, and that has sounded promising. And then regarding the EDC, so the EDC has since 2019 received a grant from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. It's the Rural Business Development Grant. It's about $109,000 annually. They were anticipating that being awarded this year, and that has not happened. So
they've reached out to and have been working with Congressman Thompson's office to try to figure out what's going on with it. They have not gotten a response at the moment. The administration office has also started working with Paragon to try to identify and have them receive the funds. So with all that taken into consideration, we're coming back with this funding request. I think I'm more supportive of it this time than a few weeks ago because of this new structure. I think will really be beneficial for entrepreneurial support in Lake County. I think the EDC does a bunch of good programming. And so the county has supported the EDC with a $10,000 annual match for this RBDG. So, and just to kind of cover what all the EDC does, it's part of the Small Business Development Center network. So it provides free one-on-one consulting service, which I think is really important. It is part of a national network through the Small Business Administration. It can be both kind of experts on certain types of business operations and then with the type of industry. They also have a Spanish language program, which plugs into the Hispanic SBDC network, which I also think is really important. They have a USDA revolving loan portfolio that supports small business. And so through the last several years in Lake County, we've built out this ecosystem to support small business. We also have the CBDG microenterprise program, which isn't part of this, but I think complements it well. And so I think there's certain operational efficiencies here. There's stronger collaboration, and then there's this unexpected funding. I know there was the concern raised regarding sometimes the chambers can be political organizations, they're 501c6. I think that's an important consideration. Previous agreements between the county and the chamber that happened in the 2010s, there's been annual agreements which have specifies the funding cannot be used for any political matters. So I'd be comfortable with an agreement of that sort, and the chamber has been supportive of that. The chamber is also, they've stated they've gone in more of a convener role than political advocacy. So like the Lake Pillsbury Town Hall, and that's what they want to do in this upcoming year. So it doesn't, I think those are good strategies to address those concerns. But also, and I'm just trying to think through how to structure this. So I think that addresses most of the concerns. We do, so the EDC, if they receive the Rural Business Development Grant, they would repay the amount. So that's what we're concentrating on right now, but where federal funding stands at the moment, we're not sure. So we want to have this continuity of service, and I think this funding would really assist with that. We have Nicole Flora here. Nicole, do you want to add any comments?
Thank you, Ben. Good morning, Lake County Supervisors. My name is Nicole Flora, and I'm the Executive Director of the Lake County Economic Development Corporation. Before I share my statement, I'd like to present a letter of support from the EDC's Board President. Unfortunately, he wasn't here to speak on behalf of this request today, but he did send this to the county offices after hours last night, so I printed some copies for you to have in your records. I want to thank you for considering this joint funding request submitted in partnership with the Lake County Chamber of Commerce and the Visitor Center. The EDC was founded under a different name but similar mission in 1987. Since then, through various iterations, it has provided support to your local businesses. First, with a locally managed loan program, which we still continue today, and later with free one-on-one business advising, workshops, and leading initiatives like industry events, such as the Restaurant Expo, the Restaurant Week, and the Heart Hub, among many others. However, this year we face a serious challenge. Our USDA Rural Business Development Grant expires on September 30. The federal office has yet to inform partners of the plans for their next allocation of funding. Without the requested support, the EDC's ability to deliver services is at risk. So that's why this joint request is so important. By co-locating and sharing staff with the Lake County Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center, we can create a lean, efficient model that reduces overhead and maximizes impact. This funding will allow us to retain key personnel, continue our programming, and ensure that Lake County businesses, entrepreneurs, and visitors have access to the resources that they need. Thank you for considering partnering with our agencies to keep the momentum going while our funding remains in flux. With your support, we can continue building a resilient business and tourism economy that reflects the best of Lake County.
Just like to add a few other notes. So this funding request would come from funds that are currently allocated for the future. I'm going to come to the board planning October 7th for a fee deferral program. So just the top line amount with the budget a few weeks ago. But I think it's still reasonable to operate, to capitalize the fund with that reduction. So it'd go from 900,000 to 840,000. So that is a deferral for primarily impact fees to encourage development in the county. And I think that's really important, and this can definitely help on the margins for that. But to balance that and keeping our entrepreneurial small business support system strong is why I thought it was a good decision, or at least a recommendation for that shift. And then does anyone from the chamber want to speak briefly?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, good afternoon, Lake County Board of Supervisors. My name is Amanda Martin, and this is my last week as being CEO of the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. So if you recall the last time that I was here advocating for the County of Lake to reestablish the funding of the Chamber's operation of the Vista Point Visitor Center, discussion was had about looking at ways that all of our different organizations could collaborate. And today, what we're really excited about is that we're bringing you just that solution. So through partnership with the Economic Development Corporation and shared executive leadership with Nicole Flora, this is a really wonderful proposal, in my opinion. So this proposal has been approved and enthusiastically backed by both the Lake County Chamber of Commerce Board Directors and the Economic Development Corporation Board Directors. So I just want to refresh and reiterate why the original funding request came before you from the Chamber. And that funding request is for the Lake County Chamber of Commerce to reestablish funding support from the County of Lake for the Chamber's operation of the Vista Point Visitor Center, which is a county-designated facility and function. So the County of Lake and the Lake County Chamber of Commerce have had this partnership for over 22 years, where the Chamber is operating this visitor center. But as I've said, for the past 6 years, the Lake County Chamber of Commerce has received zero funding support from the County of Lake to do this. So again, that means that the Chamber's small business membership are the ones keeping the doors open of the visitor center. That's what all of this is about from the Chamber's perspective. So this is what this request is for. It's not for the Chamber's programs or advocacy work. So in a commitment to collaboration, the Chamber Board of Directors have decided to share our original request of $60,000 with the Economic Development Corporation, granting the EDC $26,000 and lowering the chamber's request to $34,000. So again, but we're excited about this proposal. And what we respectfully request from you today is to also be a part of this collaboration. And I personally think that this can set a great example and precedence for all of Lake County, that we are always stronger when working together, collaborating, and uplifting each other's work. So thank you for your consideration of this item today. And just on a personal note, thank you for the opportunity to work with you over my tenure here at the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. It's been a true pleasure. So thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Don.
Board of Supervisors, thank you. My name is Don Smith. I represent Adventist Health on the Board of Directors of the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. And Amanda, want to echo what she was saying in terms of our board. We have had a great season with Amanda at the helm as our executive director. And we've learned a lot of things under her leadership, she's brought some things forward. We've looked at some things in the past, and we're excited about moving forward. We're excited about the opportunity. The board is excited about this new structure of collaboration and moving forward in partnerships, not only with the EDC, but with business organizations across our county and with the county itself. Meeting with Ben, we've talked about ways that the chamber can be a voice for the good things that the county is doing as it regards to business and those kinds of things. But again, when we come back to it, we think about, keeping the doors to the visitor center open, but also our ability to advocate, and that word, using it carefully, but advocate for good business opportunities all across our county. And we're excited about what the future holds with this new structure moving forward and viability. So we thank you for listening and hearing this in consideration.
All right. So with that, who was first? All right.
I think this is a good plan. We've talked a lot about efficiencies over this year, and this is a way to bring efficiencies to both of these organizations. My questions were answered because, as you know, I have concerns about public dollars being used for a private or membership benefit. So as long as the funds are used for public benefit only, I'm okay with that. And also, if the grant does come through and is funded, if those funds could be repaid, I'm okay with that too. Yeah, moving forward, this is a plan that works for me. Is this intended as one time?
Yes. So that's what the discussion
better.
has been, and that's how the memo's framed. It's not a annual operating agreement. So yes, this is considered a one-time.
Okay, so will there be a contract that's drafted that has this non-advocacy language in it?
Yes.
Different advocacy, Dawn?
Yeah. So because the change in director happened and the boards for the two organizations moving fairly quickly, there just wasn't time to get an agreement together.
Okay.
We wanted to get in front of the board before Amanda was done with her tenure with the chamber. But yes, we plan to put in an agreement together.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. Starting with the chamber portion of it, I have been in support of assisting them, since we were talking about the budget with regard to the visitor center. I think that that's a county function that we've supported them for years on that county function. We own that facility. The intent was years ago that, we would help provide funding to operate that visitor center and keep the doors open. So I think that with regard to that part of it, we can have language in that agreement showing that the $34,000 is for the visitor center portion of the operation to continue to run that. I think that's would be very simple language to show that. As far as the The EDC, I know our board was in favor back when we talked about this before of looking at further opportunities and collaboration is my recollection. And I think, staff's gone out and worked with those groups, and we have an opportunity to have some more collaboration with, we don't necessarily have to have multiple organizations that are kind of doing the same thing. So I think the more we can collaborate, the better. And this is an opportunity to get that started. And with this, funding for this year, I think we have more opportunities to continue to work with the Chamber, the EDC, and other groups to even make further forward movement in trying to organize better and collaborate better. I think the the Economic Development Corporation, one of our significant priorities is economic development, and we already have a partnership with them. So I think it's important that we assist with that. We don't know what the USDA grant funding is going to come through. So, I'm happy to get paid back if that funding comes through and if everything fits with their audits. But at the same time, if it doesn't, then I'm not worried about that. I think it's supporting what we already are involved in with trying to improve our economic development. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Spatier, and then I'll go to you, Lars. Or, Lars, go ahead.
Okay. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. I realize this is before public input, but just in a response to Supervisor Rasmussen, it's important to note that the county does not own the facility. The county is under an operating agreement with the city and, to quite honest, originally with the state as well, Caltrans. So the county is responsible for maintenance of the facility and the grounds. The building itself and the grounds are owned by the city of Lakeport. So I just wanted to add that clarity for you.
All right. Go ahead, Supervisor Spatier.
I want to start out with Ms. Martin. I know that you are on your way out, and thank you for not stepping away, because that would be easy. Thank you for still being here. Thank you for continuing to advocate, and appreciate that you have had both feet in the entire time and still right now. And so it's so easy to walk away when you know your time is getting short, and but here you are continuing to advocate. Yes, I appreciate the comments from Vice Chair Rasmussen in the sense that there was kind of a hope for conversations of how do we work better together. That happened fast. But I'm hoping it's not the last of the conversations. I will say today I'm in support. I want to make sure that we get good reporting on the return on the investment, on what it is that we get from continuing this relationship or starting this relationship, rebooting the relationship. But I think it's important that we figure out what's the measurements that we want and how do we enhance those measurements in the future so that we are doing a service to those that are coming to our community to know where to go, and so on and so forth. Personal statement. I can appreciate that maybe in a contract we say this money cannot be used for such and such. But I still want to see, and that's going to be based on you guys, but I want to see you guys advocating as hard as you can for your businesses. And then that's if that's disagreeing with us in the sense of what we're about to enact here at this board, that's where your voice is most important. And I don't think that should have any bearing on this relationship, because we need to understand and hear all points and angles at all times and not quiet those voices for the future so that we better understand what we're doing and the impact we have. I know it's not in there, but we spoke about membership. I hope we can still do that. If we can be a member of CSAC, a member of NACO, a member of RCRC, who are advocacy groups, I don't see why we can't be embedded in the Lake County Chamber of Commerce as well. I just don't see that as being a problem. Again, just me looking for future conversation on that. The Lake County Economic Development Corporation has done a great job of not only providing resources for our local businesses, but bringing people from the outside as well, with all of their marketing that they do, all of their not conferences, but their expos and their other gatherings that they put together. I just spoke to a supervisor from Trinity County. He's going to be coming down in January for the expo that's happening. And I'm sure he's one of many that will be coming into the county because it's a regional draw. So I appreciate the programs that they do. I think there's a lot of overlap between the two groups. I think there's still a lot of overlaps with other groups. And that's when I'll mention the last one, which is the Clear Lake Chamber of Commerce. They also run a visitor center. They have not requested money. Closed mouths don't get fed. They probably should ask. But at the same time, I'm hoping that in the future, there's more talks of better collaboration and better consolidation of the same type of agency so we can work better countywide. And I apologize. My last comment. I know we also had a visitor center in the Lucerne area, I believe it used to be, if I'm correct. And I think that was a loss when that shut down. And so I don't want to see the one in Lakeport shut down. I don't want to see the one in Clear Lake shut down. I think we need to continue to have easy to access resources for people within our community and coming from outside of our community to make sure that they know where to go and what services we're offering here in the area. So today I'll be supporting this offer, and thank you for bringing it to us.
All right. Supervisor Owen?
Well, I'm excited. This is something I wanted to see, and I'm very much in support of it. I think it's important, and I think that the work that you're doing is important. I did go and visit with Amanda. Thank you. Just went poof. So Miss Amanda at the visitor center, and we had some really good talks. We also talked about some things that are missing in our community, the pamphlets and that kind of stuff. So we did bring up some of those issues. There's also, though I'm very much supportive of this, one of the things that was brought to my attention recently was having things available when visitors are here, quite often on the weekends. And so Friday, Saturday, Sunday kind of times, and that's something I think needs to be looked at, is having visitor centers open when we have them in the area. So I hope that we can look at that as well, and expanding our visitor centers back to what they were, a decade or more ago. I remember there was one in Middletown, there was one in Lucerne. So looking at that expansion, I think if at all possible, and perhaps with you guys teaming up, that might be something that we could really realize. So no, I'm excited. Thank you.
All right, with that, I know that we had heard from a couple of folks in the public, but I'm going to open it up for the public in case there's anyone else that'd like to make a comment on this item. Go ahead, come on up.
Good morning, Tom Lasik. I also want to thank Ms. Martin for her service to the community and to the chamber. When this was brought up a few weeks ago, my concern was not that they needed money or anything like that, but it'd be done properly and that there's a way forward. I think Supervisor Pyska was concerned about it, and rightly so. So the money's going to the EDC, which is a fine organization, as is the Chamber of Commerce. I just ask that it be made in a way that is contractual, is binding. It's not construed as a gift or anything else that would then cause the county to have to retract it for procedural reasons. So it has a written service agreement or contract. You need the reporting, you need the auditing. It needs to be for something specific like the visitor center or a specific program. So it's just as a friendly reminder. I think from what I hear, you're all on board on that. I still have a concern with conflict of interest as being the county funding supervisors as board members themselves. I don't see a problem with individual board members, joining any group. That's a First Amendment privilege that we all have. But I do have a concern with conflict if the Board of Supervisors of the county itself sponsors that. I think you all have the resources to do it individually. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, come on up, Wilda.
Hello, Board. Will DeShock, Economic Development Consultant with the City of Lakeport and Secretary of the Lake County Tourism Improvement District. As you know, I have a background in destination marketing, visitor services, economic development, workforce development. With those experiences, I feel in a unique position to encourage your support, your continuing support. Think beyond the immediate, think into the future, the potential for collaboration. I think some of the work that's underway, in particular what Nicole and the EDC has started with a business roundtable. There's the opportunity for more networking with some of our business associations, including the Clear Lake Chamber, some of the other volunteer entities in the county, bringing a stronger force for that. I think there's a lot of potential. So, and I would like to read a statement from Brian Fisher, the Executive Director of the TID, who is traveling. So officially, the Lake County Economic Development Corporation and the Lake County Chamber of Commerce are vital partners in advancing the mission of the Lake County Tourism Improvement District. Together, we have successfully delivered high-impact conferences highlighting Lake County's diverse industries and produced 2 professional visitor guides that promote the very best our county has to offer. These collaborations have strengthened our economy, elevated our visibility, and created measurable benefits for local businesses. For these reasons, the Lake County Tourism Improvement District strongly endorses bridge funding for these 2 essential organizations whose continued work is critical to sustaining Lake County's growth and success. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Come on up.
My Board of Supervisors, thank you so much. I'm Michelle Carson, Chair of the Lake County Certified Tourism Ambassador Program, which is under the umbrella of the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. I first want to thank Nicole, Flora, and Amanda Martin for all the work that they do. I just want to, Helen, to your point of, and Bruno's too, of working with the other chamber, with the Clear Lake Chamber. I want to offer up the CTA program to help with some of that bridging. I totally agree that that is a direction we should be heading, and looking at other visitor center locations. I'm fairly new to the county, so I wasn't aware of a Middletown and a Lucerne visitor center, but totally agree they should be in those areas. So if there's a way the CTAs can be involved in that. And Helen, to your point of having visitor centers open on weekends when tourists are here, would love to offer up seeing if there's a way CTAs can be involved with helping staff that. I'm speaking on behalf of all of them, and we'll see if we can get some visitors, but I would love to explore that. So thank you. Thank you for your consideration for all of this.
Thank you.
you.
There's not any other comment. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Board. Margot Kambara, Lake County resident. My comments are based on written public comment sent earlier this morning. Thank you for your commitment to budget and fiscal stewardship and quality outcomes, priorities identified during your governance workshop in March. In that spirit, I respectfully recommend against the requested fund stabilization for Lake County Economic Development Corporation, EDC, and Lake County Chamber of Commerce, the Chamber, as it's presented to you now. As Supervisor or Vice Chair Rasmussen has suggested, I see that as a way forward to meet the needs of the community, the business community, and to preserve the independence of your board and that of the county. To have funds allocated for a specific line item rather than a nebulous contribution for administrative costs I think that is a good way forward. But to continue my prepared remarks, so in that spirit of your governance workshop, I respectfully suggest that you take a closer look at the idea of that shared executive director, because if it's just funds for administrative costs, it weakens accountability, blurs governance, and misaligns with outcome-based funding. For transparency and accountability, project and program funding is preferred to administrative subsidies to pay salaries. County-funded work should have a defined scope, defined outputs and outcomes, metrics, and periodic reporting tied to payment. This approach reflects Supervisor Sabatier's interest in identifying metrics to gauge program effectiveness, such as for the TID, the Tourism Improvement District. And to support the Chamber's Visitor Center work, a better solution is to enter a performance-based agreement with the Chamber for defined scope of work, quarterly metrics, and defined expected outcomes with payments tied to milestones. And this approach aligns with the principles of good governance, transparency, and accountability. Similarly, to support EDC, performance-based contracts offer a better path. Consider a request for proposal with defined outputs. From a management perspective, a single executive director accountable to two separate boards invites conflicts of priority, diluted accountability, and opaque supervision. EDC and the Chamber provide services that benefit Lake County, as do several nonprofit organizations in the county. If the county stabilizes EDC Chamber revenues, other nonprofits and business associations will reasonably request parity. To preserve fairness, your board should avoid open-ended stabilization and instead adopt neutral eligibility frameworks for public grants, for public benefit, measurable outcomes,
Can you wrap up,
match
please?
requirements, and audit rights. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Yes, come on up.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the board. My name is Autumn Carsey. I'm a local business owner and proud to serve as a board member on the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today in support of restoring funding for our county visitor center operated through the Chamber of Commerce. The visitor center is the front door to Lake County. It is often the first interaction for tourists, new residents, and business prospects within our community. From welcoming visitors to showcasing local attractions, providing maps, referrals, and connections, the Visitor Center directly drives tourism dollars into our local economy. Every dollar invested here multiplies into lodging, dining, shopping, and returns visits, which sustain our local economy and our small businesses. While our chamber and its volunteers dedicate countless hours to running a fully functioning visitor center that requires constant staffing, materials, and outreach, passion alone is not enough. It takes a real investment to keep our doors open, brochures stocked, phones answered, and websites updated. The county has funded this initiative in the past, and we are simply asking you to restore that proven support. Other counties treat their visitor centers as essential public infrastructure for tourism and economic development. For example, Mariposa County funds its chambers to operate the visitor center at over $200,000 per year, with multi-year contracts up to $765,000. Tuolumne County dedicates a portion of its lodging tax, generating more than $1.5 million annually for tourism promotion. El Dorado has provided hundreds of thousands of dollars in support to chambers' visitors initiatives. Against those benchmarks, our ask today is conservative, but it would have an outsized impact here in Lake County. As someone who contributes to the Cannabis Tax Fund, I cannot think of a better reinvestment of those dollars than ensuring Lake County has a welcoming, professional, and fully restored visitor center. This is not just about supporting an organization, it's about supporting every business, every attraction, and every job that benefits from the tourism economy. We ask you today to renew your investment in the Visitors Center so that we can continue showcasing Lake County, welcoming visitors, and fueling the economic viability of our community. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to Lake County's future.
Thank you. All right, if there's no other comments, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there any on Zoom? All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Vice Chair? Or, I don't know who's first.
I just want to quickly apologize for misstating the ownership. I know there's a lot of moving parts to that of the facility, but I think the important point is it was built with public funds and it's publicly owned. And the chamber has been the operator with the intent that it be a visitor center. Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Just wanted to say two things. I appreciate the public comments. I'm cautiously approaching those comments in the sense of we're talking about a 1-year statement today of what we would do, but it suddenly sounded like we have a new decades-long rebirth of the future of continued providing funds. And I want to be careful that we are talking about a 1-year contract and then looking again later on to see how that's working out. Also, I don't think we've ever talked about just gifting funds and saying good luck with it. Let's see what happens. You will be coming back with a contract, correct? And we will be reviewing that contract as a board. It's not going to happen behind doors because it's within the margins of what you can do.
Correct. As I said before, just because of the speed of the two organizations joining and the transition with the directors, wanted to bring this item to board consideration before we had a agreement prepared, but we will be coming with one.
And I just want to make a final statement just because the contract will come back to us. It's the same comments I make to the Tourism Improvement District. I would like to know how you're ensuring to advertise the entire county when a visitor comes to approach a visitor center to ensure that we're not just advertising very specific areas of Lake County because the entire county needs economic boost all over. And so if we can implement something of that kind of language in our expectation and reporting, that would be great.
Sure, we'd
from
be
my
happy
personal
to.
perspective.
All right. Let's see. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair, I move that we transfer $60,000 from fiscal year 25-26 Economic Development, Housing and Risk Reduction allocation from Cannabis Fund 064 to the Lake County Economic Development Corporation for $26,000 and the Lake County Chamber of Commerce for $34,000 with the expectation that our contract is coming, or just make the transfer to the fund.
That can be made a part of the motion or via direction for your board.
I'm good with direction.
Direction.
Okay, direction.
Okay.
Right.
So I'll second the motion.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0. All right, that covers this item of the agenda. Thank you. We're at 12:09. We will continue on because I see a lot of folks here for the next item. And then after that, we'll go to a lunch break. A presentation from Lake County Watershed Protection District Water Resources staff on the 2025 Clear Lake Hitch Community Science Spawner Observation Program Summary and Outcomes. Water Resources Director Pawan Upadhyay and Chris Childress. Did I pronounce it right? Childress, sorry.
And Taylor Woodruff.
What's that?
And Taylor Woodruff.
Oh, yeah, and Taylor. Sorry about that. Yeah, any seat.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Pawan Upadhyay, Lake County Water Resources Director, and I have here with me
Chris Childers, Lake County Water Resources Department Program Coordinator.
and we also have
Taylor Woodruff. I don't know if this is on. But
He wants it real close to, yeah. You can pull it, yeah, towards you. There you go. There you go.
Taylor Woodruff, Water Resources Protection District. Water Resources Department, Watershed Protection District, technician for the Lake County Clear Lake Hitch program.
Okay, so I will read the executive summary. I will keep it brief because I know we are running a little behind. So, as your board is aware that the Clear Lake Hitch was listed as threatened under the California Endangered Species Act in 2014. In 2022, there was a local call for action in response to the denial federal Endangered Species Act listing of the Clear Lake Hitch. In combination with low observations during the spawning season. So in February 2023, your board declared a proclamation of the existence of a local emergency due to persistent drought, habitat loss, and potential extension of Clear Lake Hitch. Since then, collaborative effort have occurred among many local, state, tribal, and federal agencies. And in spring 2023, Lake County Water Resources Department and Watershed Protection District implemented a community science spawner observation program to monitor the Clear Lake Hitch, for which our volunteers are the centerpiece for that program. And we thank our dedicated community science volunteer to participate in this program. And we look forward to continuing this program in future efforts, and for your support and for the protection and recovery of Clear Lake Hitch. We really appreciate all the volunteers and their effort in making this program a success. So I will next we will have a presentation which would be presented by Chris, and then we will have a brief Q&A session, like if anybody has any questions. And then we will have an appreciation for our volunteers, and we will be giving out the Hitch hat. And for the volunteers who are not present here today, for them, the hat would be available at our Water Resources front desk. Okay.
Chair Crandall, Board, I'm going to be presenting today on Community Science Hitch Spawner Observation Survey, summary and outcomes. I want to second what Pawan said. None of this would be possible without the amazing volunteers. So thank you so much. So we'll just start it off. What is community science? It's a form of research that provides everyone, regardless of their background, an opportunity to contribute meaningful data to further our scientific understanding of key issues. In very simple terms, it's public participation in scientific research. So the purpose and the goals of this program, they're listed here. So basically to monitor relative population trends over time to help with long-term conservation and management decisions. So monitoring is beneficial for presence and absence of before and after creek restoration projects and barrier removal efforts. Another purpose of this is community involvement, education, outreach, and engagement. It's great when the community can get together to look at these fish, observe these fish, and also be educated, because the more people that are educated about these fish, the more concerned and aware people are. Another goal here is to understand what extent hitch occupy creeks, what creeks are occupied, and how far upstream they migrate to spawn. So when do hitch enter specific creeks, and how far up the creeks do they go? The picture on the right here is Forbes Creek, right by the baseball field. So the survey design. So all of our volunteers are required to attend training once a year. And so this training consists of in-person and field components. All the sites, the 33 sites, they're pre-selected for repeatability. So we can do this every year on the same site. These locations were monitored once a week for 10 weeks, starting on March 9th, 2025. And most of them were at bridge crossings other than a couple of the private property sites. So private property owners are available, or they can adopt The community scientists adopt a pre-selected public site each year. The private property owners, they can sponsor a site, but we ask for 5 to 10 years. That way we can look at this data and compare it over the years. So 1 year of data, it's good, but if you have multiple years, then you can actually kind of like draw some conclusions. So survey validation. So with this survey, if the conditions are not ideal, then the survey is not conducted, and a reason would be listed. For example, dry, turbid, algal bloom, floating vegetation. So water visibility, also known as turbidity, it reduces the ability to positively ID fish species. So you can see the pictures here on the right. Like in those scenarios, you would not conduct an observation. Fish ID confidence. Also, this is one of the things that's in our survey is how confident are you with IDing these fish? So our volunteers can say they're very confident or they're not confident at all. And so that helps us kind of like validate the data that we are getting. And then also this data is randomly selected for QA/QC. So we double checked a few of these entries in the field just to make sure they were accurate. So here's a map of Lake County, Clear Lake, and as you can see on the right here are all 33 of our sites with the GPS coordinates. They're located all over the lake. So we have Bachelor Valley, Upper Lake, Lucerne, Clear Lake Oaks, Lower Lake, Big Valley, and Lakeport, and also Scotts Valley. So this is a very broad survey, and it's encompassing many of the creeks that drain into Clear Lake. So these are preliminary results for our for the data that was collected. Now, the data set on the right excludes records where hitch were not detected. Okay, so as you can see here, we have a couple detections. I think there's 3 of 1,000 fish on Adobe Creek. One was private property, and the other 2 were at Big Valley Road. So this year, Adobe Creek had the most detections of fish. Now, that's not to say that any of these other creeks didn't have more fish than Adobe Creek. This is just simply those fish were present at the site at the time of the survey. You can see Alley Creek had 9 fish, Clover 99, Forbes 16, Kelsey 25, Manning 52, Siegler 1, and Thompson Creek 50. And also these, the Adobe Creek 1,000 fish sites, those were double checked by Taylor and myself because that's a lot of fish to report. And we went out and validated that it was definitely accurate. So here's a heat map of basically all the sites that fish were observed this year. So as you can see, like Upper Lake and Big Valley had, and Forbes Creek and Lakeport had the most observations. There was 1 fish observed in Siegler Canyon as well, but it's covered up by one of those black dots on the bottom right. So for anybody listening or who wants to be involved or get involved in the future, yearly training is mandatory. And basically it's instruction on fish identification, as I mentioned before, in person and in field training. So Taylor and I would conduct that. And if you would like to sign up for the 2026 observations, feel free to contact either myself or Taylor or Water Resources Department, and we'd love to get you on that list. The observers that have already participated in the 2025 data collection are going to get first priority for the 2026 survey. Okay, at this point, we will take questions and comments, and then we will thank the wonderful volunteers.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Pawan. Thank you, Taylor. Supervisor Sabatier?
Thank you for the report. I'll have to sign up in February, give you more than Molesworth. I am wondering the number compared to the years past, what was that, or does it really just depend how many volunteers you have and how many people are out there, but just kind of a comparison?
So this is actually the very first year this survey has yeah.
before it wasn't citizen science, it was just others from the department that were looking at it and others from the tribes that were looking at it rather than doing the citizen science. Gotcha.
Yeah, the district has 2 years of internal data collection, but this community science and the district program has 14 sites, and with the 2 years of data collection, the community science has 33 sites, and this is the very first year. And the purpose of this is to compare the data over the years to come to conclusions.
Hence the question, but too early. Do you know at what point, and just kind of moving forward from that, at what point, because we've been getting like fish tests from the lake to give us numbers. Do you know when we'll get that from, I don't know if it's USGS or if it's CDFA, Fish and Wildlife? Do you know when they'll be redoing a number of fish that they catch and they attribute that to the potential population of hitch that is in the lake?
So I believe you're talking about the USGS study, the gillnet study, which went that's done every June, and so that was done this year. Not sure if the preliminary data is out on that yet or not. So
because it'd be interesting just to see their numbers first off, just to see the trend. Are we doing better? Are we doing worse? And then to also compare the citizen science numbers to their numbers and kind of get an idea of what the citizen science numbers mean in comparison.
Sure, yeah, and all these reports are posted on our website. So anytime we get a USGS report or CDFW or anything like that, it's all on the website.
Thank you. Like the hats, by the way.
And I think the district survey is also running in parallel. So even we have this community science one, so we do on parallel the district survey as well.
That's perfect.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, I appreciate all the work that went into this program and opening it up for the community to give that opportunity for folks to be involved and learn more. And of course, this is just one aspect of all of the hitch work that's going on. So I think, it's definitely an asset to adding to all that other data that we have to continue to work on this in the future. Thank you.
Was there a Coal Creek site?
Yes.
Yes, there are.
Okay.
There's two, one on Clark Drive and one on Seiler.
They just didn't have a lot of results, or
So
the timing?
Well, Coal Creek is very turbid, and so it's harder to see fish in there. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there were fish in Coal Creek this year.
Well, we saw them. Yeah.
It's also the timing of the timing of the observation. So it's just once a week, and you show up. If you don't see any fish, that's it.
Right.
If you see fish, you're gonna be there for a while counting them.
Okay.
All right, so I'll open it up for public comment. Come on up.
Good afternoon. Again, great work. I have a couple questions. Highland Springs Reservoir, I understand there's a population of hitch inside the reservoir. A couple questions on that. Has there been any evidence of migration up Highland Creek? If so, how far? Combined with that is, I know there's an intention to raise the level of the reservoir, and how will that benefit the hitch? And then as far as things like turbidity and other limiting factors, to get a good understanding of population, has there been a consideration of doing DNA testing of the water for the presence of hitch? I know, for example, in the Midwest where they have invasive carp, they use DNA testing to see if there's a presence for that species, to see if there's actually how far they go up. So anyways, those are my questions. Thank you.
So to address your first question, the district survey for the past 2 years does have one site upstream of Highland Reservoir, and so we do have data collection there. Taylor could probably elaborate on what has been seen there, but I don't believe any hitch have been observed there. However, we have seen roach and Sacramento sucker juvenile. Your second question about raising the dam and how that would affect.
Yeah, we could probably cover that offline because we're talking about the observation and the livelihood of the fish. We could look at that.
Let's have this conversation about the DNA also, because that's actually really neat.
All right, come on up.
Now it's good afternoon, you all. Michelle Scully. I'm a member of your Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee, and I used to work for you all. I want to thank the Fish and Wildlife Committee. This was a topic of discussion when we were all wrangling around about what to do with hitch numbers, and people saying, well, I saw this and I saw that, and that's always the case in anecdotal reporting. And Clear Lake Environmental Research Center had an app where people could go and make observations. And yet when that was brought forward, there was concern saying, well, how is that information vetted? Because it's basically like you're making a fruit salad and just throwing things together. So it was not apples to apples. So in our Fish and Wildlife Committee, we had this discussion. And I'd like to thank Angela De Palma Dow, who was with Water Resources at the time, for really taking that forward. And I know that she brought it to your department, and Taylor was really active on that, and Chris. And like before we knew it, at our next meeting, we had like a beta test of it where we had the app and we could go through it. And I was like, when does stuff like this ever happen so quickly? And it was really, really cool. So I feel like my brain is a Venn diagram about this, because I wanted to make sure that Angela and Chris and Taylor and everyone who made this happen are thanked properly. I wanted to thank the Fish and Wildlife Committee for being an active voice in that. And also in terms of Supervisor Sabatier's comment in the earlier item about collaboration, we don't see that very often, and when we do, it tends to be intermittent and sporadic. But speaking as a person who's taught science from third grade up to community college, I am always astounded when I see the lack of scientific background in our students. And I believe, especially in an environment, I'm sorry, I'm like severely dehydrated because I've been here a long time. Anyway, severely depleted in critical thought in our community and world today. And when I was teaching science at Mendocino College, I was teaching biology. I said, if you leave here with nothing else but the ability to vet information critically, because one day something really important is going to happen to you, and you're going to need to know that you're able to go out there and figure it out without being propagandized or swayed by misinformation. So that's always been a passion of mine. So for these guys to do this and you guys to support it, opening it up as a community model, I think is huge. And in terms of our kids in STEM in the future, I think it would be really cool if this model gets going and we could use it for other things. Ages ago, I was asked to create and teach the ecology of Clear Lake at Mendocino College with no resources. So I interfaced with existing resources, and to see the people's faces when they actually had hands-on and how that information goes into your head is huge. And I'm super sorry I went over, but there's a lot of stuff here. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle. My name is Angela De Palma Dow. I'm a current executive director of Lake County Land Trust. Our president of our board, Val Nixon, had a site. She did Kelsey Creek. And then we also had a site on our Quantipo wetland property here in Lakeport. So we were volunteers. We did the trainings. They were very well done, very exciting. It's a fun time. So good job, Taylor and Chris, for doing that. And then I just wanted to say that the Water Resources Department and the district presented to the Water Board, the State Water Regional Board, in December in Rancho Cordova. I was there with Taylor, and we did our presentation. Everybody did their presentations. One of the things the board members asked about was this program, and they were excited. They're like, you guys are doing a hitch observation community science program? That's exciting. Tell us more about that. When are we going to get that going? So I just want to put on the radar, there's been a lot of talk about, community involvement, education. That's great, but just know the state is looking at this, and there's been a lot of stuff from the state down, interest in droughts and water levels, Clear Lake hitch as a listed species on the pathway for federal listing at some point. But that this program is going to be looked at as a model, and as much as whatever you could do to support it, make it strong, give it resources, and use this program, the data it's developing, the way that you're teaching it, the way that it could be involved in collaboration and education, use that to be more resourceful and get resources funneled to the county and funneled to the department and funneled into the community for that. So, and you'll have support from the state because they're really interested about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Julia Carrera, Worth Chair Lead for the Levy Subcommittee. Thank you to Chris, Taylor, Pawan, the department, and Angela for bringing a citizen science program forward for Lake County, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors for supporting a citizen science program. I think it's the key to the future of Lake County, particularly our lake, and the more we can promote citizen science in Lake County, the better. And we'd also like to thank you for getting excavation going on the gravel in the Upper Lake levee system this week. Yay! Thank you.
Is there anyone else that has a comment about this? All right. We have someone coming, 2 people coming up.
Good afternoon, Board. Margot Kambara. I want to thank everybody in Water Resources and Angela DePalma Dow, formerly of Water Resources, for their excellent work in bringing citizen science to Lake County. Thank you so much. And as Michelle Scully stated, we have great opportunity here to expand this concept, this learning model to other sectors of education. So we have great critical thinkers within our community. So thank you. I'm sorely disappointed that I missed training this year, and I'm looking forward to signing up for 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
How are you guys doing today? It's Marshall Anderson, community member. I first want to acknowledge the Hitch itself for surviving through all the environmental changes and life changes they've had to experience, and they're still here. And all the droughts, but I also want to really acknowledge the tribes, because without the tribes spearheading this and using it as a food source, but also spearheaded in the early 2000s, the programs like this wouldn't be. And you know, so I really am thankful for the program. I think creating awareness on a greater whole, especially with our greater community, our younger generations, will create greater awareness in whole for native species in our lake. So I think that's great. I just want to make sure the tribes are still really spearheading it. And I'm not part. Maybe this next year I'll be a part of the program, but I wasn't. But I was an observer, and so when I first seen the Hitch this year, I went down every single day with my kids after school, and so and what I seen was I would see high populations behind like Tribal Health or Cold Creek, and then the next day I would see low numbers. And then the next day I would probably see low numbers or high numbers. It was diverse. So I think, the numbers are really good, but they could probably either be higher, depending on if people went more than once a week, so thanks.
Thank you, Tomasz. Thank you for staying on a task as well. Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Nazba Ben. I work with Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians, but I also have children, and my husband are enrolled members there. I'm a member of the Navajo Nation and have lived here for about 14 years now. I'm also a trained environmental scientist, focusing on environmental planning. My work has always been in validating traditional ecological knowledge and Native American sciences in traditional and Western science points of view. And this is the first project where I genuinely feel that the work that the tribes have been doing for centuries is getting a place in county work and being validated through the county. But and Jessica Paiska, thank you for saying that they're there. They're there because you've seen them. That's our fight. That's our struggle. We know the fish are there. We've seen them. And I always tell these guys that since my kids have been born, I've worked with them on saving hitches and ditches. If we go out in the spring, we find them, we throw them back in the lake. Not ideal, but don't record me. Not ideal, but it's the survival instinct for the people that have lived here and have thrived and continue to survive on their natural resources. So I just wanted to put that out there and also state that this year I was a community scientist, but I've always been native. I've always been looking out for these little creatures, even though I don't know what they are. They're slimy, they're gross. I still don't understand them. But that I've been looking at these fish for 15 years. And this year, being a community scientist, I did not see a single one in my designated spot. So they're there. We know they're there. We've seen them throughout our lives. And just thank you for giving the living example of validating what we know as Native people, that they are there, they are valid. And that's all I want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nazba. Any other comments? All right, with that, on Zoom, we'll bring it to Zoom. All right, Donna, go ahead and unmute.
Hello, Donna Makowitz from Clear Lake Oaks. I was proud to be the Schindler Creek monitor. I appreciate all the hard work that brought this project forward. Thanks especially to Chris, Angela, and to Taylor, whose enthusiasm for Hitch is really infectious. So thank you, and I'm so happy this is going to continue. Good job.
Oh, thank you, Donna. All right, no more hands in Zoom. We'll close that portion of it. Supervisor Pyska, if you wanted.
Well, I want to thank everyone that came today to give comment and everyone that is participating in this program. I love the hats. I hope I can get one day. But I just want to also remind everyone that when we declared the Hitch emergency, we funded 2 positions with Water Resources so that we could actually do the work within the department, with the county, so that we could really have skin in the game, do our part, and collaborate. And this is the work that has resulted from these 2 general funded positions. So I just want to remind everyone that we did that so that we could get here. Because it does take money, it does take attention, it does take resources and commitment, and that is the commitment that we've been working towards. And so I'm really delighted to see the success of this program and that it is getting noticed at the state because it is important. And this was our commitment. So I'm really, really grateful to see that it's been successful and will continue to be successful.
All right, if there's nothing else, we'll go ahead and close this portion of the agenda. And we'll thank you again for this presentation. Thank you, everyone who came to talk about the Hitch. Yeah, we all want a hat.
My hat?
We bring them up.
I hope Taylor was up for that.
Butterflies, though.
I'm always wearing a hat, so I needed an excuse to look nice.
All right, so with that, we are at
missing out.
a good stopping point here. We're a little behind, but we'll go ahead and stop here at 12:40 and come back 1:40.
Sure.
All right, we'll see you then. We'll be continuing on with our, I think it's 6:10. All right, we're coming back after the break here, our lunch break. Welcome back. I know that we have one more coming here shortly, so I'm gonna go ahead and read this slowly. There she is. All right. I was just reading the agenda items slowly. Public hearing, consideration of the final recommended budget for fiscal year 2025-2026 for the County of Lake and special districts governed by the Board of Supervisors. Casey, I see you sitting here. You can go ahead and have the floor.
Thank you. So I am going to share a presentation. Okay. So before I get into the budget, I would like to extend my appreciation for Sarah Shukar for all that she does with the budget, and Wendy Hoffman. She helped me with all of these slides, as well as the cover and the graphics in the budget presentation. So a few updates since writing the memo. The amount received for TOT is actually $1,346,443, which is actually at $413,000 higher than the year prior. Additionally, cannabis was slightly higher at just over $3.5 million for an increase of $921,000. So this graph here demonstrates the general fund budgets with the amount of general fund that was budgeted versus used. You'll notice that in 21-22 and 22-23 there was quite a difference. A large amount of that is from ARPA, which was 12.5 million. So that was budgeted but then not used until just a few years ago. And then also just with the changes of COVID. So that is the revenues minus the expenses, and then the difference. So next is the changes to the capital assets. So the Sheriff's Department and special districts have quite a few, or a few different new projects, and then there are some modifications to existing projects. Maybe. That's not good. So a few notable changes are the Kelseyville Sidewalks, South Main Street Rehab, and the Soda Bay Road Rehab projects. No, it's not going to click. There we go. Okay. So departments have requested a few different changes to the position allocation. I don't know where to put that. Since the posting of the budget, a few positions were requested, including a staff service manager for the district attorney's office, an admin assistant senior for public works, and then for social services, increasing one staff service analyst 1/2 and decreasing a staff services specialist. So the debt financing lease revenue bond, so we started at just over 20 million. We have drawn down 4.6 million of that for the Armory project. The remaining amount available is 16 million. We do have payments due this fiscal year. So in November, we have an interest payment of $455,300. And then in May, we have principal and interest for a total of $935,300. So for the Armory project, we have claimed all $3 million of the ARPA funding and then the $4.6 million of the lease revenue bond. So speaking of ARPA, we have a few projects that are still in process. So these are the remaining amounts. Can I get rid of this thing? Okay. So there is a remaining 1.7 million that needs to be expended and then claimed. But other than that, all projects that are not listed on here have been fully claimed. And everything is on track to be fully claimed by or expended by December 31st of 2026. So next is a few different things going on in the marketing and economic development budget. And so the Housing Trust Fund, so there was an MOU that your board approved, which allocated 1/9 of the TOT collected for last fiscal year going to the Housing Trust Fund. So just under $136,000 will be transferred. Additionally, One Team, One Dream has sent a funding request. I know we've talked about that a few times recently, and we were all under the assumption that it was not moving forward this year, but they are requesting their $50,000. So that is still in the budget if your board would like to approve that. We do have a recommended change for the capital projects, budget unit 1778. We would like to remove the funding for the South Main Street and Soda Bay water line, as that project has been on hold for multiple years, and at this time it's not moving forward. It may in the future, and we can put funds back in at that time, but we do have more urgent needs for general fund projects, which include the HVAC, which is on the capital asset list but is not fully funded, and then the board chambers, bathrooms, and the fourth floor.
That changed after the posting?
It's
Because in
not
the capital asset, I still see that it's actually, it was brought back up to 2 million, I believe is what it stated in the memo. Here you're saying we're removing the 2 million.
We would like to. So we wanted to have that conversation today, but we did not put that in there yet.
Okay, so it hasn't been removed.
Correct. So, and then just as a housekeeping note, when requests do come to your board during the budget hearings, it's unlikely that the administrative office has already vetted them. And so it would be best if we can have time to follow the budget process and make sure that those projects are fully vetted so that funding can be allocated strategically. An example of this is buildings and grounds. The money pulled from the Building and Infrastructure Reserve of $282,000 that was pulled at recommended budget. It would have been best to wait until final budget so that we could put FBA in instead of pulling from a reserve. So we are actually proposing that we replenish the reserve with the $282,000 of FBA. Lastly, a recap on the contingency and reserves for general fund. So contingencies, we are proposing an increase of $1 million, and that is for cash flow purposes. The largest component of the general fund reserves is property tax, which typically hits around December 10th. And so this will allow for additional cash flow. Last year, the auditor's office did pull about $5 million from the general reserve to allow for that cash coverage until December 10th, property taxes came in. And your board approved a reduction to the general parks reserve, $300,000 for Hammond Park and $100,000 for the Milltown Pool Enclosure design and planning. Additionally, the technology modernization reserve, we have it budgeted for the $2 million repay from behavioral health and a decrease of $4 million for the ERP conversion. Lastly, your board approved moving $4 million from the Canvas salary stabilization reserve to the budget stabilization reserve.
All right. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for the public since we have no questions yet from the board. Anyone from the public would like to come up and talk about this? Come on up, sir. I didn't see your pen. My bad, Bruno.
We'll listen first.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ayaz Murray. I'm the founder, president, and executive director of Quadruple Threats. It's a nonprofit organization that has now moved into your county. We are located in Nice, and we provide supervised visitation services. So my question is really of interest to this agency. I looked through what was posted on the budget, and who pays for family court services?
Please continue until your 3 minutes is up and we'll answer all your questions.
Okay. That's one of my questions. And then the other is more of a comment. Living in the Nice area, I want to be ensured that we have good public safety services there. So I noticed there's rural money, but I noticed it was spent on, I think, equipment and not on services. So that's my other question as well. And so I would like to present these flyers to the council, Board of Supervisors, explaining the agency. And I also, excuse me, seem to be running into some resistance here in getting services started in the county. I was told by the CEO of the court that they have one provider in the county and they don't need any more providers. We are a state-funded, grant-funded program, and we offer our services for free.
So let's just stick to the budget. I know you're talking about your services and what you could provide. We can get you in touch with who it is you want to talk to about that. But with regard to the budget, we're going to stick to those line items or those questions. You have your question, I think, can be addressed. I know one of them you mentioned too was safety. You're talking about the Nice area, right?
Correct, yeah.
And the Nice area has what's called the community-oriented targeted police and restoration, targeted restoration. So that has the copter program. I think I said it right. But that's in place to cover the question that you asked about safety. And I'll let you go ahead and answer the other question if you know it. Sorry, the question that the gentleman had about
Family services
family services
in the court system.
in the court system. Or do you have a recommendation of who we would send them to talk with about that?
Depends on which part of the service he's talking about, because social services would be involved, but then also either the DA or public defender.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking specifically about family court. Who pays for those services? Is that federal money and state money?
Well, we're going to have to get you in touch with either the social services director or something of that. Like, this is just pertaining to what we're spending. So we're kind of veering off into kind of like a Q&A about what the county has for services, and we can't get that far out of it. So appreciate it. We're going to have to touch base with you after.
Okay,
somebody or
understandable. I didn't see it in the budget anywhere. So.
Go ahead and please send me an email, Stephen Carter. My card's outside of admin, because depending on how you frame your question will be who you need to talk to.
Okay. Well,
Appreciate your questions and appreciate you looking into what you're doing. Any other comments or?
Olga Martin Steele. I'm from Clear Lake Oaks, and I am co-founder and also chair of the small business competition known as Hands Up Lake County. And I noticed that you will be discussing and making a decision. I've submitted a letter, hopefully answering some of the questions, primarily that we are going to have a program this year. And when you get to that item, I'm standing ready to hopefully answer any questions you might have.
Any other comments from the public on Zoom? All right, I'll bring it back to the board. And Supervisor Sabatier, you did have your pen up. There you go.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. There was quite a number of changes that occurred, and some were probably small changes due to the new MOUs that we signed, and so little adjustments needed to be made. I know it was brought up about timing, and this came to us on Thursday at 4 o'clock. Makes it really difficult to dissect through that many pages to find all the changes that have occurred, and I hope that we can find a way to decrease or increase the number of days that not only we as Board of Supervisors have to digest, because even though it's smaller number of changes or smaller amount of stuff to review compared to the full breadth of the budget that we go through in June, the memo doesn't describe everything that was changed. And so to me, the details matter, and that makes it difficult. So if we can help to not only give us more time, but also the public more time to digest, I think it would be really good. And I'm hoping technology will be something that can help us with that. I know we're working on a new ERP right now for our new finance system. There were, I'm not going to go through every single one of these, but there was some comments, or at least within the my process of going through it, on Budget Unit 1785, which is special projects for safety facilities, which I'm guessing is for the renovation of the of either the jail roof or of the armory. Our loan revenue went down is that due to the use of the fund balance carryover that was used for the jail? Are we using those funds to pay off the loan? Are we using those funds to, like, what, it doesn't explain how that money is being used other than the loan amount went down. So I'm just kind of curious, are we paying it off? Because the less we pay off, the more we end up paying in interest, and just kind of curious which direction it went.
So it would have been reduced based on when we had first developed this budget in April. We've paid bills since then. So we have drawn down some of those funds. So the revenue did decrease, but also the appropriations decreased.
But did we also swap, like, the carryover, keep the loan? Because I know the loan, it had some nebulous projects that it might be used for other than the armory. Just kind of curious.
Steven?
So I was waiting for Casey. So we lower it down to our actual estimate usage of that year. So even though there's 16 million left to draw down on said loan bond, we only budget for what is going to be utilized that year. So that means that's all we plan on using this year. And if that number changes, we change it at mid-year.
Okay. It was a drastic change, so I had to ask. I think it was 1 point something million, which was close to what we said we were using. And
there would be carryover FBA, but not bond related, because we aren't allowed to pull down the bond until we spend it. So we have to have the invoice in hand to draw down the funding.
Right. So appreciate that. Just a couple little things before I get to my asks here. In the past, in June, I had asked for where operating transfers in and operating transfers out are coming from. Many of those changed between June and here, but there's not a list of the transfers, and it's hard to understand where money is moving around in our budget when it doesn't specifically identify on that list. And I think that's an easy list that can be updated for our final. I hope that we can see that next June. I hope we can see that in the ongoing process and not just a one time. Same thing with our capital assets. It's really nice to know when did this project originate and get placed on the capital asset, and be able to better understand the longevity of how long they've been on there. I appreciate that we want to talk about Soda Bay, and I don't really want to talk about Soda Bay without hearing first from Vice Chair Rasmussen, but we do either need to fish or cut bait on that one, in my opinion. We have to figure this out. I was surprised to see that we are, and there seemed to be some confusion, that there's an additional position being placed for Parks and Rec for what appears to be programming. I want to just get clarification. We're adding that position, or it's being shared? Can you please help identify, because that's different from where we were in June. We did talk about it in the sense of potentially reducing discretionary funds in order to be able to afford that, and all of a sudden it's here, and I don't know how we got here and what exactly that means budget-wise.
Sure. So that position is going to be a flex position. So it's either going to be the coordinator that was approved in June or the planner that is before you today. So it's one allocation, one FTE, but could be one or the other.
And it doesn't affect the budget on Parks and Rec? It fits with what it was originally?
It would potentially increase it if it's the planner position that's filled, but we would have to talk with the department at the time that it's filled.
Okay. And I appreciate the, I guess, creativity in trying to make that work within that system. Having programs and activities is not a bad thing. One couple of things that really concerned me was a decrease in our animal control medical care. And wondering why there's a decrease in anticipated expenditures.
So that one would be
we're
from
struggling to
me.
find a vet, and lowering that just doesn't seem to aim towards finding ourselves a vet.
So let me answer something on the position first. The reason why you see it on the position allocation is because it's an entirely new classification, so it has to show on the position allocation as a new position. That doesn't mean there's an FTE related. Now, related to animal control, that was lowered because our fund balance available was lower, and that is the only place in the budget that there is money to remove. So I agree with you that we need more money there, but without general fund being put into there, or a vet being hired, there is no extra funding to move around. So I believe it was a little over 50 grand of our FBA was lower than our anticipated in June. So we had to take that from somewhere. We took 3 months of salary savings from the vet position and then also lowered that to make the numbers work. So it wasn't a preference, it was financially feasible.
And thank you for that. And not hopefully I didn't state that it was a preference of whoever to reduce that. I just don't know that that's conducive to solving the issue of finding ourselves a vet and setting ourselves up with a budget that is now less likely to potentially find a vet if we're going to have less funding made available. I'll continue. I know we talked about it last June about potentially adding an animal control officer to Copter. It was part of the original conversation when we did the Roadmap Task Force. Copter is an extension of the Roadmap Task Force. I know we were saying we want to wait till there's an animal control director, and I think we have the funding, and I want to just force it through and bypass it because I think we need to have proactive enforcement of our animal control laws. And waiting for an animal control director is still happening, and I don't know how much longer that's going to take. And it's not going to change my mind that I think that's what we need. We saw great numbers coming out of the Roadmap Task Force. We got great results, feedback from the community as well. And we have an issue that is not going to wait for the director. It's only going to get worse. And I would like to, my solution for that is we have $1 million that is going into what was it, the stabilization, was it the budget
Contingency?
stabilization?
There's 4 million going into the budget stabilization, 1 million into contingencies.
Into the contingency. We have not touched our contingency in possibly over a decade. It's been the same. That's why we added to it. And so I think reducing it by 100,000 or whatever the cost is for a fully loaded animal control officer is something I would like to put on the table to take a look at, just because I would like to move forward with that, because today we have new puppies being born and the problem continues to be exacerbated the longer we wait, and we don't have an animal control director at this moment in time.
So are you wanting to add a person or add to the?
Add a position allocation that would be dedicated to Copter for the proactive policing and enforcing of our animal control laws.
Okay.
Hang on, Bruno.
Stephen, go ahead.
On that note, as the animal control director interim, I would agree with that. That's just not where I would pull the funding from. I understand it has been lowered in the last decade. It has only been increased since our first MOU 4.5 years ago. That's when we raised it from 1.5 in the contingencies up to where it is. And the reason why we're doing it now is we really need it for the cash flow related to general fund. Now, all the other Copter expenses are out of the cannabis fund. So from my non-animal control side, from my admin side, it should be included in there as well. Even though it's an ongoing expense, our revenues through that budget unit are coming in pretty consistent, 2.5+ million. So we do have the ongoing revenue to cover it, but I think it should be like revenue for the same service.
3.5 million, according to the memo.
Correct. I didn't want to say extra, but.
And so wherever it comes from, if it needs to come from cannabis, I'm in full support of that. I just would like to see that position started and get moving on updating Copter and adding animal control to that.
And I agree with animal control needing services or anything that has to do with solving our problem. But in talking with some folks that had, been working on the solution, they recommend more assistance with programming, with donations to the actual programs that are doing the spay and neuters. So I don't know, maybe we have to talk further about what it looks like, whether we do both, whether we do one or the other. I just know that the folks that are on the boots on the ground, with the SPA or whatever, SPC, they're mentioning that more funding and it would help with that resources. But if you think I don't know, Stephen, you would know if another animal control person would help.
So another animal control officer will definitely help, but it wouldn't help in the areas that you're talking about where we need, more adoption clinics or more spay and neuter clinics. That would be a different set of dollars and fix a different problem.
Right.
So
And that's, I'm not trying to create that. I'm just trying to aid those that are already doing it to help with that problem is really, but that, I was just mentioning that because you mentioned animal control, so.
No, absolutely. And I'll stop there at this moment in time.
Brad, I know you're next.
Yes, sorry. With regard to the 2 million, I didn't know that there was going to be a request today to remove it, but I'm not in favor of removing it at this point because I know the city is still willing to partner and have discussions on fire suppression. That commercial area has a significant fire risk. There's no fire suppression system down there. A lot of the businesses that are operating can't even effectively operate their sprinklers. I know that I haven't officially heard a response. I expect the answer to be no on that 7 million that we asked for Congress earlier this year. I don't think there's been maybe I'm wrong, but has there been a formal response to that? So that's still out there?
They've been canceled.
Or have they formally been canceled, all of that?
Yeah, the community program's being canceled.
So we're not anticipating receiving that funding. It would be a surprise at this point in time.
And then I understood there was another $850,000 request for Congress that was still out there. I'm not clear as to whether or not that was for the South Main Road project or water or fire suppression.
That was for the South Main Road project, and again, we don't have an update at this time that makes that funding secure.
Okay. Well, I realize that this money's been there a long time, but I think we have significant fire concerns there, and I would like to at least explore discussions with the city on how we could have some kind of a partnership to improve fire suppression there before we make the decision. It's up to the board, but that's my request before we make a decision to remove that money and then don't have the option to use it if there's a viable plan that could be found with further discussions with the city. So that's where I'm at with that one.
Supervisor Owen? Yeah.
Okay, I'm one that absolutely feels that animal control needs some more funding. We need to increase our vet allotment, our veterinarian allotment. I think we're going to have to increase that to get a vet in here. But because I see the issues, and I'm dealing with other agencies outside, independent 501Cs, that are trying to do spay and neuter clinics. And the funding, we can bring in like a team of vets, but it's a big price tag to get a couple hundred done in a weekend, you know. So I think those are some programs that maybe we need to look at, but I think we do need to increase the animal control budget. And I like the idea of having somebody with the copter, and I do understand that it's a different aspect of what both Supervisor Sabatier and Supervisor Crandall were talking about. So, but I think that is important. I have a couple of things for Mr. Lars. I wanted to make sure that Morgan Valley is on the financial aspects of this. I didn't see it on your road list. Morgan Valley.
Sorry, I missed
Because I just didn't see it on the road list.
Sure. Yeah.
Funding.
Interim Public Works Director Lars Ewing. Yeah, a quick answer to that is that not every road that is being worked on is included on the capital improvement
Okay.
plan.
I just didn't want to run out of money to do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's
So-
there's a lot of work that's not on the capital asset list.
Okay.
It's being done through what's called the services and supplies budget. So it's in there for motor.
Perfect. Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
Okay, was that it?
That's it. Thank you, sir. I do believe too for January, or is it January we go back into budgets for mid-year. If we could have more time to look at them, that would be amazing. If we could, it's just really tough to get through this much in a couple of days. So that would be huge.
Yeah, mid-year is a little different than final. Final, we have to wait for FBA, and so that was if we had that sooner, we would have had the budget to you sooner. Not a whole lot, maybe a week, but mid-year we should be able to get a little bit sooner than a week.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Steven, did you have something?
Well, I wanted to say the FBA definitely is the reason, because the auditor's office can't calculate it until at least a week or so into September, because the accrual period ends August 30th. That doesn't mean all of a sudden, oh, poof, it's done. So I want to make sure it's not the auditor's fault. It's just simply timing of when those numbers can get to us.
Right. I was just hoping with technology, it might help.
The new system may or may not make that easier.
Thank you.
I can't answer that for sure.
Supervisor Pyska?
Well, I don't disagree about the conversation with animal control, but we're looking at positions, potentially adding a position, adding more programs to Copter, which is different funding sources, and we're looking at cannabis funding for Copter. I don't really want to make that decision on the fly today. I would like it to come back so that we could really have a more robust conversation and a strategy on how we're going to prioritize that funding. And I'm not in support of funding One Team, One Dream. I think it's a great program. I just giving money away in this way to be awarded to different business owners is a gift of public funds. And we had a long conversation about economic development earlier. We have a lot of programs that really bolster economic development and really, what was the quote earlier today? We're building the ecosystem to support small businesses, and we're putting a lot into that. And I can't support giving this money as gifts. We do not ever see any reports coming back on how this money has been spent. We just give it, and I've been against it for several years, so I'm going to continue to be against it today.
I'll just say I do support that, Jessica, and I'm glad you brought it up because I forgot to. I had it on my, thank you.
Can I ask you a question about that? Appreciate your comments. Do you see any other way to structure it where that would be something that would be considerable?
I mean, we just spent a lot of money earlier today supporting the chamber and the EDC, which I think is great and it's all really needed. But the way this ask is structured is as prize money. I know that there are, I think One Team, One Dream has relied on the EDC and some of the other programs that we have, which we have figured out how to pay for in other ways, and we've used CDBG grants. We have a lot of free technical support for our entrepreneurs. It seems a little bit redundant to be funding both of these. But that's a lot of money to spend today just on that.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I'd love to offer that, because I don't disagree. I think there needs to be longer conversations as far as the animal control stuff goes. Wondering if we can at least open up the a certain amount of dollars from cannabis and say we're going to have further discussions to figure it out, because I do not want to kick it down the road till mid-year in February. But at least if we say we unlock 150 grand, 120 grand, whatever that number might be, it doesn't get put into a specific bucket, but it can be allocated to something that allows us to manipulate it when we get ready to make those changes and to have that specific conversation. I think that conversation needs to occur. I don't know if I know we had a roadmap task force committee. I don't know if there is a Copter committee, but it should come from that group of folks that would say this is the best tool, this is the best way to utilize these funds to make a difference in the animal population and the issues that we're seeing, and then come back to the board with those options and ideas. But I definitely don't want to take zero actions where we have to wait till basically February, which is typically what we would say today on certain things like that. And so I just want to kind of unlock it so that it is available, so that it's easily changed if we need to make that decision.
Well, I feel like we're just throwing a dart at a board then right now. We are moving funds around, and cannabis revenue has been incredibly helpful for Copter, Roadmap Task Force, and there is a way that we can really help the issue here, but it's not really a defined ask right now, and I'm always uncomfortable. You know this, we've been working long enough together. I'm always uncomfortable with just coming up with these things on the fly. So I don't know what the right number is, and it is Copter is running in a district that's not mine, not yours. So I don't really know is my answer. I guess I would like to see something. I think we could probably figure out how to do it before February if we had some guidance maybe from the program on how much more would be needed. How do you feel about that, Chair? Are you okay with just throwing a dart to the board?
No, I think we have I think it's an ad hoc group that we put together. We haven't met since we created the program though. So it would
The
probably
latest
be-
version of it.
Yeah, the latest version of Copter. So we'd probably have to come back together on that and look at what's needed. Steven?
I am looking at the payroll projection report, so just so there's a hard number to it, an animal control officer under their current pay would be about 65,000 is what we would need to budget.
For to have one officer support
Copter.
Copter. Okay.
And that would be a new FTE
And-
for Copter.
What's already there would fit that, bless you. I'm pretty sure what's already, because I think it was 1 million per year for that? And we didn't, when we did Roadmap Task Force, we didn't even really hit that amount, did we? Do you remember?
I thought we were like 800,000.
Yeah. Okay. Well, are we looking at a different time to talk about that, or should we have the ad hoc committee? I mean, I'm fine with doing that, but again, I know that the budget usually encumbered the first Roadmap Task Force. It had the animal control in it. So
Well, if we're just adding a single position and we know what that dollar amount is right now, I'm okay with that. And that is, a lot less than the number that was suggested.
And that's a fully loaded? Sounds low.
Does sound low, but I'm looking at it on paper, yes. I would ask for 75 just to be safe,
I can do
in
that.
case someone comes at a step 3 kind of thing.
And I'd like to offer that and go with that, just to at least potentially set that up and open the conversation still within, we create the ad hoc committee, open up the conversation and figure out how best to maneuver through that. Maybe it's hiring somebody, or maybe it's coming back and saying, we want to realign it to a program and services through some sort of spay and neuter program or something. I don't know. But it's a good start, and I would say yes, since it seems like there's a potential yes in the air.
yeah, I'm fine.
I'm okay with that.
I'm fine with that.
Did you have something to do?
I do. I'm for what you're talking about right now. I just do want to add that I would like to see a more robust animal control agency here. Something that where we have at least somebody on call on the weekends. I know personally, I came across a couple weeks ago on a Sunday, came across what looked like a rabid raccoon in the middle of Middletown. So there's nobody to call. We've called sheriff. Nope. We made a number of different calls, including 911, and it did not get taken care of. So we just need to be able to look at that, as well as the spay and neuters, which are out of control. So I just would like to see us, and not right now, not in this budget, but I do want to start looking at having a more robust animal control.
Steven?
I would be more than happy to work with my staff to later date come back with what that would cost, but my initial thought is at least $400,000 or $500,000 more general fund dollars to animal control, because it would take at least a staff, and since we don't have a vet, I'm not turning it down, just letting you know the range it's probably going to be in to have spay and neuter clinics, et cetera, without a vet.
Sure.
Did you have yours?
I just wanted to comment one more, if I could, on the One Team, One Dream. I appreciate the comments from the supervisors on the structure of it, but I did want to point out that I mean, I think that the prize money is, the questionable part that we're talking about right now, but they are doing training with these businesses. So I think there's aspects of what they're doing that is contributing to the economic development. So I don't know if we're open to having further discussions with them about other ways that we could help them in the future. So I'm just throwing that out.
And on that page, I am thinking in the same vein of maybe some of that looks like fee reductions, where we can provide fees to community development, to public works, to whoever, special districts, to help out with some of the expansions or some of the work that is being planned for these businesses that want to grow. That's not a gift to them, but it's us reducing our fees for certain things. There could be a way to reverse that in another way. I know that I plan to support this on a personal level if it's not going to pass today. I think that this is us providing funding, and yes, we need an agreement in order to make it appropriate, but this is us providing funding to somebody who does a economic development program that, yes, specific money goes to specific people. We gave $10 million away during, or was it 10 million? I think it was 1 to 2 million during our COVID times in order to support our businesses. We still need to support our businesses. It's really tight. PG&E is killing our businesses and so on and so forth. There is a way through a nonprofit process that it's not a gift of public funds, that it's through a program that nonprofit is running. So I'm comfortable with the way that it's set up. I think a very robust contract agreement on expectations, responsibilities is important, but I don't think that this is beyond some of the other stuff that we do, just like giving money to NCO, that then they fix people's homes. We didn't give gift of funds to that person's home. We didn't fix all the homes. We gave it to a program that happened to fix very select
But
homes.
we didn't fund that program. That's funded through FEMA.
I'm talking about NCO build.
Okay.
And so I think there's similarities in the sense that nonprofits create the opportunity where it's not a gift of funds. We're not choosing who we give it to.
Well, disagree, but Olga's here.
Go ahead.
Is it appropriate for me to comment at
Yes.
this time?
Yes, I closed
well-
public input, but I'll give you the chance.
Oh,
to
had you
comment.
closed public input?
Yes, but I'll
Sorry.
give you the chance to.
Thank you, appreciate it. I did want to clarify a couple of things. There is nobody else doing what we do. So Economic Development Corporation, the Chamber, they are not doing this project. I am not at all opposed to some kind of an agreement, but I did want to point out that the benefit does not go to the volunteers. We're all volunteers. In fact, we put our own money into it. And it does go to the businesses, and the businesses, and this year we were going to focus on food and beverage businesses, very much go to the core of what creates a strong economic tourism program and feedback. We're not going to have it if we don't have the services that people will require to come back here. So I also looked at your economic development and marketing unit, and it seems that what we're doing directly supports that unit. So some agreement with that unit, we're definitely open to. I've worked government all my life. I understand the concern about gift of public funds. But this is not a gift of public funds, in my opinion. This is a support for small businesses, for entrepreneurialism, sorry, that's always been a hard word for me. But I did want to clarify, Supervisor Pyska, that this is not what, actually, NCO, none of those organizations are doing what we're doing. We are definitely a unique program. And the only reason we exist is to help build a strong and resilient economy here in Lake County. So I did want to just offer that clarification. And as to results, outcomes. They are in the letter report that I supplied. We've got an 84% success rate. Some of our businesses are reaching populations outside of Lake County. And notwithstanding what TID does and notwithstanding what the others do, they are, they're making us look pretty good. And some of our businesses are pivoting, demonstrating that they can pivot. We've got a culinary program here in Lake County. This contest would be open to entrepreneurs from that group. The level of support, I just want to emphasize, is very different and not like anything that anybody is doing in this community. They're around in other states, and they are supported by government entities. We get supported by government businesses and individuals. We reach out to everybody. That's all I'll say. Thank you for your consideration, unless you have any questions.
All right. Stephen?
So if it becomes too big of an issue, we could utilize discretionary revenue if some board members do want to do this and others don't, just as a
Yeah,
side
I've always
possibility.
supported it, but it looks like it's, to make sure that this budget passes, it has to have 4 votes, right? And so with this situation being a 3-2, is that where we have to go with this? We have to change that budget item, or?
Lloyd can certainly answer, but
All right.
yes.
Yes, yes, that is correct. Any changes to what's before your board today are 2 resolutions: resolution approving the final budget and all the details that flow from that, and then the other resolution is the position allocations. Any changes that would be made to those as a result of your board's discussion would lead to a resolution being offered as amended.
Right. Well, it's already in the budget as of right now.
Correct.
All right. So you had something, Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I do want to hit up on a couple of other things. South Main Street, I'm happy to leave it there, but we need to have, this year needs to be the final year where we decide if we're doing something or not. I'm concerned that if we do get the road done, that makes it that much more incredibly difficult to break open a road that we just did to put in some water main. If we don't get the road done, I think that gives us a continued opportunity to do so. And definitely with a conversation with the city, because there's some history there where we could have been done by now, but we tripped each other up. So I think that let's utilize this year in a productive way to figure this out, because that's $2 million that has been held in limbo for quite some time. And so I support continuing in this year rather than removing it. But let's get to a final destination at the end of this year.
And I don't disagree. We need to get to finality with that, but I just feel like we have to have some more conversations.
And then I'm not going to say no to the budget, but I do want to at least express some things that I don't think is explained. From what I understand, admin is adding another position allocation that just popped up after the posting of the agenda. Is that what I saw?
Admin is not. There is one for the district attorney, and then they will be removing a position. And there is one for public works, and they're removing 2 once those are vacant. So those are not actually slated to be removed right now. Once they're vacant, they'll be removed next mid-year.
Okay.
Admin doesn't have any.
It makes it slightly confusing when there's changes in such a little amount of time and then brand new changes that happened after the posting, and I thought we were talking about admin. There's another one that I'm sure I will not make some folks happy, additional person for our auditor controller. I just, at this moment, I'm seeing we're paying contractors to help out with the software we're installing, and we're adding more staff. It's adding and adding and adding, and I am concerned and don't understand the reason for the adding. where we're paying a contractor to oversee the installation of a software that I think the software should be the one overseeing the installation to make sure they do it right. We hold them accountable to the contract we sign, but yet we're spending more money than I would like to spend. Again, not going to say no to the budget, just expressing it, putting it on record.
Can I make a comment on that position for the auditor? So they're actually removing one upon next vacancy, so it's going to be the same total number of FTEs. We just have to add that position.
Genevieve?
Well, I was going to say what she said. Yeah. So the payroll supervisor position, it actually existed before, and so we just put the lead payroll person back into a supervisory position, but it's being swapped. It's not an additional position. Sorry for any confusion.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to express some frustration. How am I supposed to know that from this memo?
There's
When
a
it says
star.
one new payroll supervisor, budget unit 1121.
On the position allocation, which was
Which we never got.
left off. And so there is an asterisk on there that does say remove upon next vacancy. So
Can we show Exhibit A and B, since Exhibit A and B was never made public, please, before we go through our formal process of approving things? Because Exhibit A was the position allocation list, which we did not get, and Exhibit B was the classification list, which we did not get. And I just think it's right for us to show the public, because I'm confused. I can't imagine where they sit and how they're seeing this.
Is there a way we can post it and then they can see it after the fact?
It
Or
is
they have it right
currently
here?
posted.
Okay, please.
And there are additional changes that we haven't verbalized yet.
sorry. That's Exhibit A with the new classifications, and then next is Exhibit B with the entire position allocation. Too small. So on the Auditor Controller 1121, there is little itty bitty asterisks next to a couple of the payroll positions. And so we're removing the Payroll Analyst 1-2 Senior and replacing it with a Payroll Analyst 1-2, and removing the Payroll Specialist 1-2 upon next vacancy.
Since we're talking about the payroll, the position allocation, there is one other change that did happen after it was posted, and that's where if you notice in the main part where the sheriff was changing one of their coordinator positions to a staff services manager, that's their head fiscal. We are also requesting the same change for the district attorney's office. Their two head fiscal staff have been coordinators instead of managers like every other department for many years, and we've tried to fix that.
Overall, what is the increase between June and today for position allocations for general fund in total?
I do not have that specific in front of me.
I'll get that from you later.
Do you mean from the raises or just the changes that we're making today? Those are different
From
things.
June to September, based on the changes that were made between the initial recommendation and the final recommendation, what is the position allocation difference? And I'll get that from you guys later.
All right. So are we finished with that portion of the questioning? Yeah. And we have that up right here so people can see. Back to what we were talking about when it comes to the One Team, One Dream. So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with this. We could hypothetically could pass it just by saying, I offer the resolution, or I motion to, and then we would have a potential 3-2, or I don't know. I'm just trying to get to a point where we do this without confusion, because we obviously have a difference and we need 4-1.
So this is part of the actual final budget vote.
Right.
So if this item is going to prevent a 4/5 vote, likely it needs to be removed and dealt with a different way. So, or we change that it's not included, and then it becomes the 4/5 vote. And we can bring it back as a separate item if requested.
So technically, we're ready for action, and if you're willing to stop the vote, is that how we're going? I just want, I want to
Well,
get.
can't we just amend it?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
If we pull it out right now, can we amend that particular ask later and work it so that it would legally work? So, because that's what I just need to know, that it's gonna all mesh and we can discuss it. So if we can pull it out now and then bring it back separately, would that work? No?
And I think that could work. I guess I have to say something. It's very strange. I mean, the concept of why to say no is weird, that no, it's a gift of funds if we have it in our budget, but it's not a gift of funds if we use discretionary funds, is a really strange thing for me to hear, because it's government no matter what. So either A, you say you don't want to and we shouldn't, period, or you don't want the program. I don't know, but I just feel like I'm being given an option here, and I'm also feeling like I'm being trapped into an option that my colleagues are telling me is illegal in the first place, which I don't believe it is. So I don't disagree with your comment. The 50,000 can remain, and we say we must have a future conversation before it gets utilized. Like, you do not get to send 50,000 without further conversation, and that can be swapped over to a different way of doing it. But I would love to get a finding from our county council as to whether or not this is a gift of public funds, which would seal at least this conversation rather than us having this conversation at the dais. And you don't have to do that right now. That could be at a later conversation for the 50,000. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Brad?
Well, I think we could remove it. The money is still going to be there. It's not part of the budget anymore, but then we bring it back, we discuss it. And if we decided to fund it, that money is still in our coffers. So I don't see a problem with pulling it out and then bringing it back for discussion. We can approve
Once Lloyd.
the budget without that piece in it, but what I'm saying is the money is still in our account. And if we have a discussion and decided to fund it later, we have the money. If that makes sense, that's.
Yeah, I just feel, I think I could support it if I know that everything, I just want to have a deeper dive into it so that I understand it a little better. So I think I would like to go the way that Mr. Rabson just mentioned with pulling it out for now. And then I just need to be.
If it's a gift of public funds or
Yeah,
not.
find out the legalities to it and have a little more conversation on it.
And if it's approved, if there's any contract that we go
Yeah.
with it at that
Yep.
time. We haven't discussed that either, so that's just my suggestion at this point. And then we don't have this complexity with approving the budget in general.
All right, Lloyd, is there anything?
Okay, so with Vice Chair Rasmussen's suggestion, with that amount still being in the coffers, as you framed it, it would still result in money being moved around from a specific budget fund / unit, so that it would still result in offering the resolution as amended, because based on just how the resolution was initially presented to your board today, it would still be offered as amended, with and your board can provide that can cover that proposal by providing direction to staff on when to come back, under what parameters. That can be done by direction to staff as it relates to this amount.
All right. So with that, how much time do we think that needs for, to look into the gift of public funds? So we can give it a month?
30 days.
30 days?
That would work.
Yeah, we'll go with 30 days, and then we'll come back, discuss this, see how we can work it from there, if there is a finding or if there's not.
We'll try to make the last board meeting of October.
That's not
I
going to
won't be
work.
here.
I
Okay.
think the first meeting in November.
Then we'll do.
That works.
Let's do that then. Is it, that should work.
That is doable.
And if I may, Chair, just
Go
to,
ahead.
with the email that I received this morning and the budget narratives that was uploaded in June, it's 11 total permanent positions that have been added since the June one.
All right, with that, I think we're ready for action.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes,
Because I don't know if there was a consensus. So if there's no modification regarding the South Main money,
Oh, yeah. No,
then that
we're-
stays in
Yeah.
unless somebody makes a modification.
Oh, no, it stays.
Okay. Okay.
Go ahead. Did you
So
have-
before you guys make a motion, I would like Casey to go over the changes since posting, so all the ones that are amended. There's a couple that I know she hasn't said yet, so I'll let her see. I'd like to see what she has first.
Okay. So for the position allocation, increase one staff services manager in budget unit 2110, one administrative assistant senior in budget unit 1903, remove upon next vacancy two public works service technicians in budget unit 1903, increase one staff service analyst 1/2 in budget unit 5011, and decrease one staff services specialist in budget unit 5011. You go through all. Okay, so the non-position changes. So for the Housing Trust Fund, we need to budget in Fund 001, Budget Unit 1892, 5210 for $135,887.90 to be transferred from the TOT revenues.
No pennies at budget time.
Sorry, no pennies. Okay, $888. To exact. Okay. For probation, there was an extraordinary request for a solar backup battery. So we need to create the capital asset in probation 2302 in the capital asset account 6313 in the amount of $210,599. In sheriff, for the budget unit 2301, need to budget for two convection ovens in account 6274 for $20,000. And we'll be moving the funds from object code 18 maintenance. For marketing and economic development, budget unit 1892, the approved funds for the EDC and the chamber for $60,000 total. Need to budget out of cannabis in budget unit 1072, object code 8123, $60,000. And then in on 1892, object code 8122, the $60,000, and then appropriate it in 2830 for $60,000.
All right, she doesn't have that one. So, at the end of last fiscal year, 24-25, behavioral health was awarded state grant for mobile crisis vehicles. One of those vehicles came in damaged, so they need to reorder, and I declined to allow that to be ordered until there's a capital asset within the 25-26 budget to make it kosher, we'll call it. But it is state funded, and the reason why it was removed is like our previous conversation in a prior board meeting. Admin lowered behavioral health's budget, 25-26 budget, to mirror 24-25's due to the fluctuations in funding, et cetera. That also meant we removed all the capital assets, including those vehicles. So the request is, it's a state funded, not part of their current financial issues. It's an actual grant for one last vehicle for their mobile crisis in Fund 4014, Fund number 145, Budget Unit 4014, account 6272, and it would be for one mobile crisis vehicle in the amount of, Elise, I don't have an amount just for that one vehicle.
Greetings. I believe that the total allocation she was talking about, I was just talking with our fiscal manager. She said $250,000, but I know the vehicle.
That was all of them.
Yeah. Let me see if I can pull that. I'm sorry.
Well, let's go with 50, and we'll not allow any budget transferability, meaning if it's not used, it is removed.
I have a question. So if the one that came in was damaged, aren't they going to make that right? And why is it?
They want us to reorder, and we weren't able to pay the invoice from the state grant before fiscal year changeover. So yes, but they don't have the asset to do the reorder.
So we have to pay it and then we'll get reimbursed?
Correct.
Perfect. Okay.
By the end of this month.
All right.
Is there any changes needed to be done in our amendment when it comes to the animal control discussion that we had for the 75 grant?
Correct. So no account number changes because we'll take care of that during mid-year process. Since there will be about 5 different accounts that need to be increased, our budget can handle the increase until mid-year when we would add those funds. The position allocation would need to change for ours to increase the overall officers by 1. And I'm wording it that way because I need Casey to see what we're at currently. I believe it's 4.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, there are currently 4, so increase it to 5.
And that makes that possible.
Thank you. My last comment is, as I look through the capital asset and see the amount of vehicles that we're planning to purchase, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, January 1st, 2027, 100% of the vehicles we purchase have to be zero emissions. Hopefully, because we've been held back by being a small county population, but in 2027, we have to start doing what every other county has been forced to do, every larger county. I hope that by mid-year, we can talk about, have we begun into the infrastructure process of ensuring that we're ready to do those things? Because I haven't seen a hybrid, let alone an electric vehicle coming through.
We do. We just drove them.
Yeah.
And there's chargers.
Yeah.
Correct, but I'll leave that to Central Garage and Public Services Director during mid-year to address. And I'll let Lars know about that request.
Good. I'm glad we're changing, but zero emission is a whole different thing too. So.
And Elise just texted me. The change for the vehicle is actually $51,848. So it's a pretty expensive vehicle.
Okay, so that's everything?
Yes.
Anything else to add, Lloyd? Anything else to add, Stephen? With that, I think we have what we need to move forward. Anybody wants to take action?
I offer the resolution with the amendments that have been stated.
Lloyd, did you want to add?
Only because since there are 2 resolutions, one's for the approval of the final budget, the other one is for the position allocation chart. Your board may want to offer them separately and identify the specific resolution. I could certainly walk the board through that requested. All right, so the first motion would be to offer the resolution adopting the final recommended budget for fiscal year 2025-26 as amended.
Offered.
Resolution has been offered.
All right. Supervisor Owen.
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Supervisor Rasmussen.
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Crandall.
Aye.
And the second motion would be to offer the resolution establishing new classifications. I got the effective date thereof and amending the position allocation chart for fiscal year 2025-26 to conform to the adopted budget as amended.
So offered.
Resolution has been offered.
Supervisor Owen.
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Supervisor Rasmussen.
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Crandall.
Aye. All right. Thank you very much for this, and we'll move past this next item and go on to our 610, which is a consideration of request for board direction regarding establishment of ad hoc committee for development of agricultural road standards. This is going to be tabled But I have to take public input in case somebody wants to bring this up or has any concerns about being tabled. I already closed the public during that time. I don't see anybody coming up, so we'll go ahead and push that one to a later date to be determined. 6.11, 130, consideration of West Region Town Hall presentation to the Lake County Board of Supervisors. I've talked with West Region Town Hall, and they're willing to come back on the 6th or 7th to do their presentation. And so they were missing somebody from the Town Hall Council, so they're going to come back on that date. With that, quick break before we go into the next one. That one was pretty long, so this one's going to be even longer. So we'll go ahead and take a quick break. Be back at 3. We're ready, Sam? Okay, there we go. All right, real quick, we're going to do 7.2 before we hit the other one real quick, and that item is... No, I'm sorry. Yes, it is 7.2. I thought it was 7.3. Consideration of response to the 2024-2025 Lake County Civil Grand Jury Final Report. Administrative Officer Trevor Mokel and Matthew Rothstein is going to lead us off.
I don't want to lose those. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Trevor Mokel, Administrative Analyst. As your board is aware, the Lake County Civil Grand Jury prepares an annual report making recommendations to improve systems, procedures, and methods of operation. In continuation of recent practices, the 2024-25 Grand Jury report required your board to respond to specified recommendations. The draft response attached to your board's agenda was prepared in compliance with California Penal Code sections 933 and 933.05. Responses from the elected appointed county department heads will likewise be submitted with your board's response. Thank you to all the department heads who contributed their detailed responses or backgrounds toward your board's response. The final response must be submitted to Judge Markham not later than Monday, October 6th, and you have no further regular meetings prior to that deadline. Staff recommends the board approve the 2024-25 Grand Jury response with a minor edit that Matthew will now share.
Good afternoon, Board. Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer, and Johanna, if you don't mind displaying that document. And it's on page 10 of 10. Yes. Okay. So on page 10, a fragment copied from the sheriff's response for reference only was inadvertently retained. So that has been deleted in the final version. That's the only change, and we ask that your board therefore approve the 2024-25 grand jury response as amended and authorize the chair to sign. And also, I would be remiss if not saying before we close that we very much appreciate the dedicated service of each member of the civil grand jury in preparing this year's reports, and we just want to say thanks to all of those who were participants for your service.
All right. Any questions from the board? I'll open it up to the public. Hearing no hands in Zoom or anybody in the public, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the 2024-25 Lake County Civil Grand Jury Final Report Response.
Second.
I have a motion
As
and a second.
amended.
As amended.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Most powerful flick of the button.
Now, we will move on to our next item, which is our 6 point. Right. There you go. Our 6.12, consideration of an ordinance on the processing of commercial cannabis cultivation permits within the unincorporated area of the County of Lake. Supervisor Owen, this is your item, and
Okay, let me open it back up, sorry. Okay. Do I need to read the measure or can I just talk about it?
You can just talk about it.
Okay. My whole concept here was we have been, obviously there's some issues with our current cannabis ordinance. And therefore it's been in the revision process for nearly 4 years. And it still has not been revised because it was 3.5 when we closed the ad hoc. So it's been roughly 4 years, long before I've been here. There's going to be some substantial changes to it, as I surmise. Meanwhile, many of these cannabis grows are still being let in, which means they're going to be governed by the old ordinance, and they will be considered legal non-conforming. I would like to shut that down at this moment until we have our new ordinance. And I would like it to open back up in conjunction with the adoption of the new cannabis ordinance, which is going to have some major changes. So that's why I brought this forward. I get a lot of complaints. Primarily, many of the complaints, it's usually water or odor are the two major issues. And I'm hoping that we can address some of those issues in the new ordinance. And it's no fault to anybody. I just feel that it is best if we have as many of them conforming to the new regulations as possible. And by continuing to leave this open and bringing permits and approving permits and bringing them forward, we're going to have more that are legal non-conforming. So that was my purpose for it. And that, I think, also helps the cannabis industry as well. I believe we're something like 28% of, was it 18 or 28%? I can't remember, of the county. Let me see, it's in here.
I think it said 28 in the memo.
28 in the memo? Okay. 28% of the cannabis in the county is grown here. And I know that we do have a very high quality product. And so protecting our current growers as well, not wanting to flood the market is also a portion of that. And so, yeah. Any questions?
Any questions from the board?
Comments?
Supervisor Sabatier?
Go for it.
Go ahead. You beat me.
Thank you for bringing this. I know we had originally discussed it as a emergency ordinance, and now this is coming back in what I think is a better way to approach this. I know that I have concerns in how we are moving through our process currently. This will not stop based at least on what I'm reading. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Those who have been deemed complete with a certified letter, and that's going to be the majority of what's left, at least 50%, if not more. I appreciate that you have kind of a cleanup measure in there, that if nothing has occurred, that those can also be denied. So like the update on what the Community Development Department has the ability to deny will help clean up what's on our slate currently. I think that we saw that we had an increase in our amount of money that we're making, and so I'm not concerned about our revenues at this moment. I know that Lake County is, I mean, granted, you did say 28%. I question that, but I'll take it as it is at this moment because I don't know any better. That's a large percentage of the entire state. But the whole state has an issue in the fact that it's oversaturated with cannabis, which is why the price has dropped, which I'm actually a fan of that it's dropped. I think that's not a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. I'm sure the growers don't think so. adding more cultivation only makes it more difficult for the ones that are currently doing it anyways. So I think right now with some of the denials that we've seen and approached, we do see an issue and we do see a problem. We've been told, and hopefully that will still be the case, that around December or maybe a little bit thereafter, we will see the new ordinance coming to us. So this is a very short-term pause. And I'm not seeing it as being damaging. I think it's us admitting there are certain things we would like to see changed, that we do not want to see new applications going through a process, being deemed complete, and having to be held by these current standards rather than waiting for the new standards, where hopefully we can resolve some of these issues and concerns that we have without accidentally creating new ones. But I'm in favor of moving forward today. I like the way that it's been drafted. I appreciate the assistance that you got and the direction that you took this, and I'm in favor today.
Thank you.
Vice Chair?
Yes, I have some questions, and I definitely want to hear from the public before I make any final decisions. But one of my legal questions is have we looked at this ordinance in comparison to Government Code 65920, which is the California Permit Streamlining Act, and do we know that we're not going to have any conflicts there? So that's one question I had for council. I don't know if you can address that now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So the drafting of this ordinance did keep that in mind. The draft did take into account the Permit Streamlining Act to the extent that if you look at page 2, it's really section, well, it references H, where it says subsection 4B, the definition of deemed complete is in accordance with how it's defined and how it's utilized under the Permit Streamlining Act. So it is consistent with the Permit Streamlining Act requirements as it relates to how the phrase deemed complete is defined.
Okay, thank you. And then I still have some confusion on these, for lack of a better term, labels on whether they're complete or incomplete. And so does that mean, for example, if there's something that's, say, in an agency review process right now, would that be a permit that's deemed complete that this ordinance wouldn't affect? I realize that there may be much more work to be done because a situation like that hasn't even gone to the Planning Commission yet, or doesn't necessarily have an initial study. But I just want to be clear on what's complete, what's not complete, how that's going to affect any project that's being worked on today. And then I'm also wondering what measures the Community Development Department would have to take with communicating with all these folks. I understand, I don't know what the breakdown is, but I think we have over 60 permits that are in the system. Maybe half or so of those might be not complete. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm just trying to get a better idea of how that all looks for what we have to do as an agency, and what's the trigger on those other ones, such as the situation I described.
Yes, please come up.
Thank you. Maria Turner, Community Development Director. No, I totally forgot your questions, but I think...
Complete, the definition of deemed complete.
Yes, thank you. All right. So we go through a completeness review when we receive an application. We take a look, cross-check it with the list of documents and reports that we require. This list has been compiled in order to assist agency review because it answers the questions that all the different departments are going to look for. So that first 30 days that we're looking at this and sending it out for what we call RFR, or request for review, that first 30 days is the time allotted in the Permit Streamlining Act for staff to figure out if it's complete. By the end of those 30 days, if it's not complete, if we're missing information that we find necessary to process the permit, we issue what is called an incomplete letter, which gives in detail the things that we're missing that we need to be turned in. Normally, on a normal day, we then set that project aside and don't think about it for a while, because then it's like our clock stops and it's back on the applicant to compile all that data and get it back to us. The way this ordinance will change that is currently we have 66 pending projects, 35 of which are in that completeness review. Of the 35, 14 of these are actually viable projects that we're having regular contact with the applicant. So they're actively moving to get their projects complete. 14 of those we're in constant contact. 5 of these, of the 35, are amendments to actually existing use permits. So they're not brand new permits. We haven't received a new permit application. I think we got 5 in 2024. We haven't gotten any this year. So the way this ordinance, I anticipate, would affect the department as far as staff time is, should this ordinance receive its first reading today, we will then reach out to notify all of the ones that are in completeness review, all 35 of those, to let them know that should this ordinance get adopted whenever it receives its second reading, 30 days after that, if their project is incomplete, we will send them a denial letter. So I do anticipate, instead of these incomplete projects, which are just kind of sitting over there, not costing any staff time, we're going to have 35 applicants that are now all going to be scrambling, trying to work with our staff to get their projects complete. So they're back on our plate for now. When we issue letters of denial, since it takes tens of thousands of dollars to actually get an application prepared and submitted, I do anticipate a large number of appeals, because by due process, when a department makes a decision to deny a project, they can appeal it to the Planning Commission. So I do anticipate a number of appeals going forward or getting received, which will then also be on our staff time. So please let me know if I have not answered your questions.
I believe so. Just to clarify, the 35 we went through with 14 and 5, and then it's the balance of those that have to be notified.
All 35 would be notified, because this ordinance doesn't differentiate between those applicants who are eagerly trying to get complete versus the ones that are just sitting around. So all 35, to be fair, should be notified, because if they are not complete 30 days after the adoption of this ordinance, they will all receive letters of denial.
Okay.
You need more?
I'm good right
Okay.
now.
Supervisor Price.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because we have a lot of comments that came in that said this is pausing the incomplete, but this is actually denying the incomplete.
Yes, Section
We're
4
pulling
says
the rug out from under
we will deny it.
these folks that have been working through the process for a long time.
Correct.
Right?
Rather than any of the projects that are still in process but on hold, if they haven't been approved by the time Article 73 goes into effect, they're not vested. So they would have to get reevaluated according to the current laws or the current regulations as they were updated.
Okay. And so if we have to send these denial letters out and give them the 30 days, because the California Streamlining Act allows applicants to make their applications complete. Like, we have to give them that ability, correct? So if we're just going to deny them without notice and not that ability to do that?
That's how the ordinance reads. Usually on a normal day, we notice that we have these projects that have been sitting around forever, and maybe the applicant's gone, maybe they're not interested, but either way, we then reach out to those applicants and say, we're going to take you before the Planning Commission for a denial without prejudice because due to inactivity of your project. And so that sometimes spurs people to start working on them again, and other times we're able to clear things off of our plate because the applicant is no longer interested in pursuing the permit.
So are we not allowing them to make their application complete then?
I believe she stated that there hasn't been any new applications in 2025. The newest applications on the book have been on the book since 2024. And some of them have been on for years. So, yeah, basically all I'm trying to do is to bring people, one, to allow them to work on the new ordinance. Number two, for the new grows coming in, for them to be in compliant with our new ordinance. That is what I've asked for.
Right. But we have 14 of these applicants that are actively working to become complete. So,
which have been working over a year now.
Well, but they're still working on it. They still have that right to do that.
And they still have time.
They would
2
still
months.
be able to do it, right?
Well, they've got 2 months to, what it is it doesn't mean that that their grow is complete. It just states that what the county has asked for is complete. The documentation, the hoops that they need to jump through, I would say over a year is enough time to jump through those hoops if they really want to get through them. They still have 2 months to get through those hoops. And then they send them a letter of complete, a certified letter stating that it is complete, that they have received what they want. That doesn't mean it's approved, but once it's complete,
I understand
they're
that.
safe.
But you don't send letters of completeness.
Yes, they do.
On a normal day, we do not. On a normal day, once the project is complete, we just keep going. We've never sent letters saying your project is complete. We would due to this ordinance, but
we don't.
It's not been a normal practice.
Okay, but we still have folks that are working through this process actively. Some of them are not, some of them are dead, and it seems like you just want to cancel them. But we're essentially pulling the rug out from folks that are diligently working through this process to bring their applications into completeness, including folks that are looking to expand their operations, right? Or amend their expand, I guess is a better word. So
There are a number of those that are in that 35.
right, and so we're going to deny them, and then they have to start again when we have our new ordinance. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay, so but no. So we've got folks that are working through the process right now. They could be finished sometime this winter, and then be able to grow next year. But now we're stopping them. We're denying them. We're not allowing any new permits or new applications, which we haven't had any this year. And then they have to reapply for next year, which means they will lose all of next season too, right? Because they're already growing, they're just looking to potentially modify what they're already doing. We've taken their money, we're processing their permit application, and then we're just gonna make them start all over again?
Are you finished so she
Yeah.
can go?
Is there any more?
Well, I actually do have more questions, but yeah, answer that.
Okay. Actually, when they can reestablish once when they can fill out the paperwork again once the once our ordinance is complete, and it opens back up, and they will then have to comply with the new regulations. This is what I'm looking at, is compliance with the new regulations. There are too many issues right now with people running out of water, with people that don't have enough water to grow what they currently have permits to do. We need to bring all of this into compliance so that it's not hurting their neighbors. So we need to fix the ordinance. And this came about long before I was on the board fixing the ordinance. Right. And it's not done. So I want to get that done. And to my knowledge, it should be done, I believe, by the end of the year. So it's probably not going to be really big of an effect, except for very few. And furthermore, it's going to clear the books for those that have been on there for a long time that really don't have any means or desire to complete their application.
Okay, so it seems like a short window of time.
I don't know.
Because
That's going to
by
be
the
up to
time,
them.
right? But if you're saying that if we adopt this, we have the first reading, and then it will go into effect when?
30 days after the second reading.
After the second reading.
Additionally, our code does say that if your project is denied, you have to wait 6 months to reapply.
Right.
Okay.
So we're kicking people out and then not letting them reapply too. So I have a big issue with this. But I also am just really curious on where this data came from. And I did.
Lloyd was going to.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just as a note, because it is related to the discussion at hand, under Government Code 65943, which is part of the Permit Streamlining Act, if the written determination of whether an application is deemed complete is not made within 30 days after receipt of the application, and the application includes a statement that it is an application for a development permit, the application shall be deemed complete for purposes of this chapter. So there is that is one additional note on how a particular application is deemed complete. That is one of the ways that it can be deemed complete if it is not made, if a written determination is not made, i.e. sent within 30 days after receipt of the application.
Okay. Well, I'm just really curious on where this data came from. Like the 28% of all the cultivation in California. I don't know where that came from, and I don't know what this 50% decline means either. So
That you would have
I
to
guess-
ask Miss Johnson.
Okay, I asked her yesterday and she didn't know.
Well, I didn't give her that information.
Well, I mean, we're saying these recitals are true and correct.
Mr. Lloyd, do you know where that information came from?
Yeah, that is part of the drafting of the ordinance that our office was requested to do. If your board wishes to take a recess, and we could bring Ms. Johnson, Senior Deputy County Counsel Johnson down here to verify those, or perhaps CDD Director Turner may have some information in reference to the 28% made in that recital. At any rate, this is a recital that was presented for your board's consideration, much like the sections below the now therefore statement. It can be amended. And so for purposes of this first reading, in terms of what's in front of your board, the ordinance as a whole, recitals included, can be adopted or can be adopted for first reading as amended.
And then my last comment is there's a mention of the sunsetting in the memo, but I don't see it in the ordinance.
Yeah, that's something I did not ask for, and I asked them to change that. I checked with Susan yesterday because it was still in the memo. As of January 1st, that's not something I wanted. I wanted it to correspond with the adoption of the, and when the new ordinance takes effect. And so it's, if you read the materials after, that's what it has.
Okay. I just don't see the need for this. It seems like a very short period of time that we're working through this. And maybe it's only in effect for a matter of 30 or 60 days, but it's very consequential to the people that have submitted their applications, and they really have been working through this process, and you might not think that they have, and maybe those that are years and years old aren't, but we've heard that 14 of them are. And we have to honor that work. We cannot just deny them because they haven't met it yet. Like this work is ongoing, and these are businesses, and this is a whole lot of money and time that they've put into this.
Can we grandfather the 14 in before we?
Well, then
pass
why
this?
are we even doing this?
I'm just asking. I don't want to. You don't want to either? No? Okay. Bruno?
Yeah, just a quick Google search will tell you that in 2024, California legal cannabis market had a total of 1,391 acres. And that our crop report from 2023, which is a year off, was 218. You do simple math with that, and you get that that's about 16% of the entire state of California. Add another year, potentially it reaches 20. Maybe also the 28 was looking at what is, because our crop report was only what was grown, not what was licensed. So then you look at what's licensed. The 28 at that point in time, based on that, could potentially be correct. I don't know how Ms. Johnson got there, but it's not completely out of this world when looking at that information. I don't believe that we don't have the capability to amend this ordinance in the sense that if this moves forward, that we deny the applications without prejudice so that they can automatically continue once the ordinance is done, rather than having to make them wait 6 months while others are submitting things. So I think we have the power to make some of these issues not be issues if we wanted to, because I'm sure that County Council can provide the right language to ensure that once there's a new ordinance, those who have been denied can automatically re-up, just like we've done when we do appeals, and say, we're going to deny your appeal based without prejudice, so you can just resubmit, fix the problems that we have. We don't like what the project looks like, but we want you to be able to start again rather than waiting the 6 months.
If the department had the option to deny without prejudice, that takes away the 6-month wait.
That's amazing, because I didn't know about the 6-month wait. So that's awesome.
But I would defer to County Council to really nail that wording down.
That would make me feel better.
And I think that would help. And if you're amending and you happen to have gotten caught in this trap that we have here, sorry to use that word, you still have your current license. You're not denied your current license. You can still utilize your current license. You just didn't get to fulfill the overall amendment. There's reasons why we asked for a cannabis revision. We had concerns. I would prefer not grandfathering people in a concerned situation versus trying to resolve it. So I'd love to see the without prejudice, if possible, being added, because that helps get rid of a problem that I agree, that's a problem. We shouldn't have people get a 6-month thing, but I think we have ways to rectify some of those issues.
Thank you, Bernie.
One more question.
Go ahead.
So if these folks are getting noticed that they're going to be denied, but then they start making their permit complete or start turning in missing pieces, and does the clock restart for them?
No. Typically, on a normal day, when they resubmit the items that are noted as incomplete, we then get an additional 30 days to deem it complete, but that's not what this ordinance says.
We're
This
taking that
ordinance
away.
This ordinance says that 30 days, when this ordinance goes into effect, 30 days after adoption, done.
So we're taking away their right to make their application complete. Their legal right to
I
do
don't
that.
think that's a question you're directing at staff.
Lloyd?
Are
and
we
then
doing that?
Vice Chair. Are we taking away their legal right is what she asked.
Well, the ordinance itself references the Permit Streamlining Act, so to the extent that they have a quote-unquote legal right under the Permit Streamlining Act, this ordinance, at least it's intended to draft, as drafted, to be consistent with those requirements. It cites Government Code Section 65940 and its progeny in that same section. That is the Permit Streamlining Act.
So they'll be able to, if they get the notice and they make their application complete within that 30 days, then they're complete, or are they denied when they get the notice?
Well, staff can certainly look into that, but I would say short answer, it would depend on whether or not it would be done in accordance with the sections under the permit
But
streamlining
we
act.
need clarity in this ordinance.
Vice Chair, sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were going to need to.
Yeah, the section that I cited under page 2 cites specifically, and it should be followed with an et sec, but California Government Code Section 65940 et sec, which outlines all the specific requirements of when an application gets deemed complete under the Permit Streamlining Act. It's all there in the statutes.
Then we'll likely see some appeals.
Vice Chair.
So there was a question, I believe, about whether or not community development had the authority to waive the 6 months after a denial.
Well, that would be something that staff would have to look into as well, because if the proposal here is, I think, part of your board's discussion would be to remove that 6-month wait, I believe that may affect other provisions of the zoning ordinance that staff would need to look into before, and it's not necessarily, I wouldn't suggest making those changes here because there might be other sections of the zoning ordinance that might affect. Other procedural sections that references the 6-month wait, for instance. So staff would have to go back to that. That would be the suggestion to your board, if your board decides to go in that direction.
And then the last thing, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding. So if this passed as is, then second reading would be in 30 days, but, or no?
The following meeting.
The following meeting, and then they would have 30 days from that approval, is that right? So based on, it'd be 30 days plus whatever time we get this back that they would actually have to, minus any time that it took you to notify them that they would have to correct everything.
30 days after the ordinance is adopted, which takes place on the second reading.
Yeah, whenever the second reading is, then 30 days after that.
Okay.
I just remember that as.
It is typically advanced to the next board agenda. However, it's up to the discretion of the board. There's no rule. You could advance it to next year.
Supervisors, or did you still have
No,
more,
no,
Brad? I'm sorry.
Good for now.
So I'm taking, since this was drafted by county council and county council's office, it says here 15 days, not 30 days after the passage. So it would take 2 readings and then 15 days. I have a question for Director Turner. We had a conversation, I wish I could recollect the exact date, but we had a conversation regarding this and an emergency pause about a month ago, approximately. What level of activity has increased in your department from these applications since then? As far as trying to get to a complete.
I have not requested a report on that from staff. Don't know. I do know that we have had a couple inquiries. Some people have, some of the applicants have been paying attention, but not nearly as robust as a response I anticipate once we mail them letters telling them about this upcoming denial.
Well, I don't know what the level is, but I know I've only received one phone call from one applicant who wanted to submit an application, had yet to submit an application. I have received 0 other contacts saying, like, I can't believe you guys are thinking about this. The fact that we've already had this conversation before, we had 3-2 to work with county council to come back. So this should have been known by the industry that this may have been coming back. And so to me, they've already had that amount of time to work towards completing their stuff or doing the work. And again, I think that a short pause to ensure that we provide the safety measures that we've seen as being potential holes or gaps within the current ordinance, and fixing that is not a bad thing, and it's a very short-term concept, especially if we do the without prejudice, which I'm not legal, but if we could do it on the fly during an appeal, I'm sure we could do it on the fly on an ordinance, but
it's not a pause. That's the thing, is like we talked about a pause before, but this is not a pause. You're denying. You're denying the appeal and they have to start over.
It's a pause of a process moving forward. They're going to have to review and start over and review the project based on the new laws and regulations that this new cannabis ordinance will have.
But it's not a pause, so that's an inaccurate word to describe it.
I'll give you that one, but I still think it's worthy.
No, I'll wait. I think we need to.
All right, if there's not anything else, I'll open it up to the public for comment.
Hi, Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. I did have a few comments about the ordinance. First, I wanted to thank CDD because we do have a host of other concerns that we are working with them to address that will be dealt with in the other ordinance that is under review. So I'm not going to touch on those today. I was just going to stick to this ordinance. We did have a question about some of the stats, so it sounds like we'll get those. I think I may know where they're coming from, but I wasn't clear. The part that our office has some concerns about is the language in 4B, that section about being deemed complete. Now, I heard the discussion about whether people will have the opportunity to cure it, if they will be allowed to provide additional information. A lot of our concerns comes from the fact that there are amendments out there and that there's also permits that could potentially expire and people may work on renewals. And this section said that this does apply to renewals as well. Our concern, what we went through before, was that anywhere there was ambiguity, that opened up a lot of the basically fights and contests over taxes assessed for us in the past. That's where we had a lot of confusion. So wherever there was confusion between state law or the county ordinance, wherever there was some kind of room for interpretation, that led to a lot of issues for us in the end. So I think our concern would be wherever this ends up going, whether you're moving forward with the ordinance or not, I think it would be helpful to clarify in writing some of the points that have been raised, if there will be an additional 30 days to review, if there is an opportunity for people to cure it. We just want to avoid any kind of ambiguity or vagueness. And that's where our concern came from, because I try to stay in my lane, but we got sucked into all of it before, and I just don't want to have it happen again. So that would be our request, however this goes, is that maybe there are things that can be tightened up. But when we looked at it, we did have some of the same questions, some of the same confusion I think that others have had. And if we're having it, I'm just afraid others may too. Thank you.
All right.
If I may offer some clarity on the 15 days that Supervisor Sabatier referred to in Section 4, it does talk about 15 days after the passage of the ordinance, it shall be published as a summary in the local paper. That was a law that the state passed a while back that saves us hundreds of dollars, so we don't have to post the entire ordinance. We just post a summary. But that's the 15 days.
Thank you for the clarification, and my bad.
All right. Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name's Peter Simon. I'm involved with Pasta Farm. I think some of you have had the pleasure of coming up and visiting our site. I just wanted to give a little perspective and perhaps give a little bit of kind of talk about where our application is so you can understand what the potential impacts are on what we're doing. What I'm concerned in particular after listening to Director Turner talk about this is that we may be providing basically chemotherapy when there isn't a cancer. If there have been 0 applications submitted, and what you're trying to do is prevent a variety of kind of imperfect applications from proceeding between now and perhaps the end of the year when the new ordinance is passed, what you're actually going to probably do is have the exact opposite effect. Those that are deemed complete, and we're in the process of getting ours complete, and I'll explain that process and where we are in that in a moment. People are going to inundate the CDD with applications and information to try to get themselves complete. Only because they're receiving a letter saying that it's about to be denied. On the other hand, if what you do is stay the course, and you, instead of turning your attention to processing these applications, what you do is you work on the new amendments of the ordinance. New applications will necessarily have to meet the requirements of those new ordinances. you won't be taking any of these applications and preventing the process from being done. All that we'll be doing is making a whole bunch of work for the staff. Those applications that are stagnant or that aren't going to be complete won't be complete by the time the new ordinance comes around. Instead, all that will happen is those that would be complete over a period of time will now be compressed into this short period of time, which is, I think, will be likely be a burden on staff. But for perspective, I don't know a lot of the other applicants and where they stand, but our current application is an amendment or an expansion, if you will, just increasing our footprint a little bit and trying to comply with some of the problems we've had because of crop rotation and such. So it gives us a little more flexibility in how we do things. We submitted our amendment. Well, we had our, and when you, Ms. Turner, when you said there were no applications in 2025, it depends on where we are, because we submitted something in 2025, so there's some process, but it's been 6 months, and we have been actively trying for those last 6 months to get our process complete. Not necessarily because we're trying to get under the deadline, but because we really want to be able to get this done so that we can start cultivating and utilizing our permit. The types of issues we're dealing with aren't significant issues. They're like descriptions of the exact location and exact width of a row. There's lots of details that go into these. We've spent many tens of thousands of dollars, both on experts and consultants on reports and on our staff time.
Really loud for like let it go dee 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 dee, like really longer, so that people know that it's at 3 minutes. If you
Oh,
can
I'm
wrap
sorry.
up, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, but the process, just so you understand, I don't understand why you would want to create a deadline when there isn't if there was loads of applications being processed.
Sir, I'm going to have to extend everyone else's time.
I understand. Anyways, I thank you for your time, and I'm
And
happy.
you're amending right now as we speak. I'll just asking you, you're amending, so you're in the process of expanding your project.
Correct.
So you'd be affected by this.
Yes.
And so from my understanding, projects like this wouldn't be affected by it, but that was my interpretation. So thank you for answering.
No, I believe we would be impacted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Also, I apologize, I misspoke. We received an application this year for an expired minor use permit that redesigned and came back as a major use permit.
Right.
Staff is very good at correcting me when I'm wrong.
All right. Sir?
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Dan Levine. I live in the Shadow Hills subdivision just above Hidden Valley Lake. And I think the revisions and/or amendments to the cannabis ordinance, definitely we need some. A couple of years ago, we were able to get a major project denied. It was 300 acres and I believe over 300 square feet of growing within 1,000 feet of Hidden Valley Lake. And their entrance was to come through our little subdivision. And so water wasn't addressed at that point, which is a big concern. It affects all the neighbors. They don't want their wells running dry, which happens. And then electricity was also a major factor, which on their appeal they addressed, but not adequately. We have a very weak grid in our area that we lose power a lot of the time. And so they were going to rely on these backup generators to keep their operation going. And the amendments and revisions are sorely needed to ensure that we have a quality of life in Lake County that we deserve. That's one of the main reasons for passing ordinances and amendments and laws is quality of life. And the fact that an amendment or new ordinance would cause more work for the county employees, I think takes a back seat to the needed revisions in the ordinance that we need. Thank you.
But sir, I have a question. Is that okay?
Yeah.
That application right here, up here.
Sir, right here.
Okay.
That application was denied, and then denied. The appeal was also denied here at the board too.
Right,
It
right.
wasn't an
Well, if we had
application.
new ordinances regarding water and power and proximity to a large population, if that was already established, like we're trying to, imposed, we would have never gotten to that point. We wouldn't have had to have those
It was denied
meetings
in the planning.
about what they should actually be doing. So I think it will clear up a lot of things and cause less confusion, and maybe their growers will come in more prepared and with a more complete application. And we have quite a few concerned residents
sir.
here today, but one grower representative here,
Sir,
which I commend him for
wrap
coming,
up.
but that shows how many people are concerned about this, but I don't see a lot of growers showing up being concerned about it. You said you only had one call regarding this.
All right, sir.
So
We're good. Thank you.
thank you.
Chair Crandall,
Yeah.
I think the board should know that I intend to bring an item before this board updating you on my anticipated timeline for Article 73, which is going to take longer than I thought because I'm looking into getting a programmatic EIR to properly address environmental impacts of the changes in the article. Since that's not on today's agenda, I wasn't prepared to really discuss it, but just since you're talking about timeline of the ordinance, I thought you should know.
Thank you.
Lloyd, did you? Okay, I thought maybe. All right.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Rasmussen, members of the board. Thank you for Eleanor for bringing this ordinance to bear. Just a couple finer points. The 28%, I think you'll find, comes from the California State Department of Cannabis Control's annual report. That's where that number comes from as far as the amount of production.
Thank you.
So hopefully that answers that question. As far as the concern about their legal right to work on their permit, if council has done, and it seems council has done, what they were requested to do to make sure it conforms with the Streamlining Act and other government codes, as long as that's followed and they're still denied, there was no legal right to continue in that respect. I do believe that we do need to get these ordinances revised. I do believe that time is needed for CDD to look at the process, as was suggested by Supervisor Sabatier. As far as the process of when something's denied today, typically, if it hasn't even gone to the Planning Commission, it gets fixed and then recirculated. So there's really not much that I can see as far as drama and hyperbole that says that once the new ordinances are approved, it gets recirculated to make sure it's in compliance with the new ordinances, and whatever has to be changed because of the new ordinance gets changed. Your biological report, your hydrology report, your archaeological report, cultural reports, unless there was material change in the new ordinance, was probably just as good as it was before. Unless there's some change that CDD wants to do because they realize they want to make things better, great. That's why we need this type of change. So I think there's a lot of pulling out hair and screaming about something that really is not that big of a deal in the big scheme of things. As someone who's seen a lot of these things go through and being on the other side of the conversation, yeah, they get denied, they get recirculated, takes a month or two, comes back, it gets processed further, maybe there's another issue, goes 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and eventually gets to the Planning Commission. And it's not something that paralyzes everybody for years. And if they had these things in process for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and they've sat on their hands all this time, yeah, let's light a fire under them, get them going, see who's serious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could provide just a little bit of clarification, reiterating the point that I made before, if this project is denied, if an application is denied, it doesn't get tweaked and recirculated. It's denied. That's done. So they would need to reapply as a new permit with all new permit fees.
I have a question on that, Ms. Maria. Is it possible that when we put this into effect, that those just stay on hold without a denial? And that
Not
they
according
just,
to this ordinance. If this ordinance is passed, the department is directed, it isn't may, it's a shall. So, yeah, we can't get out of that.
that's what it, I don't think that was the question. What I'm asking
sorry.
is there a way that we can make a little change in here that states that those they cannot move forward, but they can stay in the docket until we have our new ordinance, and then they can be addressed then? That's a question.
I would actually defer to county council, because that would mean, what I hear you saying is, can we just place all of our permits on hold
That have not been
and not
deemed
take them to
complete.
hearing?
Yes.
So I would defer to county council, because the Permit Streamlining Act and CEQA, they have definite
I see.
deadlines.
So that's the reason for the denial, is because of the Streamlining Act, in spite of, if, question, so there's not a way around it?
Lloyd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I stated, under Government Code Section 65943A, if the written determination, and this is part of the Permit Streamlining Act, right? If the written determination is not, by the department, is not made within 30 days after receipt of the application, and the application includes a statement that it is an application for a development permit, the application shall be deemed complete for purposes of this chapter, which is the Permit Streamlining Act. So a non-response from the department within that 30 days would make, after the 30 days, would make that application deemed complete.
I'm sorry, I think I misunderstood your question twice. I thought you were asking if these projects, can we just put a hold on taking projects to hearing, not necessarily deeming them complete?
Yeah, what I was asking was, a certain amount are going to make it through to the complete zone before this goes into effect. There's going to be a few in there that are working. There's 14 roughly that are working on it. Maybe 5 of them get through, or half of them get through. There's still going to be a few in there that are actually working. But it sounds like legally we cannot say we have a pause or a moratorium on completing the permits at this time.
When you say completing, do you mean
To get them moved through to the complete so that they can be heard, so that they're coming in
deeming
under.
them complete?
Yes.
Not actually completing the process of getting
Right.
the permit
All
to
of it,
hearing?
deeming them complete.
Okay.
So that they will be subject to the new ordinance. That's what I'm trying, that's the whole goal, is to bring them in under the new ordinance.
Any permit that has not been approved by an approving body will be subject to the new ordinance, even if they have been deemed complete. Let's say the ones that we've already deemed complete and are going through the process, unless they get approved prior to the effective date of Article 73, we will have to reevaluate them before taking them to hearing to make sure they're compliant with Article 73.
Supervisor Sabatier?
So we say moratorium, but it's not necessarily what we have in front of us. Because what we have in front of us is just denial, right? Because it's an ordinance that amends the current ordinance. It's not a moratorium saying we are pausing all new whatever it is that we feel like right now we need to pause until we do something, because what we're changing is within the cultivation ordinance that we have for commercial type of cultivation, is here are the areas where staff can deny a major or minor use, and one of them is if it's not deemed complete by this date, we're just denying. So this is an amendment that creates denials rather than a moratorium. If this was crafted in a way that didn't amend the ordinance, but crafted as a moratorium on its own and just said no new permits shall be provided until, it doesn't deny the applications, wouldn't that just put a pause saying there are no new permits that will be provided for cannabis cultivation, commercial cannabis cultivation, until this moratorium is over or until the new ordinance has been approved. Like that, I feel like the way this has been crafted is to, not, it was meant to be in that way, but the way it's crafted, it creates a denial rather than a moratorium is literally a pause, not a denial of an application. But I'm not even seeing the word moratorium. This is an amendment to the current ordinance that leads to the denial. Is that possible to draft a moratorium saying the section of Article 27 AT, which is our commercial cannabis cultivation rules, no new permits shall be provided under that rule until further notice, which doesn't necessarily deny the applications where they have to start over. I feel like I'm repeating myself. I just want to make sure I'm being understood and not just blabbing. Is it possible, and I'm asking county council because it's a legal question, I'm sorry. I'm looking in that direction and there's 5 people and they're all like, me?
The ordinance that's before your board today does have, conditions in which this ordinance itself would be repealed, right, under certain conditions, if certain conditions were to take place. The moratorium aspect of this was removed because under the, for 2 reasons at this point, and it's all done pursuant to your board's prior direction. The previous iteration of this ordinance did specifically reference a moratorium, and that is done, I think it was a government code, under the government code section, that allows the moratorium, a pause to occur under an urgency ordinance. And so that was the prior direction. Your boards has since changed and provided new direction to amend the ordinance with sunset provisions or with conditions of which it will be repealed. But because in part, the deemed complete standard, that specifically is a term that's used under the Permit Streamlining Act, it was used as the metric by which certain applications can go through, and certain applications would not under this new drafted ordinance. And given what I just cited under Government Code Section 6594.3, for example, for those reasons, the Permit Streamlining Act would not allow for that flexibility of a pause or a more in the same sense as if the pause is in relation to a moratorium of this. The Permit Streamlining Act, if the phrase deemed complete is used as the standard of determining which applications go through and which don't, it specifically addresses and outlines what applications are deemed complete. It does not speak to a particular pause. It does not allow for that if we're going to use that standard.
Yeah, but can't you do a moratorium and a standard that the moratorium is only affecting those applications that have not been deemed complete when this moratorium goes into effect rather than denied? Because again, it's under the heading of qualifications for a minor or major use permit. The county shall deny a minor or major use permit or the renewal. We're copying that from what's already in the ordinance. If you do a moratorium, you don't have to say it's denied. You just say these can continue or else the rest is on a moratorium, which is a temporary pause, not a denial. If it was crafted as a moratorium, would that allow us to somewhat safeguard those applications from feeling like it's wasted a lot of money versus here they are getting denied versus being put into a pause?
Staff can certainly look into that further because the hesitation that I have there is because the PSA, the Permit Streamlining Act, outlines specific conditions by which an application can be deemed complete or not complete, depending on if certain requirements, conditions are satisfied under the Permit Streamlining Act. And so those do not speak to whether or not a pause has taken place on making a determination of whether they're complete or not. And that's the hesitation that I have in incorporating such provisions and in this ordinance, and at the same time relying on the Permit Streamlining Act in the same proposed ordinance.
Go ahead, Helen.
Okay, I'm going to kind of reiterate the process here. Back in June, 1st of June, I had actually brought forward a pause. And it wasn't under an emergency, or just a regular pause. When it was written up, it came forward a few months later as an urgency emergency, which means that it would have a ending date. It couldn't last over a certain amount of time. So by about this time, it would have been expired, and you could only do it twice. I then asked that I pulled that off because that's not what I had intended. What I was actually intending was a pause or a moratorium to come forward as I have already expressed. I have had to work with county council, and I'm going by their lead as far as what is legal and what is not. I do not know the law. I'm not an attorney. So I am asking them for what is legal. I have expressed what it is I'm wanting, which is basically what I've already expressed, having a pause or a moratorium, whichever word you want to use, pertaining to the applications that are coming forward until we can get our new cannabis ordinance wrote so that they all comply, the new ones coming in, comply with the new ordinance. So as I understood it when they talked to me last week, and even then, they had it down expiring January 1. I made it vividly clear. I wanted it to be in tandem with the adoption of the new ordinance. So that was done, and that was been taken care of. So to my knowledge, there wasn't another way to construct this because of other state laws, as I understand it, to come forward. If there is, I would love to hear it, because my intention is not to make somebody start over and wait 6 months. That's not my intention. My intention is that more people will be in compliant with the new regulations. That's it. And so I'm presuming that is been done with this ordinance. If there's a way to mitigate some of those issues with the 14 applications that are trying to get them done, I'm all for it. But I don't know if there is. I would like to bring this forward. I don't know if there's anybody else that needs to speak first. But I'd like to bring it forward as it is with an amendment, if there's a way to add an amendment on there to not have to make the current applications wait 6 months to reapply.
Is public comment still open?
No, public comment's still open. Yeah, I didn't close it. Come on up.
I'm Bill Wilson, and it's all sounding pretty complicated right now. It would seem to me that a moratorium, I was here to encourage a moratorium, and I'm not sure why you can't stop anything new and continue everything else to its final point. The second question was, does anybody know when the new ordinances are going to be signed? And does the public have what kind of time period to put in input and suggest different things? I certainly don't have enough time, but I have plenty of them. And one of them is back to the old thing as far as inspectors not being completely adequate to do technical work like mechanical engineers to figure out filters and filter sizes. And so is there going to be any time that we will be able to see the new ordinance and have plenty of time for comment? I mean, this all seems like it takes a while. So if the moratorium says no more new ones start, but let's complete the ones that are there, I mean, what legality is that? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Angela Amaral. First off, I have a few things, but I'm wearing a couple different hats today, unexpectedly. There was a person who was going to be here to present you guys with a list of signatures of residents in support of today's ordinance. Unfortunately, he got called out of the county for work and could not attend. So I am going to provide you with these. I think there's 5 copies there. Thank you. So there is a list of over 200 signatures from every district in Lake County. and people's support of this today. One of the things I think we lost sight of is that Director Turner said that there are 14 projects that are viable. Those projects are still going to get to move forward if this ordinance passes today. They're deemed complete, if I'm understanding this correctly. So they will get to move forward. The one thing in the second whereas, there was a typo. I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but I noticed it.
1231.
Yes. The list of incomplete projects has been stagnant for so long. Some of those projects have been on there 3-4 years, just sitting, not with nothing being done with them. So it really needs to be cleaned up. I question how many of those 35 that are deemed complete have been sitting on these rolls for more than 2 years. The Streamlining Act does not allow for an application to sit incomplete for several years just waiting, just to sit there. Permits that get denied can still use their reports and documents to be allowed for a future reapplication, such as the hydrology, biological studies, cultural. And if this ordinance is not passed today, I just want you guys to know that you're going to see more appeals. You guys are already seeing them. So it's going to be you guys are going to see appeals either way. Whether it's somebody that gets their project, doesn't get it passed through this, or if it's because it goes to the planning commission and the residents appeal it. It's a big concern, and I just wanted to, I just think the statements that all of the projects are going to get denied is a little misleading, because there are 14 viable out of the 35. Maybe Director Turner can provide us with how many would be able to move forward and not fall into that category. But there are a lot of big issues with our current ordinance. We don't see it because it doesn't get talked about. There's complaints. There's people that are not in compliance. You don't see people from the industry here complaining that our annual reports aren't getting reviewed according to the ordinance that we have right now. Why is that? They don't want it to be known. Thank you.
Do you want to?
I have a
Angela,
question.
she's got a
I have a question. Who circulated this permit or this petition? There's not a name on it.
No, it was a group of residents that went door to door and collected them.
Okay, well, to have validity to a petition, an organization has to take ownership of it, or a person. So were you also presenting them with this ordinance?
So a person can't take a piece of paper and go door to door to their neighbors
For me to
and ask.
look at it as evidence, there's no name on this. I saw the petition online and I thought, I was actually appalled that you're collecting people's personal information without stating who is collecting that information. Those are all of our constituents that put their names down, not knowing what that information was to be used for.
Right, and there is
And there wasn't
same.
an attachment of the ordinance either. So
Well, there wasn't an ordinance to provide, and there was the clause at the top, was on the top of every single page where people signed a hard copy.
right. So it doesn't really relate to what we're talking about today then.
I disagree.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Well, it states here, we, the undersigned, strongly support the Board of Supervisors' consideration of a cannabis cultivation moratorium, and it goes on. So I don't see,
Well, it's not this.
to be completely appalled by it, I mean, a little drama.
No, I don't. I disagree. I think if you're going to collect people's information, you should put your name on it and let us know who it is.
To be fair, I've seen quite a bit of petitions come forward that really didn't have, so I get what you're saying, but I've seen others that we've accepted and they haven't really had anything but people's names and stuff on them, so.
Hi, Holly Harris, Clear Lake Oaks. I have a couple of different things here, but I think what this underlies is that there are a lot of people that are upset about what's going on. And so they're willing to sign anything just to get someone to listen to them. Please take a pause. Please take a look what's going on. The reason, I just wanted to bring up something different. I personally, many of the people I know really want to see a halt on new permits applications coming in. Basically in the past, it's been mentioned that there's a de facto moratorium in place due to the Water Board NOA letter that had to be, that must show enrollment before 10/31 of 2020. So because of that, the applications have come down. But we checked with the Water Board, and right now there are 533 NOAs in Lake County for cannabis sites. 507 of those NOAs were dated before 10/31/2020. And in fact, 168 letters were issued on 10/30 of 2020. So with 149 permitted projects and roughly 35 in process, or even 65 in process, that leaves more than 300 NOA letters that are in circulation right now. And that's all it says. You just have to have been enrolled and have that letter. In Clear Lake Oaks alone, we have 8 approved cannabis projects, and there are more than 50 letters issued just for Clear Lake Oaks, including some of the largest landowners in Clear Lake Oaks, together owning thousands of acres. And there are also properties on the market that are being sold with, including this NOA letter as a selling point. So as the board is looking at increased setbacks and size caps, we're requesting a pause on new applications until the current ordinance has been rewritten and approved by the board. But we just don't want to see any more coming in like that. In terms of the time frame, when we first started when I first started attending the original cannabis ordinance thing, we were told it was going to be 4 months. Well, it's been 3 years. So to say it's going to be done in a few months, we don't know when it's going to be done, but we just want to stop that in particular. That is one thing I have to say. Now I have to put on a different hat, and I'm coming up to you as a member of the Earth Town Council. And we have something that we wanted to pass out to the board. And basically, the Earth Town Council also supports a halt in new cannabis permits coming through. I am not talking necessarily about what is on there now, but we have had issues with some of the projects. We have 8 permitted cannabis projects in the area. We went together and we took a look at. Do I get to start again since I'm now Earth?
No.
No? Okay. So you can just read all of that. That is coming out from there. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments?
Hi, I'm Giselle Stahl from Hidden Valley Lake. I had just been notified of this about a month ago, and I didn't read the ordinance. I guess it wasn't available at that time, but I totally support halting new projects on this. I was appalled to see the statistics regarding the lack of supervision and the lack of controls and the lack of people being able to respond to the complaints regarding water, regarding the odors that come from this. And so I just wanted to express my support in putting a halt on the new applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Laid.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name's Maria Khan. I am the Earth Chair, and I am just going to continue where Holly left off. Earth has concerns regarding project monitoring. Violations are numerous, often repeated, and range from minor to major. They include broken water meters, lack of background checks, untagged plants, lack of security and insufficient fire mitigations, no Knox boxes or 2.5-inch fire hose couplings, burn piles of cannabis waste, hazardous and open storage. Conditions of use do not appear to be checked, and annual reports are not being reviewed, despite both being required in Article 27. Water usage based on cultivation square footage ranged from 83% usage to more than double. Estimated number of reports available during the 2020 to to 2024 timeframe, 400 plus annual reports and 400 plus water usage reports, which could be used to gauge cumulative effects. We are requesting a pause in cannabis cultivation permits until the updated ordinance is completed, and also request these issues to be looked in. So we have given you a copy of these, and we thank you for your time. This is from the Earth Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Right.
Good afternoon, Chair Crandall, members of the board, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Autumn Carsey. I'm a local resident, business owner, and a cannabis permit applicant. I've been in commercial development for 20 plus years, and I wanted to speak in strong opposition to the proposed moratorium on cannabis applications. In land use zoning, whether it be for commercial, industrial, or residential purposes, counties do not typically halt all new applications while drafting new ordinances or conducting environmental review. Applications continue under the existing rules until new standards are formally adopted. To single out cannabis for a total freeze is not consistent with standard planning practice, and it is detrimental to the county's much-needed tax funds. To my knowledge, CDD has not asked for or demonstrated the need for this sudden freeze. Other jurisdictions in California have updated cannabis ordinances while still processing applications. Santa Clara County, San Luis Obispo County, and Pomona have all moved forward with ordinance revisions without slamming the brakes on their local industry. They demonstrated that environmental review and regulatory improvements can be accomplished responsibly without shutting new businesses down. What is being proposed here in Lake County is far more extreme, a complete stop on all cannabis applications, potentially for a year or longer if we are considering a programmable EIR, which would never be considered for bars, restaurants, or other commercial activities that some may consider or view as fringe, and being the second highest contributor to the general tax fund next to sales tax, cannabis businesses have already generated millions of dollars in tax revenue and created jobs for this county. Blocking new applications is not only unfair, it deprives Lake County of critical economic opportunity and further proliferates the illicit market. I also must point out respectfully that the supervisor advancing this proposal has publicly stated that she purchased a property from her neighbor specifically to prevent cannabis from being cultivated next door.
That's true.
Yep. And while that is her right as a private landowner, it raises serious concerns when a personal preference aligns with public policy and halts an entire sector of economic activity. Land use policy must be guided by fairness, consistency, and public good, not by individual circumstance. Based on these grounds, I believe Supervisor Owen should recuse herself from this process. This moratorium is not about planning fairness. It is about stopping new cannabis businesses at the expense of Lake County's economy, workforce, and tax base. I urge you to reject this proposal outright and continue processing applications under the existing ordinance until new rules are properly adopted. Thank you for your time. And I would love a response to that recusal request.
Sir.
Good afternoon. Andrew Dobbs Kramer, Cannabis Compliance Professional. First, I just want to start by thanking supervisors and staff for all the work to balance the priorities and needs of the whole county. I'm here about the cannabis issue, but clearly this county has a lot of needs. As the budget portion of the meeting made clear, there are more needs than resources here. One resource that came up repeatedly as a fallback funding source was the Cannabis Tax Fund. As you all know well, cannabis tax revenue has grown for 3 years running, contributing more than $3.4 million in tax revenue last year. This money ensures each supervisor has discretionary funds available to support the key projects in their district. In spite of this, we're here now because of consideration of halting all new cannabis permit applications, as well as modifications to existing permits because of the pending ordinance update. It's unclear how long this update will take, but it has already taken far longer than expected, and we have no certainty about when the update will be complete. As pointed out by Supervisor Owen, the update has been underway for nearly 4 years, and the end is not in sight. We've also heard today from the department for the first time that an EIR is needed. A programmatic EIR for the cannabis ordinance update in Sonoma County was begun in 2023, and that ordinance is still now going through Planning Commission over 2 years later. A temporary pause until a new ordinance is passed, will effectively be a multi-year moratorium, putting a strong chilling effect on investment in existing permits as well as potential new permits. The California Building Code is updated every 3 years, yet construction applications aren't forced to stop every time there's a new update. A moratorium on projects and any modifications to existing projects will cost tax revenue, jobs, and just overall chill the investment sentiment in this county. It will also, as we've heard today, cause significant challenges for CDD and the tax collector, as they will both be faced with new ambiguities and CDD will be faced with a narrow window to process a bunch of permits. Protecting existing growers means allowing them to update their permits and apply for new ones if needed. Supporting staff means allowing their normal workflow to continue rather than upsetting their entire workflow and triggering new work. Requiring CDD to send notice to 35 applicants and work with them all to get their applications complete within 30 days will further delay the ordinance update rather than helping to move the process along. I personally have submitted a number of cannabis use permits across multiple counties, which have been approved. Assembling all of the necessary studies took years in each of those cases, especially studies around water, environmental studies, etc., which are important not to rush because we all want to get these right. Some of the 14 applicants you've heard about today may not be able to complete those studies in the next 2 months, simply due to the seasons. You can't do a dry season well test in the wet season. To reject those applications is unfair to the applicants who've been working diligently and investing tens of thousands of dollars already. Today, we heard about the need for an additional animal control officer. That position could be funded with the tax revenue from just 3 new acres of permitted cannabis cultivation. To turn away even one qualified
You
application
can wrap up.
would be a disservice to the people of Lake County and would limit your ability to implement the programs we so desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on, come on up.
Good afternoon, Board. Margot Kambara. That this ordinance comes before your board speaks to the severity of the problem. A previous speaker had said it's unusual for an ordinance to be introduced to stop permits, to pretty much stop business while an ordinance is, another ordinance is being revised. Well, right there, it points to how severe the problems are. Neighbors are not being heard. Neighbors have been living with violations that have not been addressed. Neighbors have been living with complaints about cannabis odors that have not been addressed for 3 years and running. Why? There are water concerns in South County. One permit application was denied because it was proven that there is not sufficient water. And yet, in line, in queue, are 3 other permit applications for water. Not for water. They would be drawing water in that area, but for 3 other permitted projects in that area. Why isn't CDD talking to the applicant, saving the applicant hundreds of thousands of dollars, saying, there's a problem here. Maybe you should rethink where you want to locate your project. So let's also talk about economic development. Really? Our ag commissioner recently presented to your board the economic impact of Lake County ag. Where was cannabis in that list? Because the cannabis industry has not provided data on its great contributions to our economy. So we don't have that data. Let's also talk about economic development. Is it really a good investment for the county to invest a lot of resources, a lot of planning division time on cannabis? What are we getting in return? Have we seen the true costs that the county is outlaying for its cannabis program versus the revenues and fees that are generated? When you look at the ag report, the latest ag report is for 2023. Top ag products, top ag crops, grapes, walnuts. Cannabis is not there, not in the top 3. So I urge you to, take a grain of salt and a long, hard look at what is best for Lake County. There may be possible revenue opportunities, but neighbors deserve to enjoy their properties as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just clarify that the reason it's not in the ag crop is because it's not a federally allowed crop to be in a federal report. So that's why it's not.
Is there any other public comment on Zoom? iPhone 16E, if you can unmute and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Skylar Laywell, Pillsbury Family Farms, and I wanted to say that putting a pause in this moratorium would harm a small cannabis operator farmer like myself. I would like to remind everybody that we did have a 2017 water board registration deadline that was meant to be a clear line in the sand. If an application is complete, it should be processed and passed, and that is the deal. But what we keep hearing are phrases like on a normal day, but the problem is we don't know what a normal day looks like. Since August of 2022, there has not been a single cannabis ordinance that has been presented to this board. Applications are either complete or they're not. Instead of drawing the line, we're all left in limbo and forced to guess what's normal, even what it means for this department while our businesses remain at risk. That's not fair government, and it's not fair to the people who complied in good faith. To put it in perspective, let's talk about Glass House, one of the largest industrial operators in California that produces over 230,000 pounds of cannabis every quarter. Their costs are around $103 a pound because of their massive greenhouses and economics of scale. They are primarily a dominant market player in the ability to flood the state with cheap cannabis. Now compare that to Lake County, and our cannabis farmers are small and medium or mixed light operations, and production is far lower and the costs are far higher. And we have to operate under much stricter regulatory conditions. And we represent only a tiny fraction of the industry, but yet we're treated as if we are corporate giants that continue to dominate the market. Supervisors, Lake County farmers are not Glass House. We are small-scale cannabis farmers, and we create local jobs, and we're trying to follow your rules. We put our livelihoods on the line, and if the county imposes this moratorium on us, then small farmers like myself aren't allowed to modify modestly or even use the cannabis reduction as proposed by Director Turner, who wants to take that out. Would really devastate farms. And then we have the tax collector who would end up taxing us at the full 4 acres when I'm only having 1 acre. I would have to pay $64,000 tax bill when I'm only utilizing 5,325 square feet. So put that in your mind and think about that. So please let us all honor the 2017 Water Board registrations and why we passed it. And we need to pass the completed applications and give the Lake County farmers a fair chance that we were promised, because under these conditions, nothing is going to survive.
Thank you. If you can unmute.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to first thank the board and the members and other people that have made a day to be here. My name is Reverend Carlos Bono, and I speak today on behalf of myself and the concerned members of the Rainbow Church of Living Light. And I strongly urge you to vote against the urgency ordinance proposed by Supervisor Owen that would pause new cannabis permit applications. While this proposal is being presented as a temporary pause, the reality is far more disruptive. The development and passage of a comprehensive ordinance is a complex process that could take many months, potentially well into next year. During this time, the moratorium would not only halt progress, but actively harm compliant operators, small farmers, and entrepreneurs who have invested time, money, and hope into participating in Lake County's legal cannabis economy. Let's be clear, Lake County's cannabis program has been a growing source of tax revenue, job creation, and agricultural innovation. Why would we choose to interrupt this upward trajectory? Moreover, the moratorium sends the wrong message to those who have played by the rules. Many applicants have spent months preparing their submissions, conducting environmental reviews, and engaging with local communities. Pausing the process now undermines their trust in local government and discourages future investment. It also risks pushing legitimate operators towards insolvency or into the illicit market, precisely the outcome we all seek to avoid. The urgency ordinance also contradicts the board's stated goal of streamlining and improving the permitting process. If the current system needs reform, let's reform it, but let's not freeze it. Other counties such as Humboldt and Mendocino have faced similar crossroads and chose to keep their programs open while revising regulations. They recognize that continuity is essential for economic stability and public trust. Additionally, this moratorium could disproportionately impact small-scale and equity applicants, those without the financial cushion to weather long delays. These are often local residents, family farmers, and legacy operators who represent the heart of Lake County's agricultural identity. Shutting the door on them now would be a disservice to our community values and economic resilience. I urge you to consider the broader implications of this pause. It will not simplify the ordinance process. It will complicate it by creating a backlog, legal uncertainty, and economic disruption. Let's instead move forward with transparency, collaboration, and a commitment to supporting a regulated, responsible cannabis industry. Please vote no on this moratorium. Let the permitting process continue while the ordinance is refined. Lake County deserves progress, not paralysis. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, if you can unmute, state your name for the record.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah, let me mute. I have to do something. Okay. My name is Reverend Julia Bono, and I am here today to speak on behalf of myself and the concerned members of the Rainbow Church of Living Light to urge the Board of Supervisors to vote against the proposed moratorium on new cannabis applications or whatever it is that has been submitted by Supervisor Owen. This urgency ordinance is being framed as a temporary pause, but in reality, it would stall progress for many months, especially since it can be extended. We have already heard from the head of the planning department. We've already heard from Supervisor Pyska's concerns, and I would just like to echo those concerns. This just does not make sense. The board began this cannabis ordinance process to streamline regulations and support the licensed industry, but halting applications and permits in this manner contradicts that stated mission. Lake County's cannabis program has generated increasing tax revenue year after year, which we are not able to fully see the results of because of federal prohibition. This sort of moratorium is a sign of this program is a sign of responsible growth and community investment in this important agricultural industry that should take the place of wine growing in Lake County. Why do we want to stop that positive momentum now? This moratorium would punish good actors who have waited patiently. We've heard from them today. They followed the rules. They paid their permit fees. It would punish them. People and businesses that are ready to contribute to our county's tax base and economy. Do we really want to do that? As our elected supervisors, this key local industry needs your support now. We do not need more barriers that would likely just encourage problematic black market behavior. Please reject this moratorium now and allow the permitting process to continue while the new ordinance is developed. Let's build a better future together for the cannabis industry, not freeze it in place. Finally, I looked at that so-called cannabis moratorium petition that was put online via a WordPress blog site, and it does not have any text or identifying information about the collector, but it does collect personal information like a name and an address. Also, it does not require verified email addresses like a real petition site like change.org. This so-called petition should not be taken seriously and does not conform to legal requirements for petitions that are widely available online. Anybody could just stack the petition by submitting hundreds of fake email addresses. It is not a legitimate position. Also, I hereby request the recusal of Supervisor Owen from this vote, as she clearly has a personal axe to grind here. She mentioned this during her election campaign. and she should not be allowed to impact public policy due to her own personal axe to grind. This cannabis legalization has been approved at the state level via a public referendum. This is not
If
appropriate
you can
for Lake
wrap up,
County
please.
to reverse that.
You're at your 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I'm done.
All right. You can unmute. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Nara Dalvaca, resident of District 1, and served on the cannabis task force that's been discussed today. This is just a terrible piece of public policy, and I think that your county staff and your treasurer tax collector and numerous members of the board are trying to tell you this. It's going to set you up for lawsuits because you are taking pipeline projects during the adoption of a new ordinance and denying them while they are diligently working towards approval will make lawyers very, very happy. I'm really tired of seeing this county shoot itself in the foot economically. You're going to be facing huge impacts when the SNAP cuts come in, when the Medi-Cal cuts come in. And this is the only industry that is growing right now and that is contributing to the coffers of this county. And you're trying to hamstring it. The operative comment today was from Director Turner when she mentioned the programmatic EIR. We could be years away from this ordinance actually being adopted. The programmatic EIR could take 6 months to a year, at which point that's when you'd be able to start considering the new ordinance. It would then go through the planning process, and you've seen what some of these NIMBYs are doing to drag this process out. We could be facing the end of 2027 with no ordinance and with no growth in this industry, with existing farmers whose renewals are not allowed to come up, and your 2.5 million that was growing will start to shrink. And it's just appalling that pipeline projects would be shut down. This is it's just as I said, this is just a really, really bad public policy. It's a cynical attempt to shut down an industry that's legally operating. And you will see, if people are concerned about small violations from illegal farms, but just wait until farmers aren't able to get approved. Just wait until the unlicensed market, till the cartels are up and running. See what that costs the county, because that's what you're going to be facing if this goes through. And there's a good ordinance moving through the process, and the EIR is going to delay that, as Andrew mentioned, as Autumn mentioned. This is not how land use works. This is how NIMBYism comes in and kills industries. So thank you, and I really hope you'll vote to kill this today.
Is there any other? iPad?
I thought Angela was here.
Board, my name is Richard Durham, and I see everybody has been really diligent with this, and it's taken quite a while to get you here today. But just like all bureaucracies, this is kind of nitpicking. You have 14 people that may or may not have their applications ready before the new ordinance. I think you should just let it happen organically. If people are able to get their application completed before the new ordinance, yay. If not, well, they'll have to suffer the consequences. I think you've already spent enough time and money on this, and I hope that you vote no for it. Thank you.
Any other? Kate Schmidt, if you can unmute.
Okay, I think I've unmuted.
There you go.
My name is Kate Schmidt-Hopper. I also live in District 1. I've been listening to this for quite some time. it appears to me that even Supervisor Owen, who wrote or was assisted in writing this ordinance, is aware that perhaps it needs a rewrite. And so in order to not penalize the people who have been working on their completion. So I would just really like to suggest that, I know this has been delayed quite a few times and set off to the side tabled, but perhaps Supervisor Owen would like to table this particular version of and go back to more of a moratorium or a pause, as Supervisor Sabatier was mentioning, and address the issue of the people who are in the pipeline, as Ms. Del Baca alluded to, so that those people could be carved out into an ordinance that would be more fair for the people who are already spending thousands of dollars and spending the many, many months it can take to properly provide the science and that is required by the permitting process. And so I just want to suggest that perhaps we can all take a step back and look at a rewrite, talk to legal again, and see if you can work together to do a better job. And so thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Donna, if you can unmute.
Thank you. Donna Makowitz on behalf of the Redbud Audubon Board and our membership. We urge the board to support this ordinance until the ordinance rewrite is finished, oversight is strengthened, and real environmental protections are guaranteed. This step would affirm Lake County's commitment to protecting its natural heritage and the species that depend on it. We need a strong ordinance, and speaking for those that cannot speak, the Clear Lake Hitch, still struggling for survival, depend on stream flows threatened by water withdrawals. Bald eagles rely on clean waterways and abundant fish, but are vulnerable to habitat disturbance. And when Measure C was passed in 2016, the focus was all on revenue. Yet environmental costs, erosion, habitat loss, water diversion continue. These costs are borne by species that cannot advocate for themselves. With more than 60 projects still awaiting review, approving new permits now would compound impacts before safeguards are in place. Please consider supporting this ordinance. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? Aaron, if you can unmute.
Hello, board. Hello, Chair Crandall, Board of Supervisors. Aaron McCarrick, Clear Lake. And I just wanted to urge the board to reject this ordinance today for really the big priority is just getting the actual cannabis ordinance to the board. And as the gentleman said before, it seems like this is taking away time from the CDD to just knock that ordinance out, get it before you, and enable the conversation that actually is happening in this chamber right now. And the folks who are coming for or against the idea of cannabis and cannabis permits, that will all be discussed during the ordinance program. So I think really just whatever the priority is whatever can streamline the CDD, getting the actual cannabis ordinance to the board should probably be the priority. And just a couple other bullet points. There's still a lot of confusion about exactly what this ordinance is, and that the 14 folks in there would still be able to go through the process of going to the planning commission and the board. So they'd still have the public comment process through that. And yes, even if each 14 of those folks only got 10,000 square feet, that would certainly be enough to fund a veterinarian, which again, would be very nice for the county to have. Thank you so much, board.
Thank you. Phone 1447.
Hello, my name is Chris Jennings, a cannabis operator throughout Lake County. I don't understand this ordinance at all. What's the point of it? If you only have a handful of people that are new applicants applying, it from an outside perspective, it really seems like we're just really trying to screw a few people that have their applications in. I know people who are waiting on fall-time biological studies to complete their application. You can't get that done in a month. I know people waiting on springtime biological studies because their previous one didn't work. Or unfortunately, the county tells someone who does an outdoor cultivation project their dirt road is not adequate enough for their project. When I last checked, you are allowed to have a gravel dirt road, and there is no road standards for ag projects, as outdoor is considered ag. I don't understand it. It makes zero sense. We should just let these applications continue moving through with what they're doing. No one should be punished because obviously you have a supervisor who has a different agenda, it appears, going after the cannabis industry. It's really unfortunate. I also think up until this day, we all thought, oh, a little quick ordinance. It'll be done in 30 days. Yay, back on track. And then mic drop, the bomb exploded, bam, EIR needs to be done. I think we're all misled on what truly needs to be, what happens here. Like, I think if everyone knew while this is going on that an environmental impact report was required, we wouldn't even be here today because it's going to take quite a while for that to get done. I just, once again, if you only have a handful of applications that have applied over the past couple of years, why are we even doing this? What is the point? And then it also comes down to, what if this EIR is not done within a few years and we have people with a, good major use permit operating, their renewal comes up? Am I going to get denied to operate my business because we're not completed with this whole, updated ordinance process? I would probably, being a person who's come from nothing, doesn't have anything other than my livelihood and all the work that I'm doing, I would probably get the best attorneys I possibly can and make sure I could finance as much as I can and whoever else I can to come after the county, because at this point it would be feeling like I'm being attacked. And those are words I use lightly, nor would I ever want to use, but when your livelihood is taken away, it's unfortunate that this could do to a lot of people. Once again, there's a few people who've applied. Why are we trying to stop everyone? And then why are we going to tell people, hey, you have 30 days to get your fall bio study done? Oh, hey, you got 30 days to get your springtime bio study done, or whatever other kind of studies that are needed that don't happen in 30 days. And
you can wrap up. Your 3 minutes is up.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth, if you can unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Crandall. This is Elizabeth Larson with Lake County News. I had a question. I don't know if anybody can answer it, and I apologize if this has been mentioned before, but timing is interesting because yesterday the governor signed AB 564, which eliminates a 25% tax increase on the legal cannabis industry. And so my question is, or questions, is there a possibility of this legislation impacting the number of permits that could make their way into the pipeline? And has any assessment been done on that? Because I'm wondering if this taxation has been a barrier to applicants, especially the little folks, the mom and pops that I think a lot of us were thinking about when we were voting on ordinances locally to support the cannabis industry. So I'm curious if those considerations have made their way into the mix, and if CDD has been able to do any analysis on any of that. Thank you.
Thank you. iPhone 2.
Hi, yes, my name is Jessica Pinder, and I stand with Autumn Carsey and Narda Balk and Adam and Aaron. I think that the applicants that are in the process deserve a speedy process, and there's a CEQA process that has to happen for all our environmental water uses, air contaminant, whatever. Yeah, we have to go through an extensive process, and we pay a lot of money to have that done. in the process while we have to wait to be able to operate. Now, as a operator and as a business owner, I could talk to any of my other business owner friends in this county, and they would tell me in any other industry that this is absurd. Can I hear about what the grapes water use is and how much water they're taking from our county? Or let's talk about the pesticides they're using and how that's contaminating the people who walk around and live on this ground. Cannabis does nothing but take care of the land. If you find the people who don't, yes, take them out, I guess. Like, we should all be stewards of the land. I think also that Helen Owen should recuse herself for personal prejudice. I know that she has had number of prejudice against projects in her own district before she became a board member. I do not think she should have right to change the ordinance. She knows nothing of. Thank you kindly for taking the time to listen to me and to listen to all the other people who have put a lot of money and time and energy into this county in this industry. I honor you for hearing us, and I think that you should vote against this moratorium. Thank you.
All right, next. If it's a repeat, skip over them. Justin, please unmute.
Hello, this is Justin Quayle, prior owner of Pillsbury Family Farms and active sales rep in the cannabis industry. And the prices and the value of cannabis have gone way down. I prefer they probably get down to $80 a pound. But anyway, what I'm trying to get at is you need to fire the director.
So
What's going on right now?
Can we keep it to
honestly,
this ordinance?
we've got criminal shit going on here, and it's not good. I've got premeditated shit going on behind
Justin,
the county, planning out.
Can we keep it clean?
After our company when I was working there. I don't agree with the moratorium at all, and I don't think that you guys should have this lady in charge of anything cannabis related. And she needs to be charged with crime.
Justin, let's just keep it to the moratorium. Let's not talk about the charges or anything or
If
allegations.
the people that passed the water, back in the old days, they need to keep moving forward. If they pass that water, keep them going. Don't stop them. You already asked me to solicit a sheriff to keep my license. So why don't we put that in the ordinance? If you can't do it this way, why don't we solicit a sheriff to keep our license? Honestly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. iPhone user, if you can unmute. Okay, all right, next. Michelle Scully, please unmute. Chen.
Did that work?
There you go.
Hey. Hi, Michelle Scully. I've been listening and just wanted to take exception to, I guess, some of the tenor. Cannabis is not the only industry doing good in Lake County. And when we talk about that solely in terms of economic development, I just felt like I wanted to chime in on that. We're in the pear business and we feel like we contribute also, as does tourism. And when I was working for the county a number of years ago, I know that there were 225 some permits in the queue. And I'm sure I'm not as knowledgeable in detail as many people are in that room. But my feeling is that it was an overwhelming effort for our staff and capacity that we had. So I think that's a reasonable thing, as we're a small county trying to do what we can, and we were hit with a tsunami of cannabis permits. So if someone is trying to slow that down to a manageable role, I don't see any issue with that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no more hands in Zoom, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. All right, did you have anything else to add?
No.
There were a few questions. I don't know if
Go ahead, you guys, and then I'll go at the end if I need to.
Supervisor Sabatier, did you?
I will in a second.
Go ahead.
So I misspoke earlier. There's a reason why we're not talking moratoriums. There's not anything other than just an urgency or ordinance. I thought there was a simpler pathway which requires 4/5. We don't have 4/5. We're here now, and this has a deeper impact than a potential 4/5 moratorium, because this would deny the applications and kind of throw them back at the beginning. I have seen projects here that have gone through the entire process that aren't good projects. We have a problem with our ordinance. And if we're going to say, I really don't know what the time frame is for a categorical EIR. It doesn't sound like it's a small amount of time. I don't know if it's more than 3 months. I don't know if it's more than 6 months, but it's also not a good surprise to get information like that here in a public situation where I've been told it's going to be December. Today, just kind of sideswiped from left field that it's going to be past December and who knows how much longer. So I wish that information had been made available before. But the fact is, there's projects. They may have the same smell and taste as the other projects that we've denied because they were not good projects that made it through the entire process and sometimes also going through the process of being approved by Planning Commission. And we shouldn't sit here and say, well, hopefully we'll do the right thing and Planning Commission will deny those, or hopefully we'll do the right thing and somebody will pay $1,800 and will deny those. I don't know that that's an appropriate process. We have to admit that some of these projects have just not been good projects. But yet they also met the current regulations as we have them. So I'm between a rock and a hard place because continuing what I've seen, which is not good, and looking at this, which puts major hardship on certain folks who probably have great intention. I've met Mr. Simon before. I don't think he has any bad intentions for the area that he lives in. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that the project right next to his won't have that stench either that I've seen on others. I'm going to ask my colleagues, please reconsider the 4/5 vote. It's the right thing to do when we have seen major issues. I have seen people that based on my conversations with the sheriff, have criminal activity in their background that we have allowed to move forward. That's embarrassing. And yet we're waiting for an ordinance to fix these things where now we can put the property owners on there. We can also get the applicant, but we're waiting. And as we continue to wait, we have these potential issues that can make us look bad and make issues in our community. And I'm not sure what we benefit from it. I'm very content with $3.5 million. I think we had a horrible mess when we made $10 million, and I'm glad we've pulled back from that. But I feel this does require a longer conversation, but to do nothing is not the answer either. And maybe what we need to do is direct Director Turner on certain specific things we want to see today changed on the ordinance so that we don't continue to allow this ordinance to be as is and allow you to continue on the rest, because there are certain things that may not require, such as adding the property owner an EIR attached to it. I'm looking for a way out. But doing nothing is not a way out. So hoping my colleagues can meet me somewhere, because I don't like what I've been seeing. I know I've had private conversations with Director Turner about some of the things that I've been seeing. And I can't ignore that. And I think we need to do better. And maybe we need to piecemeal this process of what requires a categorical EIR to move forward. So let's not touch that today. What can we change today to make us feel more secure with the ordinance that we currently have? And not today, but you know what I mean. Like, let's bring it back, because maybe there's certain things that can be changed to make it a little bit easier, such as if you happen to have a warrant for environmental crimes or illegal cultivation, that should matter. If you happen to have a property owner that needs a background check, that should matter. Those types of things could be changed, could have been changed yesterday, but as we wait for the entire thing to happen, we continue to waste some of our community's time where they're appealing things that they're rightfully appealing because we've denied it. And we're wasting our staff's time by processing applications that we're also denying as they come to us. So help me out, please.
In general, planning staff
What's that?
strives to avoid piecemealing as a CEQA term. However, I do hear what Supervisor Sabatier is saying. So if it be the consensus of the board, when I do bring that agenda item to them, I will consider how we can separate things.
Vice Chair.
Well, with what's in front of us today, I don't have a concern about not taking in any new permits, or I guess it'd be 31 that are already incomplete. Where my concern lies is the ones that are still in completeness review. That's where my concern is today with what's in front of us right now. But, so I guess that's what we have.
Okay.
Go ahead, Supervisor Owen. Then.
Welcome to politics. Welcome to politics. It's nice to know that if you stand your ground and you believe in something, it can be twisted into something completely different. I am not opposed to the grows, the good players. I actually did visit Pasta Farms and I was impressed with what they were doing. And I happen to know they're a good player because an elderly lady lived up there by them and her road was in good shape on a rainy night when I went up to help her, who was passing away from cancer. I brought her some food and sat with her for a few hours. And I asked her about her road and she let me know that the growers there had taken care of her. And I was impressed. So that is one of the things that I appreciate the fact that we do not have as much of the cartel. Somebody had mentioned the cartel. I know it's still here. I know that we have bad players still here. They haven't gone, but I did appreciate the reduction in it. So the fact that I don't smoke marijuana does not make me a hater. I just want it to be a fair playing field for everybody. And I want good policy to come forward. I see people, I have constituents that they have to haul water because of the grow next door. And I know that there was a gentleman in here earlier, I don't see him still in the audience, who the filtration system on the grows are not working properly, they're not large enough. So they have to put up with a horrendous smell. So I want to get those things fixed so that we do not have the same issues. I want to make sure that they're not running their neighbors out of water. And I do recall campaigning or voting against a grow when I first got on the board in the Middletown area where there was no water. That is what we call common sense. As far as campaigning, somebody mentioned I was campaigning against it from years before. That's not true. To my knowledge, I don't remember doing that. I did buy property next door, 33 acres, to keep a grow from going in because I don't like the smell of it. I was fortunate enough to be able to do that. Many people are not able to do that, and they don't want it coming in next door because of the smell. So if we can ratify all that. I'm for it. I do not want to shut down businesses, and this does not apply to those that are in business now. So you're shaking your head yes, as that though it does apply to you if you're wanting to expand. All I'm wanting to do is to bring people current when we get our current ordinance. Now, we were told earlier on that that would be done, the ordinance would be ready to come before us in December of this year, which is just a couple months away. We're told today that that's not true, that it's going to take longer. We do not have a date now. When I brought this forward, I was asking for a pause. As we know, that didn't happen. And again, I'm leaving it to legal counsel to figure out the best way to go forward with that. I am still ready to move forward with this at this moment. I do not want to have a negative effect on those that are looking to expand. Unfortunately, that's what I'm being told we would have to do. That's not what I'd asked for. I don't dislike, I have friends in the business, and supporting, yes, within reason. I don't think you should be adversely affecting your neighbors, whether it be odor or water. Other than that, I don't have a problem.
Supervisor Preisky.
Well, I think we're all frustrated with how long this has taken because we know that we want to have this update happen, and we've been working on it for a really long time. And there are a lot of issues that are in limbo. We really thought that we were going to have this worked out in a couple of months, and now it's going to be longer. But my concern has always been consistency. We have to be consistent with land use, with any type of land use. And so the reason I can't support this today is because we've got these people that filed applications, paid their fees, have been working in good faith, and I cannot in good conscience just throw them out. We have 14 of them that are diligently working towards completeness. And I think it's unethical to throw them out. So that's where I am with this. Now that we know that we have a longer timeline ahead of us, then maybe we do need to look at some, and I'll just say piecemeal efforts to kind of remedy some of these situations. But you know what? Not all the projects are bad. Not all the people are bad. And when we're sitting here writing policy, I'm looking at you, yeah. When we're writing policy, we can't say that. We have to be consistent. This is our land use policy. And if there are bad projects that come through, which we have seen not great ones, and we voted them down. But there have also been some really good ones that really benefit our community, the revenue that we rely on now. So we just have to be consistent. That's what I'm looking for. Cutting off a pipeline of people who are actively working is inconsistent, and I can't support that. But I am open to other solutions where we can look at how to remedy this, in the near future, because obviously this is looking like a much longer project now. So I am open to that, but I just need to make sure that we're being consistent.
Supervisor Sabatier.
So I listed a couple of things, and I hope that's what we can come back with. And I appreciate the discussion, no matter how difficult it might be for some or others, and especially those that are involved in the business not knowing where this is going. I would love to see something come back that gets rid of the 10 years, that allows for continuing rather than a cliff. I think as a business, that's rough. I don't think that requires an EIR. I would like to see property owners added to the background check. I don't think that requires an EIR. And I'd love to see the setback from a neighboring home be increased from 150 feet, where right now those applications can come through and it meets the standard of that ordinance. And I have issues with that. I think that is way too close, and I think we've seen it, we've experienced it, and we've all mentioned that that is something we would like to see changed. So if we can change certain aspects within the next 30 to 60 days and then allow the ordinance to continue, I would be in favor of moving in that direction, just because to me there's some very simple protections that need to be done in order to move forward. And right now we've been sitting on our hands, the board, not the staff. Staff has been working hard to try and get those things done, knowing we want to see changes and changes that aren't coming at this point. So I'm done with not seeing changes. I want some changes as soon as possible, and what is within reason, so that we can go ahead and move forward. And I'm looking for a solution as well. And again, appreciate the discussion, because we have to do something.
Did you have yours?
Yeah, just, I'm on board with making amendments to the existing ordinance, and at this point, not waiting for another year for that to change everything. I know with the EIR, if we have to do that, that's going to be a while, but the setback one is a good example of something that could be amended at any time.
Yeah, I just want to,
So-
go ahead.
Yeah, no, that was it. I just
Okay.
want to say I'd be on board with that.
I really need to, for me, we need to address water and odor as well as setbacks. Those are huge things. The other thing I really feel we need to address is we need to know that the players are in compliance. There are too many people coming forward right now, talking to me, emailing me, calling me, seeing me in the store, telling me the issues that they are having with their neighbor's cannabis grow. So those are the things minimal that I need to have. I would, if there was any way possible to have a pause, that's what I want until we can get that done. I did not realize that some of the aspects of the way this was written, and I was leaving it, not that it was written poorly, that's not what I'm getting at. I mean that what our options were as far as how we could write it to accomplish the goal. So, and as in, right now, it looks like it's a hard cut, and I'm for that if that's what we need to do. If there's an easier way to deal with the issues of the people that are in there, the 14, I'm open to that. But other than that, I just think we need to do something. I've been waiting since June 1st to try to get something here before the board.
Yeah, that was my thought as well when it comes to the 14 people. Brad, you brought it up as well. 14 or 15, I don't know, I wrote down 15. Worried about those folks losing momentum when it comes to this. I know that at times there sits dormant permits, and a lot of times they never even come back to fruition. So I get that. That's where the issue I have always had when it comes to this. We go back to like 2022 or 3 or 1. No, wait, it had to be before that because Supervisor Brown was still on, and we did something to the effect of only allowing 10 per month or something like that because of the backup and the backfill of people putting in applications. So I know that we've done so many different changes and different initiatives when it comes to this. And when we talked before, I remember when you brought forward the moratorium, the whole thought process and the whole initiative would have prevented from anybody in the process being affected. Now, because of 65943A, that puts that stalemates that. Am I hearing that? Is that correct? The streamline permit?
Streamline, yeah.
That prevents from anybody, the 14 people that are affected, that are actually actively working, they're affected by that.
Because of a
So
state law?
if this passes, they just are automatically done.
Denied.
There's different, thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's a myriad of ways of how to draft an ordinance, whether it's an urgency ordinance or just a regular ordinance, such as the one we have in front of us right now, which is a regular ordinance. It's not an urgency ordinance. So this ordinance went through, a handful of drafts in the process, culminating in what's before your board today. This ordinance, as it's drafted right now, utilizes the Permit Streamlining Act as the standard of making a determination of which applications would move forward as deemed complete or not, because that's the phrase specifically used by the Permit Streamlining Act. Just by way of example, There could be an ordinance out there that didn't reference the Permit Streamlining Act and just had a sunset provision. That's a possibility. So that goes to that is something that staff would have to take back, because there's as I said, there's a myriad of ways of how to draft an ordinance to accomplish certain goals. There was at one point, believe Supervisor Owen mentioned that in the board, and it's referenced in the board memo, that there was a sunset date specifically in one of the previous drafts, but that has been taken out at this point. So what's before your board today is an ordinance that utilizes the Permit Streamlining Act and the phrase that's used in that act, and that phrase being deemed complete, as the standard of which in determining which applications move forward after the adoption of this ordinance that's before your board today, and which applications do not.
Could we do, no, I'm not even going to say that. It's going to open up a whole new can of worms.
You want me to go ahead and present it? Okay.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I may, and totally at your board's option, upon discussion, if the ordinance is going to be, will be motioned into the first reading, just to put put things on the record, I could walk through your board through with some of the suggested proposed amendments that were raised by your board to this ordinance, and for purposes of moving forward with the first reading of the ordinance as amended.
I have a question. Is there any way to include those 14? No?
It would be, staff would have to take that back upon further review. It's to specifically reference specific applications in an ordinance.
Okay, it's illegal. Okay.
Well, I have a question, because the 14 are active. The rest of them are, there's nothing going on with them.
There are 35.
There are 35.
Incomplete projects.
Yeah,
The
so-
14 that are active was pure anecdotal data for you.
Okay.
There's nothing to differentiate those 14 from the others in the 35 because they're all incomplete.
But if you want to separate them out, then we just don't take new applications.
One of the things I'm wondering, because my issue was that they would be legal non-compliant. So what I was wanting was for them to come under the umbrella of the compliance. Is there any way to adjust that, where those that are submitted, they would need to be compliant?
Lloyd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this may be responsive to that question. One of the prior iterations, prior drafts of the ordinance did contemplate or incorporate a proposed provision that has a specific sunset date of the effective date of the ordinance, and using that as a cutoff, But in addition to that, there would be a cutoff of, upon the adoption of the ordinance, all new filings of the application would then be barred from further process, right? That would exempt essentially any application that has been filed after the adoption date of the ordinance. So that is one way, and it goes back to my point that there's a myriad of ways to how to craft an ordinance. It really depends on your board's preference of what's being proposed. That is only one of several ways. If we're going to go outside substantively of what's being presented to your board, if it's substantive enough, staff may need to take it back, because that would result in substantive revisions.
No, that's, I think we're pretty clear on what I was asking and what the legal ramifications are as far as what we can or cannot do. And unfortunately, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say unfortunate, because it's unfortunate for the few that are really working on it, but I'm going to go ahead and bring this forward as is.
And if I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So, and it would be a point, question, a clarification for Supervisor Owen, just for purposes of the motion language. If it please, as your board, just for the record, I could walk through some of the proposed suggested amendments that have been raised in this meeting. Okay. So the first one is on the second recital, which makes reference to the 28%. Just a clarification if that should still be retained as a recital, or the option for your board, for the purposes of the language of the motion, to have it adopted in first reading as amended, would be to delete that second recital.
I didn't quite understand.
So the second recital can either be deleted or retained.
Where it says 28%.
Oh, you can strike it. I believe that it was found where it came out, but we can strike it.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think it's necessary.
So that was one of the amendments that was raised, proposed amendments that was raised. The next one would be on page 2 of the ordinance, where it references a subsection 4B. It would state, just coming out of the discussion from your board, that it would state as such, for purposes of this section, deemed complete shall mean an application that has been deemed complete under section 65940 et sec, that's ET period SEQ period, of the California Government Code, or that the applicant has been notified in writing, sent via certified mail by the Community Development Department, that all of the requirements were specified in the relevant list compiled by the county pursuant to section 65940 et sec of the California Government Code available at the time when the application was submitted have been met. So that would be one of the other amendments there. And then, again, coming out of your board's discussion, the other proposed amendment would be to add a subsection C. So there would be to add a subsection 4C to this page 2, where it would state C, notwithstanding section 21-60.31 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, an applicant may file a new application earlier than 6 months after receiving a determination that an applicant's prior application was not deemed complete. I believe that addresses part of what was discussed by your board there. And then lastly, the last proposed amendment would be under same page 2, under the bold heading of section 4, where it makes reference to 15 days after its passage. Since this being a regular ordinance, that's a typo. That would be 30 days after its passage. And those would be the amendments. And if your board is ready,
I just have a question. So with the addition of that language, the applications would be denied, but they would not be allowed to reapply, correct?
And further clarification for which language are you referring to?
I think where they're allowed to they don't have to wait the 6 months to reapply.
Yeah, but if we're looking, there's no sunset on this. And if we're looking at, this could stand for a really long time if we're not revamping our ordinance in the near future. And so if someone is denied, they're not going to be able to apply because we're not allowing new applications.
Until it's passed, until I wanted
Right, but
to
then
coincide.
yeah, but so the example with Pasta Farms is they're in the middle, like those 14 people are going to be denied, and it could be a really long time before they're allowed to reapply. So I just want to make that's clear. Am I correct?
Yeah, the proposed amendment is saying notwithstanding 21-60.31, which has that 6-month period. It says that it has to be more than,
But we're not accepting new applications also.
yes, then that's based on page 2, subsection 4 as a whole, with the exceptions that's laid out.
And until our ordinance is adopted.
Correct. So you have 2 main exceptions to this. You have under page 2, subsection 4A, and then 4B lays out what's deemed complete, which is in accordance with the Permit Streamlining Act, and then subsection C, that's one of the proposed amendments, would just not be subject to the 6 month or more.
And so then renewals are subject to this also. So we have permitted operations that are going to be coming to the end of their 10-year permit. And again, there's no sunset on this. We don't know how long this is going to stand. So we have permitted operations that will not be allowed to renew as well.
Then we better get after the ordinance.
I mean,
Go ahead.
I'm just pointing out what's in here.
I think the votes aren't there, so we can try to dissect this as much as possible, but the votes aren't going to be there. I have my concerns. I have my issues from both sides of this situation. Permits didn't go out until 2018, so we have until 2028. I sure as hell hope we will finish an ordinance by 2028, so I'm not too concerned about the renewal process.
But you have to.
I get it.
There's time. I just wanted to be really clear because I don't know exactly what the.
Clear enough. Can we?
I'm just not that concerned, but I don't think the votes are there. I will push. I will bring my own ordinance amendment for the things that I just discussed earlier if it takes too long. We have to do something. So to me, I'm going to vote no today, but I am not done because something has to happen. Something has to change. If that helps to not have to dissect this and try to figure out how to make it work. You can offer any ordinance at this moment. My plan with this, it doesn't work.
I
And
still
so-
want to offer it.
Please do.
And be on the record.
Please do.
So the first part, it's two motions. The first motion would be to move to approve the first reading of the ordinance as amended to be read in title only.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Right?
I can second.
I'm waiting.
I've seen you guys do it in planning. That's why I seconded.
Typically with the vote, it would be via roll call from the
Okay.
clerk.
Should I say something?
Get this done.
There was a motion though for that one.
Yeah.
There's a motion and a second, so there would be a roll call vote because,
Okay.
or it could be by roll call vote just to clarify the
I'm
votes.
not the only one asleep.
Yes.
Okay, Supervisor Owen.
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Nay.
Supervisor Rasmussen.
Nay.
Supervisor Pyska.
No.
And Supervisor Crandall.
Aye. Motion doesn't pass 2-3.
And with that, in light of that, I don't believe there's a need for the second motion, which is to move the adopted ordinance to the second next board meeting because the first reading of the motion has died.
Was denied, has died.
Yeah, did not pass.
Just for clarification, consensus and direction was given to staff to try and find ways to find specific aspects of the ordinance that can be amended without triggering an EIR or a CEQA process.
Staff is very clear on that
Okay,
direction.
Just
Thank you.
wanted to that be on
Oh,
record
it's
as
good.
well.
It's there.
All right.
All right, thank you.
With that, we'll close this item. Right, there's nothing else I have. Okay, so we'll close this item and we will take a break.
4 o'clock, 5 o'clock.
This is an easier discussion, right?
Okay, I'm going to call back to order the meeting of the Board of Supervisors. And we're going to take up item 6.13. That's our 2:30 item. Consideration of impacts resulting from recent and pending withdrawals from county treasury pool and potential changes to county investment policy. And we have our tax collector and our auditor controller. Turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. Yes, I'm here with Genevieve Harrington, Auditor Controller. I will try to be brief on this and get through this quickly. So just for some background, what's begun happening for the first time, as far as I'm aware of with the county, is that we have districts that are attempting to leave or separate from the county treasurer's pool. So the county treasurer and in turn the county auditor provide services for both the county, the schools, and a variety of special districts, including water districts, fire districts, cemetery districts. So last year was the first time we had a district attempt to leave. They actually were partially in. They had opened an account. We weren't aware of it. We weren't aware to the extent that they were attempting to separate. And the de facto position in all of these districts is that the county treasurer is, by statute, their treasurer. So that really is not viable for us. We cannot have districts that are operating accounts without our knowledge. We basically have to have control over those. We provide their banking services, and we invest their funds. And it's difficult to separate the two. So the choice we gave that district last year was essentially you're in or you're out, right? You need to either be with us, and it's government code supported, yeah, and the district has the choice. They ultimately made the choice to leave. We had expressed concerns that their capacity was not necessarily there to provide the level of service that's necessary. There's a lot of security features you need for banking, fraud protection. They need to do all their own investing. But ultimately, we walked them through all of our concerns, and they did choose to leave. But they fully exited the pool. And so that one has now resolved. For better or worse, we have concerns, there are issues. But they chose to, instead of returning to the pool, they have chose to exit.
And this means you're not their treasurer anymore. That's the biggest distinction.
That's right.
Just saying that them leaving completely means that Patrick Sullivan is not named as their treasurer, which is a very big distinction between the fire and RCD situations.
Exactly. And so, yes, that is the distinction now, is that this is the first time we're faced with a district that wants to invest on their own, but also wishes for the county treasurer to remain their treasurer. So I'm going to do their banking. Genevieve's office would do their auditing functions, financial reporting, but we would not really be in control of the money, or there's this weird split on how it works. And I think that's the root of our concern, is that a lot of the code sections that govern this are very old. They were written between 50 and 100 years ago generally, or even longer. And so there used to be more of a distinction between banking and investing. You had your money in the vault, the money in the bank account, and then if you chose to invest, you were literally going and buying paper bonds. Now, we invest on a daily basis. We are sweeping money from our checking account into a money market fund each day so that no dollar goes uninvested. So I think that's the hard part now, is that with modern banking, even though statutorily there's Attorney General opinion that says fire districts can do this, it's not really practical. Operationally, the risk here is that if districts kind of keep 1 foot in, 1 foot out, it can be unintentional. It can be without malice, that they intend, there's no intent to, let's say, harm us or the schools or other pool participants. But as they pull money out, in order to meet those cash flow requirements, I may have to sell securities, bonds, to cash them out and give them their money. Like right now, for instance, you can get a higher rate in short-term accounts, like short-term pool accounts or short-term bonds, than I can give in the pool, because we're making some sacrifices to lock in longer-term rates. So if you take money out right now, you can go grab a higher return somewhere, and then theoretically next year, that district could put the money back in. I have to credit them with that new rate of return. I have to buy new bonds at a lower interest rate. So even with the best of intentions, there's an inherent instability that comes with this. And this is something we're wrestling with for the first time. So we had that district leave last year. Right now, there are 2 fire districts that are at some stage of the process doing this. We have some of the same concerns we had with RCD about ensuring, whether there's really the capacity to do banking operations. There's a higher cost for small districts than what we incur. So financially, we're not really clear that this is beneficial for them. But at least as it stands now, it appears they have the right to do this. The complex part now, how we're trying to understand how to respond to this, is what do we do with the fact that these districts wish to potentially stay in with the county treasury while investing on their own? And yeah, that they would keep enough money with us to pay their bills, so that when they submit requests for a check run with our office, that the auditor controller's office cuts those checks, approves them, that we are then, my office is doing all the associated banking, ensuring the cash is there, monitoring them. This is complicated for us, and what we mostly want to ensure is that we're properly protecting the other members of our treasury pool. And so that's why I started throwing some options out there. At first, we thought we'd have to revise the investment policy in order to do these. Really, over the last few weeks, we've been able to develop more information since we drafted this memo. Essentially, most of these do not require any actual change to the investment policy. My original goal here was to determine what changes may be necessary and then return with a policy. But the most likely outcome is that we do not need to actually adjust the policy. We just need to come up with a course of action and how we want to proceed. So I was hoping to have some discussion. Just generally, some of the options are to create a separate voluntary pool. There's different ways to handle that. That's more administrative work for our office. It's more work. We'd have to manage one pool for everyone else and then try to manage another pool differently because of their cash flow. And frankly, I think the costs and the level of effort involved in that would not be appropriate and would not be benefit. The other idea here is to essentially create a separate district account in this case. If the fire districts end up keeping me on as their treasurer, yet they decide to invest on their own outside the pool, they would have a separate bank account.
I just want to touch on that when a district, according to the government code, when the district goes partially out and stays partially in, they're able to name our Lake County treasurer as their treasurer, but then they don't have to listen. So, I think it creates a hole. It might have been inadvertent, but if they were to leave, they would have to name an actual treasurer. If they stay, you're the actual treasurer. But this halfway in and halfway out, where he's being named, but no advice is being taken, and that sort of thing. Anyway, I just think that there's a black hole being created accidentally.
Yeah, and to highlight that, that's part of the problem because these codes weren't really written contemplating someone would do this. It's more of a way they've now been interpreted to allow a district to do this. There's contradictory language about who decides how much to invest, like that the treasurer has the authority to decide how much money would even be permitted to go into an outside account. And because this is a fairly new thing that's being pitched to districts, it isn't really tested. So I'm faced, and in turn, the auditor's office is faced with these contradictory pieces of statutory language in this circumstance. So yeah, that one idea is to create a separate account. It would just be for banking. It would not be invested. So essentially the district in that case would have whatever amount of money it doesn't need to maintain their cash flow would be in their outside account being managed and invested under this new model they want. That may be the cleanest way to do this, is that if they are going to appoint me as their treasurer or leave me appointed as treasurer, then we would not be doing any investing for them. We would simply be doing their banking until at some point they're ready to take that over on their own, or ultimately, I suppose there's still the option of returning to the pool. Another idea was that there's a county that does set a minimum balance threshold for voluntary participants. Beyond that, pool earnings are restricted. That could be viable as well, but that's also confusing because of exactly what Ms. Harrington mentioned, that we have these conflicting codes, and it's not clear how we're supposed to handle it. So again, we haven't had a whole lot of time to review this. The county isn't the party that initiated this, so we're responding to something that other districts have done. So I'm sorry I'm not presenting a cleaner set of options. It's because we are still working through them. So,
Supervisor Pyska, or I'm sorry, I didn't know who Supervisor Sabatier.
Far away. Appreciate you bringing this. Mr. Sullivan and I have been discussing this for quite some time. I've been trying to meet with the fire district. It just hasn't worked out. I want to say a couple key things. One, I think either you're in or you're out, because if you're going to dance and go in and out, it's going to have an impact on all of the other investors in the pool. And I think our job is to protect the trust that is given to us when people are in our pool, and some of them have no choice and they have to be in our pool, like the school districts. And so I think we figure out a way to either you're in or you're out, and good for you, good for anybody who thinks they can do their own investment and work with another contractor to do their investment. More power to you, and I wish you the best. But we have to protect what we have. And so when people are pulling out millions of dollars and you're having to not allow investments to mature, then we're all going to have to take a hit in some way, shape, or form. And I know you've been able to either reduce or mitigate that impact, at least for this one, or in the past. But it's never going to work out perfectly. I know in the conversations with the fire district, they've been there's been that conversation of you might have to pull everything out, you might have to choose. They're looking to figure out what they want to do. I think we need to give them a window of when they can make that, so we can make sure we have a liquidity so that if they do pull out, the rest of their funding in the pool is available and not being pulled out again from an investment that does not get to mature where we have to pay fees or fines for it. I think a window 9 to 12 months, something like that, would help. I think that if they do want you to be their banker by state law, that can still be the case. I really think we need to put things in writing on how that works so that there's an understanding of what that means. What are your responsibilities? What are their responsibilities? And since there's another fire district potentially doing this, this could be a template that can be used for how those types of relationships can work. Right now, it's not in writing and it's murky. And let's not keep it murky. Let's get it written down so that everybody knows what the rules of engagement are. I think that we also hit this situation potentially, I don't want to fault, but we haven't engaged with our investors in a way that we could be engaging with our investors. And so I don't want to create the investment or the treasurer committee. I think that comes with a lot of bureaucratic processes. But if there's a way to have an investment oversight committee to invite all the investors and talk to them about what's going on, invite them to our quarterly reports that we get from Carlos, I think all of those things would help inform those investors as to what's happening in our investment pool, because we listened to the presentation that was given by this new investor that they're using, and it was very misleading as to what the county does. They're saying that we're not doing treasury bonds, we're not doing management of the investment. Well, we do. We do those things. And so it felt like they were utilizing words that maybe couldn't be seen as a lie, but that wasn't necessarily painting the truthful picture of what the county is doing when it was an investment. Again, that's on the presentation by the investors that the fire districts took interest in, not the fire districts themselves. I think that they only know what they know. I don't think that they were misinforming their board or anything like that. I want to make sure that that's clear. So that's my personal opinion on the direction that we should go. I think we need to protect our investment as much as possible for the sake of those in the pool, and we need to set the stage so that we have a successful relationship if it's going to continue banking and a continued positive relationship with the rest of our investors as well.
Supervisor Pyska?
You had yours up first.
Yeah, I agree. You're in or you're out. I don't want to do this. I think some outreach is probably appropriate to the investors, maybe just sending them the quarterly report that we get, a link to the video. I don't think we need to have a new committee or something. I think it's important to have that outreach so that if they have questions or if they get approached, we already have the relationship like you suggested, and they feel comfortable asking questions or coming to us. It's just maybe we just need to spend more time building that relationship so that when they do get approached by these predatory groups, they know where to go. And then there's no requirement for you to be their banker, correct? Or is there?
Unfortunately, some of the districts, and in this case, fire districts included, the default, the minute the district is birthed, the county treasurer becomes de facto their treasurer. And then ultimately they can choose to remove me and appoint their own. That similar laws exist for a lot of special districts, but the default is the county, because typically on most districts, should they ever dissolve or become insolvent in some way, they default back to the county. We ultimately take on services in many of these areas. So that's the underlying reason for it, and also that they're too small. So I can't, as far as I'm aware, I have no way to choose.
Oh, if they don't name a new one, okay.
Yeah.
But they don't have to use the treasury.
This is, so there was major debate over this, and ultimately there was an opinion by the Attorney General that said they can do this. It's grabbing a certain code section that says their board can exercise authority to do investments. And this is what I was saying, is that the code sections involved, many of these are a century old, and unfortunately when revisions happen, they weren't uniform. So I don't know that this is the way anyone ever intended it to be, but it does appear to be what they can do.
Okay, well, I'm in favor of in or out policy. We have to protect all of our investors and our investments, and no ins and outs.
Supervisor Owen?
I was just going to ask what you suggested, what you see first is legal, as far as what we can do, whether we can say in or out, or if we are required to still be half in and half out. And then, and I guess that's more of a ask of Lloyd. And I'm going to guess that you may have already asked that question. But also what it is that you think we should do. I'm looking to support you.
So I can tell you, as far as the general consensus amongst treasurer tax collectors from counties I've spoken with, is that it is typically best to be in or out, that you do not want voluntary participants in your pool. They can destabilize it. My understanding is it can even ultimately impact your credit rating because it creates a new cash flow issue. So if we're going that route, then I guess some of the feedback is some sort of off-ramp for the district, how, that we can work with them to basically provide them time to go out on their own. But ultimately, I don't, well.
I saw it as we could strongly encourage, but with policy, but if it comes down to it, government code would allow them to, that we will not be able to enforce an in or an out for fire districts specifically, outside of putting language in the policy to discourage the jumping in.
That's what I was asking, is whether we had a legal foot to stand on to do that.
I would say no, according to the government codes I've seen.
And that may be a question for county council. If ultimately we can't come to some kind of resolution, are there other options out there? With all the counties I've spoken with, there is no other option. What we can do in terms of in or out, what I am clear on is, as far as investment goes, there's right now everyone that holds their money with us, that we do all the banking for, that both of our offices handle those services for, we handle all aspects of it, so that we don't have any cash separated where we just have money in checking. All of our money is invested every day to earn that return. Because for us, banking and investing are combined. In this case, they're being separated. So that's what we can do in terms of being in or out. While we can't say we won't hold the money and do the banking, we can say, if you put money with us and you're investing elsewhere, then the money you have with us is simply in a bank account. That is in checking. We will use it to cut your checks, to do those banking services, but we will not be investing it.
So that sounds like a discouragement.
Yes.
Okay, so that is what you legally can do.
That is my understanding. Yeah, that's my understanding of the extent. If there are other alternatives out there, and county council can ultimately advise of any, please let us know.
And reaching out, education, I do think that would be a good idea. We just don't. I don't know, the opportunity, it's hard to find the opportunity at the right time. I mean, we're thinking that interest revenues have just skyrocketed. So it's very surprising that someone, that a district would go and do that. So, we really weren't expecting, I wasn't expecting that to happen.
Well, I'm in support of supporting you.
Okay, well, thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I forgot one thing. As we create all this and figure out how to craft the right language, I definitely want to keep an open door so they can come back, and making sure that that's also a safe on-ramp for the rest of the pool. My belief is they're going to be coming back in the future when they recognize that they're not getting what they thought they were going to get out of this. And maybe I'm wrong, and that's okay. But I want a safe on-ramp so that they can return back to the pool as well.
Our policy does allow for that currently, and the only, if you were to try to come back within certain timeframes after this decision's made, we may end up assessing costs. If we incur costs because of the exit or the return, then we would assess it directly to the district rather than distributing those costs amongst the other agencies.
As it should be.
And where I'm at, I think I also agree, you're either in or you're out. So if they want to be out, that's their choice. But I think we would have to have this separate account for banking, because our primary responsibility is to all of our pool members as a whole, I believe, to look out for everybody's interest. And I don't want to see the overall pool affected because one member wanted to be out. So I think that that's where I sit on it, that it would have to go to a separate account. But I definitely want to have discussions with them and leave it open opportunity. If they want to come back and be involved, then that's fine, as far as I'm concerned, in the future.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, then, thank you for the feedback there. And I think, as far as I'm aware, we are able to take that action without changes to the investment policy. The investment policy is coming back in December anyways. We were doing a review on it. But I will check in with both our asset management firm, also connect with county counsel's office, and just see if there is any additional language that should be added. But as of right now, I think that we can just engage in direct discussion with the fire district and come up with a sort of a game plan on how this is going to work. And hopefully soon we'll have a better understanding of what these two districts are planning to do, and we'll be able to respond accordingly.
All right, I'll go ahead and open it up to the public. If we have any members of the public that would like to speak, come up, state your name, you'll have 3 minutes.
Tom Lasik. I'm surprised that there's so many people here to talk about numbers. But yeah, I think in and out, it appears to me the district is trying to get the benefit and leave the risk with the county. And I think that that's not healthy for the rest of the districts and the rest of the funds that are there. So I do support what the board is doing, and I do support what Mr. Sullivan and the auditor is suggesting. Yeah, it seems like it really needs to be articulated to any district that is intending to do this, that this is a consequence, that you don't, you'll get your checking account, but you're not going to get the investment. You're on your own. And if you really want to be on your own, then you're on your own. You're out. Leave the door open if you want to come back, but this is too much risk and liability for the county and for everyone else that pays taxes to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chamber? Seeing none, Johanna, do we have any hands online? No hands online. I'll bring it back to the board, and it sounded like we have consensus.
Do we need to make a motion?
There's no action.
There's no action.
I don't think there's any action to take. If there is action that we need to take, we can return with that. We are going to engage in further discussion with the fire district. But at this time, I think we can just cover it during our regular policy review in December.
And you feel like you've got enough information from the board?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the input. Because this involves potentially the investment policy itself, which your board does have ultimate approval over. I just want to ensure that whatever course of action we take is going to be in alignment with that policy wherever it's going.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close that item.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to item 7.1. If the board has consensus, I was going to propose we forego reports. Go ahead, supervisors.
Just real quick, September 24th, that's tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. at Supervisors Theater. We're having a town hall on homelessness. Please be there. It's free. Brought to you by the Continuum of Care. Thank you.
Thank you. That one was important.
Oh, I got a town hall on Thursday night, Risk Reduction Authority, the Climate Adaptation Plan with CDD.
Okay, thank you.
So glad it's not
Virtual.
on Wednesday.
Virtual.
Supervisor Owen, anything critical?
Yeah, homecoming. We have Middletown Homecoming. We're going to be running the horses on the track. If anybody hasn't seen it, it's phenomenal. And so we're really excited about that. And that'll be Friday, and it's Middletown versus Willits. That's important.
And the night rally was last night.
Yep. We were down practicing last night with the horses.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and forgo my report, but I will be at that important meeting at Supervisors. Moving on to item 7.3, there's a request to continue item 7.3. I'll go ahead and read it. That is consideration of approval of amendment number 1 to the agreement between County of Lake and Redwood Community Services Incorporated, Phoenix House Crisis Residential Treatment Facility for fiscal year 25-26. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment, but the request is that can be continued to a date and time uncertain at this point. Is there any public comment in the room? No hands online? Then do we have consensus to go ahead and continue that? Seeing consensus, we'll continue that. And I'm going to move on to the last item, which I'll read out. That is closed session, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54-956.9 D2, E1, one potential case. We also have a request to continue that, and we don't need to take public comment. So we're going to go ahead and move that to a future agenda. Date and time uncertain.
Okay.
Anything further?
Adjourned.
What's that? Adjourn the meeting.
Yay.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.